Good evening, Michigan. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here alongside Ryan and Drew. We got a full three-person panel. Oh, I should say four, but we don't have room for Nick. Actually, we could put Nick in the big corner. Nick, is your camera on? He's
I
not
believe it
here.
is.
He's not here. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Joel Fritsma. I'm the Chief Meteorologist here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We're starting early tonight because we do expect severe weather to roll in over the next couple of hours. It'll pop up in a linear segment as we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, mainly for Southwest Michigan. Right now, we're actually watching the Upper Peninsula as I take my cam here. This is the radar for extreme western UP. We got a couple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings rolling through Iron County right now, as well as Ashland County in Wisconsin, not Iron County, Michigan. These storms are racing off to the northeast. All hazards are possible. The severe thunderstorm warning here is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, and a possible tornado. This would be heading towards Bessemer and Ironwood here in the next probably 30 minutes. Again, these storms are racing off to the northeast at 40. So a decent clip, but it definitely could be quicker. Again, we have a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings ongoing across the state of Wisconsin this evening so far. None in Michigan yet. You will see them pop up on the bottom of your screen throughout the night as they come in. So right now we are in all clear ops. But soon we will probably have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings pop up, especially for Gogebic County. Ryan, anything to add?
Not much to add, honestly, other than we're expecting numerous severe storms, some tornadoes across the state between anywhere from really now until around that 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning time frame. So we'll be live through the entirety of the event. So strap in, grab some caffeine, grab a snack. We'll be live here covering it from beginning to end here on YouTube, Facebook, X, and Twitch. And also, don't be shy. Share the stream with your friends and family. This is a risk that is quite concerning in nature, especially for that southwest part of the state. But there's a risk across the entire state tonight. But we're kind of honed more so in on a higher end risk happening there in that southwest corner of the state. So again, if you have friends and family, it'd be a good idea to get them aware of the risk tonight. If they are not, feel free to share our forecast, stream, whatever be it. Get everybody you can aware of this threat this evening. Currently on your screen there, we do have the Manistee camera here. That's on the Hampton Inn on the Lake Michigan. It's facing due west there, watching storms. Not quite yet rolling in, but they're likely going to roll in here next hour or two as this line progresses to the east and north. Currently, though, as Joel mentioned, there's really nothing happening across lower Michigan at this time. I think we're going to start our coverage here probably for the western part of the UP anytime, really. There's a warning currently in effect just across the border there for 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a possible tornado tag on that one. So we're going to watch that closely and see if they decide to warn that. But either way, we're live. We'll be live for at least probably 6 or 7 hours tonight. We got you guys covered.
Just over here adjusting the storm track here just to make sure that the velocity matches up. You can see a lot of the heavier winds are going to be on the front edge of this. Obviously, again, this is a nice squall line, so bowing out. Where it bows out the strongest, or the most, I should say, is where the strongest of wind is going to be. We see that right now heading up into the Lake Superior region near Bayfield, Wisconsin. But again, not yet into Ironwood, Bessemer, here in portions of the western Porcupine Mountains as well. This is all central daylight time over here as well in the extreme southern portion of the UP, so something to keep in mind. These times are, if you guys are watching from the western UP, central UP, all of our times are listed in Eastern. We'll try to translate them to you as the warnings do pop in. Then they usually have them in the prompt as well once they do get issued.
I'm going off these storms in Wisconsin here. There are numerous warnings in effect. In fact, before we hopped on here, I believe I counted like 19 different warnings combined for severe and tornadic. A couple of those actually are confirmed on the ground tornadoes there in Wisconsin. It's going to be near the Fond du Lac County, Dodge County, as well as Washington County, Wisconsin area, confirmed on the ground tornadoes. So that will likely be the case throughout the evening here as this line progresses across our state as well. The environment at hand is conducive to all severe hazards, including tornadoes. So it's going to take a lot of eyes tonight. We have a full person crew. If you guys do have damage or storm pictures or reports, feel free to message that into our Facebook page. You can also utilize our Facebook group known as Michigan Weather Reports. We're tracking that all night long, so feel free to report damage, hail, tornadoes, storm pictures, videos, anything related to storms tonight. Feel free to send it in to us. Looks like our first alert of the night is coming in here for a statement, so that's below a severe warning. They are issuing that, I assume, for the western part of the UP. Looks like Gogebic and Ontonagon counties.
Yep. And is in effect until 7:45. I do not have the details on my end because these usually take about 5 minutes to pop in. I don't know if you want to read them off, Ryan.
Yep, I got it. So the hazard with this is 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. So we're not quite to severe criteria. For criteria of severe, we want that to be 58 or higher miles per hour and quarter-size hail. So we're not quite to that severe limit yet. But they are saying that these storms could be strong in nature as they approach. This is going to be for Gogebic County, and I believe parts of Ontonagon are included in this, although the box doesn't really include Ontonagon.
It must be clipping it by a sliver then.
Yeah, maybe. That's going to include places like Wakefield, Ironwood, Marininsko, Bessemer, and that's all I see here. Route 2 and M28.
Well, we have a moment checking in with chat. Thank you, Cindy, for becoming, or Candy, sorry, for becoming an EF0 member. Appreciate your support. As we go in throughout the night, a little bit of a fair warning. We'll probably not get to all the super chats as all the warnings do pop in. So if you guys donate throughout the night, we appreciate it. We'll probably read them off near the end of the stream when things do die down. So again, thank you guys so much for your support throughout the night. But again, understand that live tracking is going to be our #1 priority.
And also adding on to that, tonight and today is going to be a day where we could have numerous severe storms and likely will have numerous warnings in effect across the entire state. So we're going to have a lot of eyes on these storms as they happen. So our eyes are focused on radar because there's going to be a lot going on. We expect there to be a lot going on. Also, that means that we're not going to be looking at chat too often. So we have a great team of moderators in chat with resources, our links to forecasts, weather radios. They have all those tools available to them. Go ahead, and if you see a moderator on YouTube or Facebook, feel free to thank them. They do a great job on their end. When we can't look at chat, they're always watching and keeping those chats clear of spam for you guys. They are a huge part of us. So thank you to the moderators here. While we do our job, they do theirs as well. We're all a cohesive team at MSC.
Yeah. Absolutely. As the special weather statement now pops in on the screen, you can see the exact box now. Again, that is going to be for mainly western Gogebic County. Again, it's going to include Bessemer, Ironwood, as well as Marinisco, and portions of the western Porcupine Mountains.
See a comment in there about power outages tonight. And with this line, if it's going to be as potent as we think it will be, we do expect there to be scattered to widespread outages across much of Michigan. Primarily lower Michigan. Further south and west you go, the higher probability that becomes. But this line, if all the models, if nothing significant or dramatically changes, would expect there to be numerous, just scattered to widespread outages across lower Michigan.
And just to add too, we have several storm chasers in southwest Michigan ready for those storms to come into Michigan. So we'll have plenty of ground truth to relay to you guys as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got those chasers out there. We have probably close to 8 or 9 out there today. We also have our weather cameras, courtesy of Guardian, all positioned all across lower Michigan. So we have those to watch as well. The Manistee camera is the one probably going to be closest to being impacted first. Maybe Ionia or Charlotte. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. But we're going to have a lot of eyes in the field tonight. Even though it's going to be dark, we'll have chasers out there reporting back to ground truth, as well as these cameras giving us a good eye in the sky out there. So. Joel, can we pull up the forecast for today and perhaps a future forecast model? I see a lot of questions here of people who are just getting caught up to speed on this threat. If we just go over everything while we have a second before we get ramped into live coverage here.
Yeah, give me a sec to pull it up.
Yep. Okay, and also while he's doing that, if you guys don't have much time, you don't want to stay to watch too long, um, all the information for the hazards, timing is posted on our page. The time map was posted 8 a.m. this morning. So scroll back all the way to 8 a.m. this morning on our feed. And the forecast for severe was posted at 1 p.m. So that was about 6 hours ago. It is all posted on the page there. If you guys don't want to watch us here in video form, you guys can go ahead and read back through that, as well as all the information we posted about earlier today. That's on the page.
Today's been kind of playing out the way that we've been kind of foreseeing it. We've had multiple tornado warnings, like Ryan has mentioned, in Wisconsin. We've had several tornadoes in Minnesota and Wisconsin as well. So everything that's happening right now is playing out the way that's been forecasted. So we're expecting that line to move into Michigan and continue with that all hazard threat, including the threat for significant hail, wind, and potentially even a strong tornado.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody caught the live stream I did at like 6:30 before we hopped on here, but for us personally, while the entire state is at a risk tonight, we're really kind of honing in very closely on Southwest Michigan. I'd said south of Grand Rapids and west of US 127 there. The parameter spaces are really coming together for all hazards and significant hazards at that. So that's golf ball size hail or larger, 75-mile-per-hour winds or higher, and a couple tornadoes that could be on the stronger EF2 plus side as well. That's mainly in part due to the models really starting to hint at storms becoming more isolated in nature. We talked about that yesterday, I believe, in our forecast, and the day before that even. So this has been well forecasted from us, as well as I know a lot of local news has reported this as well. Really kind of keying in there in Southwest Michigan next 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, Joel, you have Matt pulled up there?
Yep, that is correct. So this is the latest HRRR run for the evening. This is as of 7 p.m., so this is about 15 minutes ago. We move into the 8 o'clock time frame. You can see some of those cells are starting to pop up as prefrontals, kind of off the edge. You have the main line's going to be back here in Wisconsin, Illinois. That is going to be along the cold front. And you have along the warm front here in front is some cells on Lake Michigan moving into Berrien County. You get to 9 o'clock. And those cells become perhaps more potent in nature, a little bit more isolated before they're engulfed kind of by the line around 10 o'clock. So Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Portage, Allegan, Hastings, also Benton Harbor there. Around 9 to 10 o'clock is going to be the time to watch. Again, this is the frame for 10 o'clock, and you can kind of see it congeals into the main line as we head towards 11, and it really starts to pick up intensity. It goes from Grand Rapids over to Lansing. You also have a line of an intense cells up here, perhaps producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch or larger hail. Perhaps a couple embedded mesovortices as well, which would be brief, weak tornadoes up towards Traverse City. You have a place like Cadillac up there, Big Rapids. Then we move into midnight. That line goes further and closer to the 127 corridor. Over Lansing directly at this point is that second line. Still some prefrontals actually firing off in this latest HRRR run as late as midnight here across portions of southeast Michigan. And then we move into the 1 o'clock time frame. This line is pretty much all the way across the UP at this point, impacting portions of Newberry region, crossing the Mackinac Bridge down towards Mayo, Atlanta, over towards Iosco County, through the Tri-Cities area, so Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, into the Thumb, starting to get into the Thumb around 1 o'clock, and then obviously into Detroit around 1 o'clock as well. By 2 o'clock, the Thumb is fully engulfed, as well as southeast Michigan and extreme northeast lower Michigan by the Alpena region. And then by 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, these storms are projected to move out of the state. Obviously, this is the only risk tonight. You can see storms are not expected to fire behind it. So once you are through this line, which should take about an hour to an hour and a half, maybe 2 at most, depending on how many lines you have to deal with, this could be, it would likely be a very quick hitting line, but it could be also very intense at the same time. Again, as Ryan mentioned, these prefrontal cells right here, because they are isolated in nature, they have a lot of strong inflow that can be sucked into the storm. When you have clean inflow like that, a lot of that does not get absorbed by the nearby storms, and so it can rotate cleanly. And that's when you get these very powerful updrafts. Storms build up to 50,000 feet in the atmosphere. With those taller updrafts, that's more time for those ice crystals to accrete, become larger, turn into massive hailstones. And because the updrafts are so strong tonight, it's going to take a lot of weight in those hailstones for those hailstones to fall. And that's why we're likely going to see between 1.5 to 3 inch diameter hail tonight, especially in this frontal cells, prefrontal cells is what we call them, along the warm front. And then obviously with all that clean info and all that rotation, the entire meso rotating itself, we could see a couple strong tornadoes, perhaps. Those would be in the ballpark of EF2. And again, those could be long-tracked if the supercells can stay, or the prefrontal cells can stay isolated in nature for a longer period of time.
Also, adding that, Joel, the current warnings across the pond in Wisconsin, there are numerous warnings for half-dollar size, golf ball, even lime size, or tennis ball size hail currently occurring in Wisconsin. So this risk is, again, it's moving our way. We went live here a little bit early to get everybody kind of aware of the threat. We're going to be live all evening, all night, as long as it takes to get these storms out of the state. But currently across Wisconsin, everything is playing out as expected here.
This is the live cam off the Hampton Inn in Manistee. Looking to the west, so that is northern West Michigan, I guess you could say. That is the cloud tops from over 100 miles away, shooting up there with the jet stream very potent, moving off to the east at probably 100 to 150 miles per hour. Again, those jet streams get roaring up there. That also allows for these storms to be well vented, is what we call it in meteorology. So there's a lot of clean rotation with or curvature with height. And so again, a lot of these anvils are shooting out across the lake from the storms that are over in Wisconsin. So you can also, tonight, again, one threat that we haven't mentioned yet in the live stream, but we did in our briefing, is there is a huge chance for lightning tonight. We could have thousands of lightning strikes per 15-minute interval out there. And obviously with the cloud tops extending out and away from the storm, you could have what are called bolts from the blue. So anytime you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck. Please do not be outside if you do hear thunder or see lightning tonight. Again, cloud-to-ground lightning will be occurring very frequently tonight on top of the main three hazards that we've already mentioned. Ice Web with the $9.99 super chat. Again, we'll kind of go through them right now while we have the time before severe starts. Battle Creek for tonight, kind of the same boat as everyone else. All hazards possible. I wish we could tell you guys when and where everything is going to happen, but obviously it's just a wait and see game. If we had a crystal ball, we'd tell you. But again, it's only so much we can do. Thank you, Rochelle, for becoming an EF0 member. Guys are awesome. Yeah, a lot of positive bolts possible out there tonight. For those who missed the timing map, that can be found on our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers. We have about 361,000 followers there, so make sure you're clicking on that page there, and not one of our fake doppelgangers, I guess you could say. So, yeah, the timing map is pinned at the top, as well as I believe this live stream is also going to be pinned at the top now, too, so you guys can easily find it. But yeah.
We can take a peek across the state here at our cameras, what it's looking like across parts of lower Michigan. We have the other Manistee camera here pointing northward. We also have the Ionia camera. We also have the Charlotte camera. We got the Wolverine sky camera. Harbor Beach, we're on the east side. We got Dearborn, and we also got Burton. So we have numerous cameras across the state. Joel, do you have any chasers currently active on our board? Do we have that big old screen we can pull up real quick and check them? No chasers out there currently. Although we have numerous out there. I know we have at least 8 or 9 out there, so we can for sure get you eyes in the field here this evening. I'm actually going to send a text out here. Joel, do we have our walkie-talkies set up there on your end?
Should be. I have it coming through my end. Okay. Only in the operations room and not the everything room.
I just want to make sure you had it up and running just in case people are trying to talk to you.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and switch my source back over to our weather models here real quick. So here is what we call the STP, so the significant tornado parameter. Again, a significant tornado is classified as an EF2 or higher. We usually look for numbers, pretty much 1 or higher is fine. 2 is kind of like the magic number. Right now, again, this is going to be your current time. This is 7 o'clock. We move into the 8 o'clock time frame, and those numbers start to really spike here across southwest Michigan. And once we get into 9 o'clock, when those prefrontals really start to take off, look at that number really take off there. That is maxing out, at least on this scale, at 10. And that continues through the 10 o'clock time period and even the 11 o'clock time period, where those numbers do max out over the I-94 region, just south of 96 there in Berry County, as well as Van Buren County. And those numbers will gradually go down as the night moves on. Instability gets weaker, so you can see those numbers gradually really decrease. They're still there as you get to the southeast side of the state. Could be some embedded mesovortices within the Boeing segment. But again, the peak timing for strong to significant tornadoes, EF2 or greater, is going to be from 9 o'clock to about midnight. Really anywhere from Holland to Grand Rapids over to Ionia and Lansing and points south. For our east-west boundary, used 127 and points west for that. So again, these numbers signify the intensity of what could be significant tornadoes tonight. But again, it's always a chance. Obviously, not everyone in this zone is going to see a significant tornado. But it goes to show you that our conditions are very favorable out there for tornadoes to develop, along with, obviously, damaging winds and hail.
Looking at the storm in Iron County, Wisconsin, about to cross the Nigogibic, that storm is intensifying. I would not be shocked if they were to warn that here next couple of minutes if it continues to intensify.
Yep.
Numerous hail reports across Wisconsin as well. Golf ball size hail near Marathon, Wisconsin. Looks like an inch and a half hail near Portage, Wisconsin, not Michigan, but Wisconsin. Also, numerous tornado reports there across Portage, Wisconsin as well. Looking at reports down here further south toward Milwaukee area, numerous hail reports coming in, 1 to 2 inch in diameter hail reports all across this area here. Dodge County, looks like Jefferson County, Washington County, as well as Walworth County.
Where we are starting to see special marine warnings now start to get issued on Lake Michigan. Again, these storms are starting to fire. We still have about probably another hour and a half before we start to see those prefrontals in West Michigan, but now is your time to take notice. Again, you're looking at your radar right now in Michigan saying, what storms? Again, these will be popping out of the blue as the cap erodes, so keep that in mind. It might be sunny and 85 degrees 1 minute, and then next 15 minutes it could be thunderstorms and 70. So that's how quick these storms are going to fire tonight, with the cap eroding and the instability that we have out there, which is 4 times the amount that we need for severe weather. Again, these storms are going to blossom to 50,000 foot storms within probably 10 minutes time.
Look at the storms across the northern part of Illinois currently. These storms are actually already close to 50,000 feet, and they just started developing in the past half hour. So that kind of confirms what Joel just said there. These storms are really growing strong, really quickly, really tall. Current height on the one storm here to be heading into DeKalb County, Illinois, currently at 47,000 feet there. Joel's on your screen. That's the storm we're looking at, center of your screen there. That's about 47,000 feet currently. That storm already has a history of producing wind damage as well. So these storms are intensifying very rapidly here. And also, just want to point out, we do have, not from Michigan, but just across the border to our south and west there, across portions of northwest Indiana, is a tornado watch. You can see it in yellow there. It's close to the Michigan border, but not quite hitting Michigan just yet as of 7:25 p.m. here. We'll likely have a watch being issued momentarily. Not momentarily, but probably within the hour, I have to assume. These cells, I would have to assume they're going to issue something at some point. These storms are going to start racing eastward here a little bit quicker the later we get. So I'd expect there to be a watch issued for most of Michigan, or at least the western half of Michigan, very soon.
You can also clearly see the storms really well on satellite as well. You can see the mostly clear skies in Michigan and those towering cumulus clouds off to the west. You can see obviously with our cams that we have up, but obviously we're starting to run out of daylight, so we won't be able to use that for too much longer, but that's also something we're monitoring just to see if there's new updrafts that are forming to create new storms ahead of the line potentially, and that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on right now.
Still no warnings up there in the UP yet. Again, we were looking for these orange boxes, but we do have quite the intense storm heading right into Ironwood. It is special weather statemented right now for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. I would imagine they're going to up that here soon. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm looking at that storm there. It's looking pretty. I'll put it that way. Good core on that. Good updraft on it. I would expect that to, if it continues on that track, probably go severe here for Gogebic County.
Mm. Real quick, a couple more not sponsors, but super chats come in. Thank you, Marky, for 5 gifted memberships. Jared saying thanks for all you do. We appreciate you. No problem, Jared. No problem to everyone who all is watching tonight. Thank you for that 99 super chat. Welcome Heavenly and JCB to our membership crew here. Crazy Old Fart checking in from Saranac with a $2 super chat, and QuakeCat, Southeast Michigan checking in. Thanks, Michigan Storm Chasers. No problem to everyone, and thank you guys very much for your support. IceWeb also here with a $1.99 super chat saying, I would like to remind everyone about the Red Cross Emergency app, which is a good app. I guess right now, Ryan, I believe there's a little bit of some inconsistencies to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been the case for a few months now. So alternative apps to that, if you have like an app like WeatherBug, that's a good app. Although we recommend alternatively to Red Cross, there's an app called FEMA, and that app will also do the exact same thing as Red Cross. But there's also numerous weather apps as well. WeatherBug, like I just said, is a good one. I think AccuWeather also gives alerts. So there's multiple apps you can download to receive weather alerts. I would go for the FEMA app if the Red Cross app is not working tonight. That's a really good choice there. So.
You also have these.
And also,
right
if you, sorry,
I'm showing and telling right now. You also have weather radios. You can go pick one up at your local hardware stores if they have them in stock. I'm obviously ordering them online. You wouldn't get it tonight, but if you can, run to your hardware store real quick and pick one up. Get some batteries as well. They do have battery backup in case power goes out. It's a good choice for receiving warning. Back to you, Ryan.
Yep. Also, expanding on that, another good way to get warnings on your phone, EAS alerts. They're found in your device settings. They're defaulted to on. So if you haven't manually shut those off, you should be good to go. But if you go into your settings and search emergency alerts or government alerts, something like that, it should pop in the EAS weather alerts on your device, and those are automatically sent anytime a storm reaches a certain criteria. I believe that criteria is golf ball size hail or larger, and then a tornado and or 75 mile per hour plus winds.
For those wondering, we are already behind the scenes outside of our state. We already have 10 tornado reports in the states of Minnesota and Wisconsin. So these cells are definitely producing some tornadoes as well as hail and damaging winds. And some of that is on the stronger side as well.
And expanding off that, Drew, as well, the ingredients for tornadoes actually, in my opinion, is a little bit better across that west and southwest Michigan area as those storms arrive around that 9, 10, 11 o'clock time frame. So I think we actually have a little bit better of an environment currently that's what's across the lake in Wisconsin as we speak. So again, concerning night here taking shape, I want to get that word out and get that out to as many people as possible. Mm-hmm. We don't often take a tone as high as what we have today for these risks, but we feel like this risk is something that's worth definitely keeping an eye on here as this line progresses east and north. Time frames, rough estimates on time frames. Again, if you're on the Detroit side, Flint, Tri-City, Thumb area, I wouldn't expect storms until after midnight. You're probably looking closer to 1 in the morning over on the east side. So you got plenty of time between now and then. Central part of the state, Lansing, all the way up to Mount Pleasant, Gaylord, those areas, we're probably looking closer to about 10, 11 midnight for you guys in that time frame. West side is going to be, as of right now, nothing for you, but next hour to hour and a half, I'd expect the radar to be looking a little bit more full than what it is currently.
You just see what just happened there on camera?
bug, I assume.
Yeah.
It's been happening all day. I've been watching it. There's been bugs crawling on it, trying to. I don't know if they're trying to make a nest or I don't know what kind of bugs they are, but
Oh man, that almost
off
scared
and
me.
on.
Again, this is our Manistee cam looking west at the storms as they start to move on to the lake. It's Lake Michigan.
Yep. And speaking of the lake, storms that are across the Wisconsin area are now pushing on to Lake Michigan from Sheboygan to Milwaukee to Racine, Kenosha areas. They're pushing onto the lake here toward the Manistee camera. Well, they're still got probably about an hour or so away. We are going to track those. We'll have a great view here. I assume a great view as these storms roll in. So we're kind of excited to kind of see what this Manistee camera can show us here this evening. And also want to give a shout out to the Hampton Inn there in Manistee for letting us put the camera up, and also for Guardian for installing it for us. So a shout out to those two for making this camera a possibility.
I want to turn the attention here to what we're talking about with prefrontal cells, because there's an example of that right now. As they actually move on to Lake Michigan, we have some firing, and this is going to be along that forward flank of the warm front, I guess you could say. They look like this. They kind of look like these backward-shaped kidney beans. So these are supercells in front of the main line. They'll have this shape to it. And again, more of these will pop off over Lake Michigan and eventually down here into southwest Michigan, according to the model runs that we've been seeing as of late. So again, these are the storms out in front that would be likely to be producing perhaps all hazards, especially significant hail, maybe some significant tornadoes. We'll see, again, as these storms roll on. But we still have about another hour and a half before the storms start to fire here across southwest Michigan. And we'll be tracking them live from beginning to end through probably 4 in the morning. So, again, this is, you could say, it's still the start of our wall-to-wall coverage tonight. So make sure to like the stream and share the stream with your friends and family. We want to make sure we're alerting as many Michiganders tonight as possible, as this is a squall line that will cross the entire state and affect all 10.3 million Michiganders. Will everyone see severe? No, not quite. Obviously, the probabilities are there for a reason. We don't predict a 100% chance of severe weather happening at your backyard. The highest probabilities out there today are going to be your damaging winds and hail risk, which is around a 40 to 60% chance within a thunderstorm. So keep that in mind. You still have a 40 to 60% chance that you don't see any of those hazards tonight. So it's really 50-50 in the middle. But again, these are still elevated hazards nonetheless. Again, a setup like this only comes around once, maybe a year, or maybe twice a year in some cases. So something that we're going to be watching throughout the night. But again, right now, nothing severe in the state of Michigan, and we are thankful for that.
Kind of surprised that that storm up there in the Ironwood area is still not severe.
Yeah.
Looking at the velocity, looking at the updraft, the strength of it, it's definitely a healthy cell here. I'm looking at it a little bit deeper. I can see why it's not warned. It's actually the core of it actually goes up to about 15 to 18,000 feet. So when we go over 20,000 feet, that's a little bit a better sign. But as it sits, probably just sitting below severe limits.
So the tan box you see on the screen is the only alert for Michigan right now. It's a special alert statement in effect for 10 more minutes. This is for Gogebic County in western UP. Wind gusts to 40 miles per hour, pea-sized hail are the hazards with the storm. No severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, or even watches for that matter, in effect anywhere in the state yet. I would imagine we've got to be having one coming soon within the next probably 15 minutes as these storms both race towards the UP and the lower peninsula. We're about an hour away now, for at least the lower peninsula, for severe weather. Probably sooner than that here across portions of the UP, as this line is quite extensive. It goes even all the way up into northern Minnesota and even North Dakota. Wrapping around that bowling ball type low is what they call it.
We have a meso discussion here for the UP. It's a line of approaching storms may pose a risk of damaging winds and an isolated large hail threat. Trends are being monitored for a possible watch, and that would be for the area that we're watching in western UP.
What is the percentage probability of the watch?
40%.
Okay.
Kendall asking in chat here, I live in the Oxford area. I was wondering, are we going to get put under a tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch tonight, or are we expecting severe weather? A severe weather, we're close to a level 3 risk. So with that, again, we don't issue the severe thunderstorm watches or the tornado watches. That is the discretion of the SBC. It depends on what they believe is going to be the lead hazard during the severe weather event. So because this is a squall line, they're probably going to lean more towards a severe thunderstorm watch. But again, would not be surprised with how many or how much shear is out there tonight for a tornado watch, especially for southern Michigan, southwest Michigan primarily in the hour to come. So southeast Michigan more likely for probably a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Joel. I said earlier, I still stand behind this. I think by 8:30 or so, we're gonna have a watch in place at the latest. I'm not one to share opinions on what they do, but they should definitely get that watch out before people go to bed. That'd be a good smart choice to do. So hopefully they get that issue before too much longer.
Mm-hmm. So thank you, Kendall, by the way, for that super chat. We also have Arachnid in here, 199 super chat. Muskegon, Grand Rapids area threat tonight. All hazards there. Thank you for the super chat there. And we also have Yoder in here with a $20 super chat saying this is help with food funds. Y'all are awesome. We appreciate the hard work you do. Thank you very much, Yoder. We do appreciate you guys very much for supporting us through food. We'll need some refuel at some point probably later tonight. Again, we're gonna be live wall to wall until 3 or 4 a.m. Covering this as it crosses the state at around a speed of 40 to probably 60 miles per hour. Depends on if the storm's moving left or moving right. Those right moving storms will move a little bit quicker today. It will really just start to turn to a squall line after dark, as well as our low-level jet increases. So the wind speed will only increase as the night goes on. And that's, if you guys missed our briefing earlier this afternoon, we saw on the model runs kind of like a double Boeing segment pop up as soon as it got to about central Michigan and northern central lower Michigan as well. That's usually a sign of probably 60 to 70 miles per hour, probably higher winds as it moves towards eastern Michigan. So this will become more of a damaging wind threat as the night moves on, as it becomes more linear, but there's a window of time here between 8:30 and about 11, or maybe midnight, where we could see perhaps an all-hazards threat, especially in the way of large hail and those strong tornadoes, as we mentioned here a couple minutes ago when we were looking at that STP map. So yeah, it'll move at 60 miles per hour once it turns into a squall line. So people were asking about that in here. Again, if it's moving to the right, it's going to be moving a lot quicker than storms moving to the left. And that is why those prefrontal cells, which are going to be moving more to the left, or in this case to the north, are going to get engulfed by that line at some point during the night. Storm now up here, that special weather statement did, now rolling into Ironwood with the heavier values here of rain. Again, this is your base reflectivity radar. You're going to see this a lot throughout the night, where you see the blues and greens. It's going to be your lighter rain. The yellows, reds, pinks, it's going to be your heavier rain and perhaps hail. In this case tonight, pink's most likely going to be hail with how much cold air is up there in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So keep that in mind when you're looking at this radar. If you switch it over to this radar right here, it's going to be your velocity radar. We look for reds and greens, winds moving towards and away from the radar site. In this case, the radar site is located here in Marquette. It'll change depending on where we go in the state. So you can see down here, for example, in this storm, which is kind of outside the range of the radar, you have some rotation in this storm where the green's moving towards, the red is moving away. And in that case, where they meet in the center, that would be where the tightest rotation is at. So we use this to find out where rotation is inside of these lines of severe storms that might be hard to pick out just by looking at the normal base reflectivity radar. So there's your crash course on radar for a second.
Been noticing on satellite in extreme northeast Illinois and Zion, Illinois, very explosive cell. You can see the overshooting top that's just rapidly expanding. That's right along where that line is starting to form. And those are the cells that we're going to have to keep an eye on. If there's going to be any more cells, they're going to pop up to the south for that all hazard significant threat.
That's the one right over Waukegan, right? Zion?
Yeah. Yep.
That is currently severe thunderstorm warned, considerable for that golf ball size hail, which is 1.75 inches in diameter. Take it from me, I know that can put some dents in your car. So back in 2020, I was caught in a storm down here in Plainwell. For those who remember, April 7th, 1.75 inch to 2 inch hail. I still have the dents in my vehicle to this day. So again, some hail is expected tonight. Now is the time to prepare accordingly. Bring your cars inside if you can. Otherwise, get like an industrial-sized blanket to cover your car. Weigh it down with maybe some heavy objects if you can. Any blankets to protect the car obviously will be the best option. So. For those who are curious, my windshield did not give out that night either. So shout out to whoever made the glass on my windshield, because that sounded like a bunch of rocks hitting it. I have another break in the action here. Thank you, Evan, for the 10 gifted memberships to our YouTube subscribers. Again, if you are subscribed on YouTube and someone gives away memberships to our channels, check your account. You may have been gifted one of those, courtesy of one of our generous donors. So thank you, Evan. And thank you, Jack, for the $1 super chat. Current time right now is 7:44 p.m. Time is listed there on the bottom right of your screen. Every single alert in Michigan will be listed on the bottom of the screen as well. Right now we have a special weather statement in effect for Gogebic County, as well as portions of extreme southwestern Ontonagon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, alongside Ryan and Drew here. We are the Michigan Storm Chasers as a collective whole. And we also have others behind the scenes tonight that are answering questions in our DMs. We also have people on our Discord channel. We have a Discord channel, by the way, for those with weather anxiety. So if you are one of those people, obviously you can join it. If you don't have weather anxiety, you can also join it as well and take part in our community forum. So there's ways to stay calm tonight, and obviously we'll walk you guys through it tonight here on the stream as the storms roll on, I guess you could say. How is our Manistee cam looking? Getting darker.
New tornado watch has been issued.
My bar just glitched out. That's crazy.
That was a good wake up.
Wake up, everybody. Rise and shine. Nothing's in effect in Michigan. That was crazy. Let me get that working again here. Make sure it doesn't glitch out. It won't even let me. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, it wasn't letting me click on anything here behind the scenes. And it still isn't. Uh-oh.
A new SWS looks like incoming for Gogebic County, 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. So they're getting closer to severe. Also, sorry for the heart attack. I see Hannah in chat there said thanks for the heart attack. Sorry, guys. Somebody please clip that though, because that was kind of comical.
Oh man. It was working. It was working almost too good. There we go. Now it's working.
There we go. Okay.
I'm not gonna stop thinking about that for the rest of the night. It's gonna be hard to keep. It's gonna be hard to stop thinking about it. A couple more super chats here. Apricot 499 super chat. Thank you for this important information. Absolutely. Again, we have some downtime right now before the severe weather hits, so we're able to kind of let you guys know what the environment's looking like out there and whatnot. Obviously, we went through that here a couple minutes ago, about a half hour ago now. We also have Aaron Smith donating 10 memberships here to our YouTube subscribers. Thank you, Aaron. Again, if you want to watch on YouTube, a lot of our moderators are over here on YouTube. We have a lot more of a lively chat, so feel free to check in on YouTube if you haven't tried it out. I'm Kendall here with a 999 super chat as well. I'm in the Oxford area close to level 3 risk. Could I get 70-mile-per-hour winds being so close to level 3 area? Possibly a tornado. And also, did we get our sign hung? I think Nick got it. We're still waiting to see a picture of it. But for the winds, yes, 70-mile-per-hour winds can make it through the state. As mentioned, that low-level jet will be kicking in after dark, and 70-mile-per-hour winds can make it all the way across the state. Damaging wind risk is going to be the primary risk as we get later into the night as well. That tornado risk and hail risk will start to decrease as we get towards the midnight hours. So wind risk will increase, hail risk, tornado risk will start to decrease as time goes on tonight. Storm Mage from the 199 super chat. I didn't have weather anxiety until those alerts popped through. I am very sorry. I don't know what happened there, but yeah. We apologize. It's working now. At least it should be. There's only one alert in the state. It's a special weather statement.
Those that are wondering why our severe threat is, or why we're not seeing severe warnings, or as many as we're expecting in UP as a low P, is mainly because we have less instability up there, and we have a capping inversion that's already present based on current mesoanalysis, which is current data that's being measured in the atmosphere. So that's kind of why we're not really expecting the level of magnitude of severe weather in the UP compared to the lower Michigan, where our ingredients are a lot more potent down there as of now. So
Our Discord channel is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. One of our mods will link it here in chat on YouTube if you would like to join.
Oh, Joel.
Oh, what?
I'd like to turn your attention to the center part of the Manistee camera. I believe we have the Mattis clouds coming in.
Ooh, yeah. Are you able to right-click zoom in on that, or no?
Yeah, I can do that.
Looks like it to me.
Yeah, I'd say so.
yeah.
I know a couple people said I was talking muted earlier, and I was actually mentioning that it looks like there has a Mattis coming in the Manistee camera, and then the bar glitched out there, and then I realized I was muted. So that's what I was saying about 5 minutes ago too.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we could hear you on our end, but the stream couldn't hear you. Is that what's going on?
No,
Or-
I was muted in Discord.
Oh, you were just muted in general. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So this is, again, Manistee, Michigan. For those who don't know where that is just to the north of Ludington in Manistee County. So in between Traverse City and Ludington, up there in northwest lower Michigan. Straight down the road from Cadillac as well. And those are the cloud tops from the storms that are all the way over in Wisconsin. About 75 miles away now at this point. So goes to show you that these clouds are moving quick, and you have mammatus coming in now, which, again, mammatus clouds is a sign of sinking air pockets up there in the atmosphere. It's kind of trapped. It is a sign of severe weather that is to come, because you have a lot of that warm air getting convected up. Also, you see them on the backside of these what are called MCS systems, mesoscale-convective systems, after they roll through. Obviously, later tonight, it'll be dark outside, so not sure if you're going to see them unless there's a lot of lightning out there after the storms roll through, but mammatus is definitely possible later tonight as well, once these storms go past. For those who are wondering about Lake Michigan stopping these storms, the answer to that is this system is symptotically driven, so it is more driven by what's happening in the upper levels of the atmosphere, such as the jet stream. We have a 500 millibar low that is digging from the Dakota region. A lot of air spinning around on the backside of that low. We have a couple fronts out there this evening, and where they're meeting, it's called the triple point, and that triple point is going to be moving right down probably the 96 corridor here in the next 2 hours. So we'll have to watch that triple point, especially for significant all-hazard threat.
We got a new mesoscale discussion loading in here. I can't pull it up quite yet, but it does look like it could be for Lower Michigan here. Yes, it is for Lower Michigan. So I can't pull it up right now,
Yep,
but it's loading
I got
right
it.
now.
I got it. So tornado or watch likely. The probabilities on this watch here: tornado, hail, and wind gusts. The exact miles per hour, inches, and miles per hour for the winds. Wind gusts up to 65 to 80 miles per hour. Hail 2 to 3.5 inches in diameter. Tornado 120 to 125, 150 miles per hour is what it's saying. So that's basically a very high-end watch incoming. Watch is likely and looks to be a 80% chance of issuance for, it says parts of western, central, lower Michigan, and north central Indiana. So we have a likely tornado watch incoming here for parts of Michigan. So this is what it says. I'm gonna try to paraphrase this and get this read. It's a very long discussion here, but I'm gonna try to hit the bullet points here. It's like basically it says ample low-level spin in the atmosphere will support embedded tornadoes with damaging winds, isolated large hail possible. One or more watches would likely be issued for the area. As it sits, a broken band of severe storms, including several embedded supercells, are tracking eastward across far eastern Wisconsin, posing an all-hazard severe risk. Kind of goes into the details of it. That's about it. Once I have that picture, I'll go ahead and post it on the page so you guys can see it as well. And that is definitely mammatus coming into view here on the camera. All right, I got it. So likely watch incoming here expands from Traverse City all the way over to about the Tri-Cities, back through Lansing, and back southward. Here I'm going to, can you see that on my phone by chance? Probably really hard to see.
Yeah, I can see it.
But I'll go ahead and post this on our main page. You guys can see it as well. Just so you guys can see it.
I'm going to bring attention actually to a report behind the scenes here. There's just a bug on the screen. It scared the crap out of me again. A lot of crazy things happening tonight. Something's in the air. Someone has sent in a picture of what's called a horseshoe vortex, which is a kind of, it looks like a horseshoe-shaped cloud that's like very, very small in nature. But that is a sign of extreme turbulence or shear in the atmosphere up there. And we usually see those on days where there's usually, I want to say, high caliber events in the plains. Usually we've seen those a couple times this year when they've had quite a couple tornadoes, big hail events especially, and obviously big damaging wind events. So maybe a sign of what's to come later. But yeah, it's called horseshoe vortex. I'm not sure, Ryan, if we wanted to get that on the page or if we could find a way to get that on the page. It'd be cool, just to give you guys an example of what it looks like. But yeah.
Is it in Messenger or?
It looks like it was shared by Alex on
X.
X. Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, I believe, is one of our followers as well. So interesting. Also, that mesoscale discussion is circled in red, which
Yep.
usually, again, as Ryan mentioned, is a high caliber event. So we expect probably a tornado watch here coming for southern Michigan, probably severe, probably for northern.
It actually extends all the way to Traverse City, so that's almost as far as north as you can go there. We'll see what they do, but I want to highlight that again because I know I was kind of rushing that. The latest discussions of the SPC issues has probabilities and ranges of each hazard. I want to read that off again to kind of put some emphasis on this. The most probable hazard intensity, so it's saying winds from 65 to 80 miles per hour. So that's the range for winds expected. Hail from 2 inches to 3.5 inches. That's larger than baseball size. That's probably close to softball size, if I'm not mistaken, for the hail on the higher end of that. And then they're also saying tornadoes could be between 120 to 150 miles per hour. That's EF2, EF3 tornadoes there. So that's the kind of watch we're talking about here. And that's also why we've been highlighting this risk for 2-3 days now and talking about how this could be a high end event. And looks like they're about to issue a high end watch here. So this is all so far coming together as we expected through the evening here. So everything is on track and looking good forecast wise, but it's not looking good overall as a whole picture for us here tonight. So
yeah, 2.75 inches. 2.75 inches is baseball sized. Softball is 4, so right in between baseball and softball sized hail is the max for hail size tonight.
And put some emphasis on this as well. If you guys have garages, tonight's a great night to park your vehicles in the garage or try to sandwich them between your house or just trying to protect it in case we do get storms with very large hail. Try to put as much protection on your car as possible with these storms moving through. That's a good idea to have there. Those storms are starting to pick up intensity, not intensity, but picking up speed there too, Joel. Looks like they're already kind of pushed onto the lake.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to take your radar real quick? I'm gonna be right back in a couple minutes. All right.
I do not have that pulled up right now.
Okay, no, that's fine. I can wait. Or if Drew, if
You
you
can see
want
right
to.
there.
Yeah, again.
Every blue box you see on the screen, by the way, is a special marine warning. That's the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning on Lake Michigan. So half of Lake Michigan, I guess you could say, is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's called a special marine warning. Anything you see in the orange boxes there are severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings currently ongoing in Wisconsin, but again, could see some more develop, especially on the southern flank of this line as we move on. There we go. There's Drew's radar.
Yep, got it pulled up right here.
Sweet. I will be back.
Sweet. So right now we got the Milwaukee radar site pulled up right here for eastern Wisconsin. Just kind of like what Ryan was mentioning earlier on, based on the meso discussion for Michigan, these tornadoes, if they do happen, like they mentioned, are embedded, which means these aren't going to be tornadoes where you can go step outside and go see them, especially with it being nighttime. If there are any tornadoes that do happen in the state of Michigan, they will be rain wrapped. You will not see them. So any tornado warnings or any destructive or considerable or any warning that's issued, please take it seriously. Don't be stepping outside waiting to see what could happen in your area. Please take any warnings very seriously because this is starting to shape up to be a potentially potent environment for West and Southern Michigan.
Hey, Drew, I'm going to have you do something on your Omega real quick. If you
Is
go
it
up
a little off-centered, right?
Nope, I want to change your background to gray so it's easier to see for these people watching.
Right,
Top
sweet.
left, click the 3 bars there. You're going to want to click Control Panel. You should see Display Settings, and then the map type drop that from dark to gray. And then also back in your control panel, let that load in there.
Yep.
Back in your control panel, go to radar settings.
Still trying to load here.
It's fine.
Said radar settings, right?
Control panel, radar settings. Yep. Click on your color. Why is this not? Oh, there it is. Your color tables, and then drop your reflectivity to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 down. Barren links. Go ahead and click on that. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Now you're set up just like
Sweet.
me.
All right, sweet. Assuming that's better for y'all on the stream here.
Yeah, the
Very
gray.
impressive.
The
go
gray
ahead.
really pops the cities out just a bit for people
Oh,
to
yeah.
kind of read them better. So
You can definitely see the feature of these storms. Very intense DBZ values when the reflectivity here. Definitely some large hail going on with these cells here and severe winds if I pull up velocity here. Oh yeah, look at that, right by just off of right on Lake Michigan, just east of Milwaukee. Really
that's
strong
intense.
winds here.
That's really intense there. Looking at GR2, which is an advanced radar product, those winds as it sits, we're looking at roughly 70-mile-per-hour winds, roughly about 2,000 feet off of the ground. These are going to be pushing toward, if they hold together, pushing toward Manistee, Mason, and Oceana counties here. The entire line is going to impact the western half of the state here. So really, you can't pick and choose who's going to get it. But that particular storm and area is moving toward Oceana, Mason, and Manistee counties. New statement coming in here for the northern UP. Looks like it's going to be again for Gogebic County. New one coming in now. It's actually going to be for a few other counties, Ontonagon and the other half of Gogebic. That statement is going to be for 50-mile-per-hour winds as well as pea-size hail. So we're close to severe here on these statements, but just not quite getting there. So as these storms push on the lake here, I have just want to time this out a little bit. These warnings say that they're moving at roughly about 35 miles per hour. As these storms move into a line and push forward, they will pick up intensity, and also our wind shear, our low-level jet, really starts to increase after 9 p.m. So after that time frame, about an hour or so, these storms are going to pick up their speed as well. So roughly, I'm going to put this track here. I know you guys can't see my map here, but I'm going to track this out from where they're at currently to the western half of the lake here to give you guys a general idea of where or when to expect these storms. If I can actually track this properly, let me try it again. There we go. We're going to put them at 45 miles per hour just for safe measure. About an hour to hour and 10 minutes or so for this line to cross the lake. So that's about 9 o'clock or so for the western half of Michigan, Manistee, Muskegon, Grand Haven area. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, definitely a very solid line between Sheboygan and Milwaukee right here in eastern Wisconsin. It'll be interesting if we have any more discrete cells that could potentially form just south of that, or but yeah, you can definitely see, I had it briefly pulled up here in velocity, how rapidly those winds ramped up as they were leaving Milwaukee here. I'll show that to you guys here once this loads. You can see it right here, quickly ramps up. And with the lake being frictionless, which what I mean by that is since the water is flat, there's nothing that's going to be stopping these winds here from slowing down. So these winds are most likely going to stay very intense as they cross across Lake Michigan towards West Michigan.
That also goes and kind of plays into if you live in immediate lakeshore areas, like right on the lakeshore, within like a mile to 5 miles of the lake. As these storms first arrive, the winds may be more intense. As they push inland, they're going to lose some of their intensity because of that friction that Drew just mentioned. So, if you know you live on the immediate lakeshore areas, your risk for a higher end wind gust is higher because of that. Also, I have beautiful Mamatus on Manistee West here. Is Joel back to switch the
I
scene over? That's crazy.
believe he's not.
Joel, come back.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there he
Yay,
is.
there we go.
I switched it.
Yeah,
I'm here.
yeah,
I'm
check
setting
out
up.
that
I'm,
Mamatus
so I'm
here.
actually setting up my camera right now, my Skycam.
Oh, I should do the same thing. Huh, got me thinking now, Joel.
Mm-hmm. I'm using it as my chase cam in quotation marks.
Very beautiful Mamatus right there.
Mhm.
Or Mamatus. I will say, mesoanalysis, what we are looking at in terms of current data, now has supercell composite of 8 across Ottawa County, Muskegon County, Allegan County, and Van Buren County, right along the lake shore. So places like Muskegon, Grand Haven, Holland, and South Haven, the environment for severe weather is starting to increase as this line is coming towards West Michigan. We do have a little bit of a very weak cap also present as well, but like I said, it's very weak and it's not really going to do a lot as these storms come towards West Michigan.
Drew, you want me to take your camera back or your radar?
I'll need to turn on this screen share again quick.
Okay, just let me know.
Okay. All right, I got it ready if you want it to be pulled up.
Okay. 1 second. Not there.
Oh, I see. Hold on. How about now?
There we go.
Sweet. Yeah, those winds continue to increase across Lake Michigan here. So those so more of the yellows that we're kind of referring to. This is high res velocity, and this is a feature that we can use to see the wind speeds here. Fortunately, it's meters per second on Radar Omega, so
We can change that, Drew.
okay, we can. Sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you click on your radar settings and control panel,
Let's see here. Yeah, the 3 bar is not showing up here.
okay, click and hold your radar.
There we go.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Radar settings, and you should see a velocity of measure. There you go.
Yep, right there.
Yep. And while you're at it, go back to color tables, and then flip your velocity to SAM BV. There you go. That's what me and Joel both use.
Nice. see those some hail cores showing up pretty well here on CC. Usually, sometimes when we use CC, it's for debris signatures, but you also can use it for large hail cores. And you can see we got a really solid hail core just offshore of Milwaukee right here. So, like we mentioned, we got wind, really strong winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this cell, as well as very large hail on the backside of this as well. So these cells are only continuing to intensify as they travel eastward across the lake. Take a peek here in UP. Still just your 2 special weather statements are in effect right now.
As a general reminder for timing, again, the map can be found on our Facebook page. At this point, we will say that these storms will be rolling into West Michigan at around 9 o'clock. More towards the central part of the state, 10, 11, midnight, and then over to the east side of the state around 1 to 2 a.m. So really any time in the next 45 minutes is when we're going to start seeing some warnings on the in the east side of Lake Michigan for portions of West Michigan, Allegan, Ottawa, Muskegon, perhaps up towards Oceana, Mason counties. A little bit, maybe depends on how much development we can get further down the line. Maybe portions of Southwest Michigan as well.
Also, just got word that we have a tornado watch incoming for portions of Michigan momentarily. So that MD we talked about, the post on the page discussing the potential of a watch, that is going to be issued here momentarily. Primarily, we expect it from West Michigan, and that will be a tornado watch momentarily.
Yeah, and you'll see it pop up on the bottom of the screen once it is issued.
Yeah, it'll be a yellow.
Likely going to be in probably the next 15 minutes.
Probably sooner than that. When they probably assume 5 minutes or less.
And 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to probably be the main hazard as they race across the state. The winds are going to increase as the night goes on, as it turns into more of a linear segment. So again, if you're in portions of central Michigan, eastern Michigan, you're not out of the woods. The watches are going to start first on the west side of the state, as storms usually do. They move from west to east across the state. So you guys are going to be on standby until the overnight period later tonight. But again, West Michigan's up first. Watches will be issued first for West Michigan. And again, they'll come later into the night as the system moves on shore. So, and what you're looking at right now is the mammatus clouds rolling in Manistee County, in the town of Manistee, up on top of the hotel there, Hampton Inn. That is the pier out there. And everyone in the state of Michigan is at risk to see a severe thunderstorm tonight. Not everyone obviously will, but it will be a loud night nonetheless. Thunderstorms are expected out there in non-severe variety at the very least for everybody. And again, severe is going to be hit or miss, most likely in the form of damaging winds. So if you are outside in these storms at all tonight, you need to be taking shelter inside. Again, if you're not having any damaging winds, another threat to think about is the lightning threat. Cloud-to-ground bolts are going to be possible tonight, upwards of a couple thousand strikes per 15-minute interval for your lightning density. So if you are outside at all tonight, overnight, you need to be inside so you do not get struck by lightning. Thank you, Sarah, for the $1.99 super chat, and Amy for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you, guys. back to our radar here. Well, actually, I just got an alert. Time is it? 8:17. It's going to be a marine warning up in the Marquette region, offshore Lake Superior. So these storms are severe over the water at the very least, but not heading towards any of the land. What's up?
Just so you know, Joel, the IEM notifications for me are like 10 minutes delayed, so just make sure you're watching at the time it's posted if you have those on tonight.
Yeah, they're good for me. They're coming through. It says 8:17 on here.
Yeah, mine's been coming through delayed, so just want to make sure that's a me problem, not an everybody problem.
Okay. Only alerts in Michigan right now, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, are special weather statements. They're up here in Ojibwe County as well as southern Ontonagon. This is 4 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail, so almost severe criteria up there. Again, these storms are going to be somewhat severe as they impact portions of the UP tonight, but we're really watching an all hazards threat as it rolls into the lower peninsula as the evening goes on. See if any of our chasers are active out there. Not yet. Hopefully, as storms become more closer to the system here, or closer to the shoreline here, we'll get a couple more views. Those photographs out there right now are very kinky in nature, looping around big sea shapes. So we will have to watch for a tornado threat here materializing in the next hour or two.
I believe now we are starting to get winds just off east of Milwaukee on Lake Michigan, close to near 80 miles an hour now. That might not be fully reaching the surface, but we just continue to see very strong winds over Lake Michigan moving northeast across Lake Michigan. So these storms are not going to weaken as they travel across the lake.
I can't help but notice, Drew, these storms here are moving right toward the Manistee camera.
They are.
Probably going to start seeing some lightning here soon.
Yeah, definitely with it getting darker out.
Joel, did you see the text that we just got on Discord?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
There it is. It's coming in right now.
Yep.
You're going to see it pop up on the bottom of the screen here in a second. Tornado watch has been issued. We'll have the details in here.
All the way to Jackson, Lansing, and Gaylord, all the way to the Lake Michigan shoreline. It does not include the bottom tier counties. So Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, Hillsdale, all not included within that watch.
Again, this is a tornado watch, not a tornado warning. There's a difference in the wording there. Again, a watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop. A warning means a tornado is likely ongoing or is about to be shortly. So, watch in effect through the overnight hours. We're waiting for it to pop up on the screen.
It'll be delayed for a minute or two with the watches.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that was my weather radio going off. I apologize, everyone. That goes to show you that the weather radios are an important thing to have. They are very loud. They will wake you up from a slumber, for sure. Now we're waiting to see.
It'll pop up now. Give it a second.
Yep. We're waiting to see how the capping inversion is going to break down here south of the line here. We're watching for extensions off of the front edge here for some isolated supercells. As you can see down here in central Illinois, where these storms are isolated in nature, you can see they're producing destructive winds, destructive hail right now, where there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 2.75-inch hail there in central Illinois or Pontiac. So again, if these storms do become isolated in nature, there's going to be a lot pumping into them, and we could see some significant hail reports as large as 2 to 3 inches maybe in diameter, as well as perhaps some strong tornadoes. We'll see. The southerly winds are starting to ramp up a lot too, Ryan. Actually, more southeasterly. Again, that's going to be a sign of a lot more directional shear in the lower levels of the atmosphere as we get closer to 9 o'clock. So, again, if these storms are more out of the southwest, it'd be lesser of a chance for a tornado. But again, with a southeast wind at the surface and then a west wind up there at about 2 to 3 kilometers up, maybe not even that. Again, that is a lot of changing with height with the wind direction. When we have changing in height in such a short period of time, it's going to induce a lot of spin and rotation in the atmosphere, especially with any isolated cells. So again, that is why a tornado watch has been issued. That is going to be one of the most favorable threats out there tonight, along with a line of strong damaging winds. If they're not significant tornadoes, they're going to probably be coming in the form of what are called QLCS spin-ups out there. QLCS stands for quasi-linear convective system. Basically a line of winds with a bunch of embedded notches in it, and those little notches can produce brief EF0, EF1 tornadoes, kind of like what we saw back on March 30th this year across portions of West Michigan and Southern Michigan. Yeah, it's taking forever to pop up on the bottom bar. I think you're muted, Ryan.
It's not on GR2 either, so.
Yeah.
I've got it on radar scope.
Nick!
Hi. I've been in the background.
A wild Nick has appeared.
Oh, I just got the alert on my phone.
For those asking about the southern tier of counties that didn't get the watch, we'll likely have an additional watch being issued here for the other part of Indiana, as well as those counties in South Michigan, Southwest Michigan that didn't get a watch here. So expect another one here as those storms fill in. Right now, coverage of those storms is highest there with that line crossing Lake Michigan. Further south and west there across Chicago and Joliet areas, the coverage of storms is not yet filled in. So there's a little bit of a less confidence there on that southern edge of that lines, which is likely why they're waiting just a tad bit longer to issue another watch here.
Yeah, there is 50 knots of effective bulk shear right there offshore of Van Buren and Allegan County. So it's a nice pocket of winds that could be tapped into if any storms can develop here along 196. Again, that would be Allegan, Van Buren County. So again, that's about right where the bullseye would be here in the next hour or two for perhaps a rotating supercell. Also going to take a look at helicity as well. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, helicity is going to ramp up after 9 p.m. especially. As these storms are going to start arriving.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
There you go. So there's your watch.
My app was, or my weather radio was going off when you were reading the details. How much of it did you read off? All of it? For the
What details?
For the tornado watch, yeah.
I haven't did anything yet. I haven't even looked at probabilities, honestly. I can do that here real quick.
Okay. So the tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. Obviously, it'll be canceled as the storms move from west to east, so it won't be in effect for that entire time. Few tornadoes are possible. Hail scattered up to 2-inch size possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely. 3.2 million Michiganders in this this tornado watch. Again, in effect until 3 a.m. Eastern time at the very latest for portions of northwest, lower, and west Michigan. Again, eastern Michigan not in this watch yet. Neither is the southern row of counties. We'll see more watches as the night moves on and these storms continue to grow upscale as they move onshore. So right now they're kind of meagerly moving across the lake. They're going to probably pick up intensity here soon. You're looking at velocity right now, and you can definitely see those higher velocity values are heading our way and will likely increase as we move. As Ryan mentioned, friction out there's no friction, so these winds are going to just move unimpeded across the lake waters and likely make a huge impact as they roll onshore to Oceana, Muskegon, Ottawa, perhaps Allegan County here soon.
I have the probabilities pulled up here.
Yep.
So the probability of 2 or more tornadoes across the entire watch area is at 50%. The probability of 1 or more strong EF2, EF5 tornadoes is a low at 20%. The wind probabilities, probability of 10 or more severe wind events is high at 70%. The probability of 1 or more wind events, of severe wind events, should I say, is moderate at 40%. And then for hail, 10 or more severe hail events is 50%. And then 1 or more hailstones that are 2 inches in diameter or larger is at 30%. The combined severe hail wind probability is at 90%. Probability of 6 or more combined severe hail events. So it's a moderate to high-end watch there issued from the SPC for that western half of Michigan. And I would expect those bottom tier counties that didn't get in a watch to be issued one here shortly as the storm across the northeast part of Illinois begins to fill in there and push towards southwest Michigan. Again, Joel, if you want to pan down there, you see a big chunker of a line. Further south there's not much coverage there, and that's likely due to the capping inversion that is trying to limit storms, but they're trying to get going and break that cap. So if those fill in, I would expect to watch. If they don't fill in, that could be a best case scenario there for those bottom tier counties. We'll have to kind of track that a little bit better, but right now I would expect it to fill in here.
I'm looking at Mezzo right now, and there's a capping inversion of about minus 50 to minus 75. So that's still quite the strong cap out there. On top of that, there's a lot of dry air mixing in at the surface across southwest Michigan, so that is keeping any supercells out in front of this line here across Van Buren, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Kalamazoo, and Allegan counties from forming. However, projected the next hour or two, that cap, that capping inversion is going to likely stay around what it is, so it might be just strong enough to keep prefrontal cells from developing altogether, which is going to be a good sign. But again, we'll have to see here in the hours to come, I should say. And again, don't discredit the main line itself. We could have a lot of mesovortices spinning up brief, quick tornadoes within the line as they move across the state.
What is the environment across central Illinois doing right now? Because storms are blossoming down there. There's just one section that's not really filling in, which is kind of confusing to me.
Uncapped 4,000 surface cape.
All right, I'm pulling Mezzo here. See what happens.
I will add, there is a cell that is rapidly developed just north of Chicago by Evanston, if I'm saying that right. Looks like a mini supercell that just rapidly has exploded within the past few minutes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for it, for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, it's not for Michigan, but this cell is going to be going into Lake Michigan here shortly, but definitely something that we'll be keeping an eye on here.
And here is your tornado watch now displaying on the screen. Every county in yellow is under a tornado watch. Starting from north, going to south, that includes Emmett, Sheboygan, Charlevoix, Leelanau, Antrim, Otsego, Benzie, Grand Traverse, Kalkaska, Crawford, Manistee, Wexford, Missaukee, Roscommon, Mason, Lake Osceola, Clare, Oceana, Newaygo, Mecosta, Isabella, Muskegon, Montcalm, Gratiot, Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, Allegan, Barrie, Eaton, Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, and Jackson. Every single county I just listed off, you are under a tornado watch. If your county was not mentioned, you are not under a tornado watch, but an extension is likely as the night moves on. I would have to imagine probably more in the ballpark of a severe thunderstorm watch as the tornado risk gradually goes down after midnight. So keep that in mind. We also have a chunk of northern Indiana and southern Michigan that is not in a watch yet either. That might be a tornado watch as well in the hour or two to come. So no warnings out there right now. Just one special alert statement in the UP for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. We'll go ahead and take a quick peek at that real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. It looks like there is one distinct hail core right in the center of the storm there. This will be passing just to the west of Watersmeet, right over US 2 right now. Heading up towards Sucker Lake Road and eventually towards the US 45 corridor, heading up towards Ewan and Trout Creek, as well as Bruce Crossing. So that would be southern Ontonagon County, as you can see in the tan box here, in the minutes to come. And you can see some gusty winds mixing in there, where you see the lighter blues. Again, the lighter the greens, the heavier the winds. We'll see that a lot down here in the lower peninsula as these storms move towards the shoreline. We do have a special marine warning now in effect for Lake Michigan, as these storms are now racing across the midpoint of the lake. Wind gusts in excess of 50 knots and large hail. Small boats will be capsized.
Yeah, storms are really starting to pop off there across northeast Indiana or northeast Illinois now, Joel. They're really starting to try and get up and going there.
Mm-hmm.
You have new development there near Joliet.
Joliet?
Is it Joliet or?
It's Joliet, I think.
All right, chat, you're going to have to help us out here.
I'll have to go pull up Google.
Who got it right, Joel or Ryan?
Do Joliet pronunciation.
The sirens are out where I live. Again, sirens should be your last mode of warning. You're not supposed to hear sirens inside at all. They're called outdoor warning sirens for a reason. In a day and age where technology is a thing, we do recommend to get like a Midland Weather Radio, which you heard go off here on stream from my apartment here in Isabella County. Also, weather apps on your phone. Also, the buddy system, and obviously us here at Michigan Storm Chasers are live from beginning to end for every single severe weather event. Joliet. I was the closest, everybody. Let's go.
So clap for Joel.
Mm-hmm. For reference, by the way, the emergency app did give me my alert for the tornado watch. So it's working for me, so it's better than nothing. You can download the emergency app off the App Store. It is free to download from the Red Cross. And it has what's called critical alerts. So if a tornado warning is issued, that is one of those critical alerts You can toggle the alerts to be a critical alert if you want severe thunderstorm warnings to also be critical. And those will sound if you accidentally leave your ringer on when you go to bed. So good option there for your phone. The another thing is the buddy system. So if you're not going to be paying attention to the weather tonight, call in a friend or a family member who might be paying attention to the weather, might be watching our stream, for example. And they can relay the information back to you. So put somebody in charge if need be for the buddy system. And as you can see here, these showers and thunderstorms are on Lake Michigan, this entire swath right here. The most intense storms are going to be identified in reds and pinks, which is basically this entire line. That is a sign of very heavy rain and likely some larger hail ongoing. If you switch it over to CC radar, anywhere where you see the greens and light blues are going to be where you have non-uniform objects tumbling around in the atmosphere, so that's going to be hail because it's not circular in nature. That's what we mean by non-uniform. So pretty much every single one of these storms is going to be producing at least probably severe hail, at least 1 inch in diameter. Again, the tornado watch is in effect for hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and we cannot rule out a larger hailstone than that.
Also, the South Haven camera is offline, so I don't have a camera on the west side of Michigan. So we have chasers currently positioned on Lake Michigan. We have, I believe, Cody down there. We have other people as well.
I believe we have Rob at Paw.
Okay, so we got Rob down there too. Trying to look at all our chasers here. Yeah, I see Cody's down in Berrien County. Trying to get positions. Yeah, Rob's down there in Pawpaw. We got Nick, also not Nick here on stream, but another Nick, one of our partners. He's on 94, headed that way as well. All right, not a partner, but a good old friend, Isaac. He's also down there as well. So we have a couple of people that we have communication with. I believe Cody is the one closest who will have a view of this for us.
Another thing I'll just note here quick. So with this line that's moving towards West Michigan right now, obviously we mentioned the wind and hail threat, but you can notice how dark a lot of these reds and purples are. This line's going to have very, very, very heavy rainfall rates. So for anyone that's traveling on any major roads, please reduce your speed. You do not want to be going 70 miles an hour through this stuff. You can easily hydroplane. So best just to stay at home, obviously. But if you're out, please take it slow as this line is moving through. Very heavy rainfall with this line. So
the Mattis continues to filter in there near Manistee, or above Manistee, actually.
Yeah, it is looking to start. It is starting to look a little bit more linear, quicker than it is looking supercellular. But again, we still have some prefrontals starting to try and pop up here along the front edge, mainly over Lake Michigan right now. You can see these little showers right here. But again, there's not much spacing between these prefrontals and the main line. So as of right now, it doesn't look like supercells are going to occur. But again, that is because of the capping inversion down here that is around a minus 50. So that is a moderate cap. Minus 100 would be a strong cap, and a 0 would obviously be no cap. So again, a capping inversion is like a lid on the atmosphere. You need the lid to break in order for storms to grow robust and tap into that instability that's trapped in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So when you have that cap break suddenly, it can also cause thunderstorms to fire up and become severe in about 5-10 minutes time. But if it's a gradual kind of peeling off of the band-aid for the cap, they're not going to grow upscale as much. So It looks like as of right now, it's not going to pop off. It's kind of doing the Band-Aid peeling thing right now, where it's slowly starting to erode. But that is a good thing, as we do not want to see supercells out in front of this line, because those do have the chance to produce all hazards.
Joel, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break here. I'll be back.
Okay. So Ryan is taking a break. Again, Drew and I got you covered here. Current time is 8:42 and 50 seconds. If you're watching on Twitch, you guys have the shortest delay. You're only watching about 3 to 5 seconds behind. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, you're probably about 15 to 30 seconds behind. So make sure your delay is about within a minute. If it's longer than that, make sure to refresh the stream. Make sure it is caught up. Again, the live time is down there on the bottom of the screen, as is all of your current alerts in the state of Michigan. Make sure you do like the stream if you haven't already. It helps the stream get out to more Michiganders. Share does go a long way as well. We're just getting started here tonight. It is 8:43 p.m. These storms are expected to move through the state between 9 p.m. tonight and 3 a.m. Tomorrow morning, I guess you could say. These storms go from west to east across the state at a speed of around 60 miles per hour. So anywhere you see the yellow boxes right now, those are all counties and tornado watches. As a reminder, if you're not in one of the counties in yellow, it's not a tornado watch yet. But we do expect more watches to fire up as the evening goes on. This line will grow upscale and become more bowing in nature. So it'll bow out. The winds will only increase as the night goes on. But our tornado threat and hail threat will decrease by around midnight. So we got about another 3-hour window here for tornadoes and some hail. Again, that's why a tornado watch is in effect for portions of west and northwestern lower Michigan. Looks like the special weather statement has expired up there in the UP. It just popped off on the bottom of the screen. So now the highest active alert is a tornado watch there in yellow, represented by a maroon on the bottom bar, the warning bar. Cells starting to actually, like you said, really start to fire up, break through that capping inversion in the Chicagoland area, now near Kankakee, Illinois. We're heading towards DeMotte, Lowell, Indiana, as well as Gary, Indiana here in the coming hours, and those will eventually trickle into southwest Michigan. So expect a watch incoming at some point throughout the evening into the overnight hours for northern Indiana, southern Michigan, and then any watches over here on the east side of the state probably won't be until closer to that 11 or maybe even midnight time frame. You know, watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather to be happening in the next hour, a couple hours away. A warning means those conditions are ongoing and you should be taking shelter. So if a tornado warning is issued, go immediately to your basement, lowest floor, interior room. If you do not have an interior room, go to a bathroom with a bathtub. The bathtub acts as an extra set of walls. So get inside of it, put some covers on top of you, and then you guys will be better off, safe from severe weather. Also watching velocity very closely here, as there's a lot of, I'll say it, Drew, funky business going on inside of this line. A lot of reds and greens close to each other. Again, where the reds and greens come close to each other like this, and very bright, is where we're looking for rotation. Now, not obviously in all cases here is this rotation, but it goes to show you how much shear is out there, how much effective shear, or what am I looking for here? Yeah, effective shear is out there to be used tonight, over 50 knots as it rolls into southwest Michigan. So we're really going to be watching the southwest corner of the state. Further north you are, north of Grand Rapids, north of Muskegon, it's going to be more in the way of probably quick little spin-ups. But again, there is a lot of shear out there tonight, so it would be kind of in the way of what we saw back on March 30th.
Yeah, and as that storm complex starts to get closer to the Grand Rapids radar, we will be able to better see the velocity. If there's any rotation at all, because we can best see it when it's at more of the low levels. So we'll be watching it closely as it enters West Michigan here shortly.
We got a special weather statement in effect for southwestern Houghton and eastern Ontonagon counties through 9:30 p.m., 8:30 Central, for 55-mile-per-hour winds and 0.25-inch hail. That is going to be this storm up here in the UP. We also have another alert coming in here real quick, and that is going to be... I heard another alert come in here. Gaylord. Marine warning. So Marquette's special alert statement is going to be up here for this cluster, moving up towards, or it's moving through Trout Creek right now, heading up towards Rockland, Winona. Eventually it'll be going towards Houghton probably in the next hour or two. So still strong storms going on across the UP tonight. No severe thunderstorm watches up there. It looks like the storms will be too isolated in nature to be issuing a watch, but still strong winds possible up and down the line, and perhaps some small hail. So this storm is, let's go look at our CC here real quick and see some of the yellows and greens in there where hail might be going on. Going right down the US 45 corridor right now, about to cross M28 there at Bruce Crossing. So there's a quick update on that special weather statement up there in the UP. Switch back now to our cells heading towards West Michigan. We'll likely probably be getting some warnings in here soon as it starts to cross that, again, that midpoint of the lake. It's got about another 30-ish miles left to go.
We've got a new mesoscale discussion for the storms in Illinois right now. They're expected to continue to track off to the northeast with damaging winds and hail as the main threat. But if any of these cells can be more well established as a supercell, then a tornado risk can also be realized. So, yeah, severe hail wind risk continues with increased tornado potential with any sustained supercells as they move to the northeast.
Yes, our Twitch channel is twitch.tv/MI Storm Chasers. We are live there right now if you guys would like to watch on that. Again, that is the shortest delay, so if time is of essence to you, you can watch it on Twitch. We only have just under 1,000 followers on there, so feel free to join us. We just got it. And our Discord channel, for those who might have some weather anxiety, is available as well. You can talk in our community forums on there. Discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. This whole line is expected to impact the entire lower peninsula. Whether or not it'll be severe is yet to be seen. However, it's at this point a good probability that everyone will at least see a thunderstorm tonight. So it'll be loud out there tonight. Might be a little hard to sleep, obviously. But again, signs of summer incoming as we have widespread thunder and lightning ongoing tonight. Again, for those who missed it, a couple thousand strikes per 15-minute interval are expected tonight with this batch of thunderstorms. Got a public information statement. No, that's not severe weather related. High temperature today in Traverse City was 88 degrees. It got pretty hot up there. So we have a lot of heat down there, again, because there is a drastic temperature change from the surface into the mid-levels and upper levels of the atmosphere. That's what we call CAPE, instability. The bigger the temperature change, the more we have. And so we have a lot of that out there today, as well as moisture. So dew points are near 70 degrees in some locations, otherwise mid-60s elsewhere. Drew, you look like you want to say something.
I'm just looking for the next update here shortly on the herd.
Gotcha.
Definitely noticing more rain showers starting to form ahead of that line. Just heavy rain showers, maybe some thunder and lightning, but noticing that.
As a reminder, these clouds are out shooting in front of the storm by probably 25 to 50 miles, so you could see see lightning, hear thunder, well in advance of the precipitation itself. So when thunder roars, go indoors. Again, not a good night to be outside camping. If you are camping, we understand some people are out there doing that tonight anywhere in the lower peninsula. As I mentioned, a couple thousand strikes per 50-minute interval out there tonight. Very dangerous lightning, cloud to ground. Right now we are playing what's called the wait and see game. Again, we can't tell you who exactly is going to get the strongest of wind gusts. If we had a magic crystal ball, we would let you know. But again, that is not feasible. So we are tracking live as they roll on shore. Right now, the strongest of winds heading towards Oceana and Mason County up here. You can see some of the brighter velocity signatures on radar, where the brighter reds turn to more of a brighter yellow. So we'll be heading towards Ludington and Hart here in the next couple of minutes. Does Ryan's camp still live? And if so, yes, it is. So that is looking west, using the northern extent of our massive line here. So we'll have to see here in the next 10-15 minutes if we can get a shelf cloud out of this. Again, this is live from Manistee, top of the Hampton Inn there. Installed by one of our sponsors here, Guardian Technologies, responsible for all our Skycam cams out there. To see if Ryan comes back at some point. If you do have objects outside, you still need to secure, again, damaging winds, 70 miles per hour, perhaps even upwards of 80 miles per hour possible tonight. So you do want to be taking anything inside that might blow away. Hunker down those trampolines. We don't want to see them end up in your neighbor's yard or your neighbor's wall in some cases, or even up in the power line. So keep that in mind. This is your heads up now before that happens. The clouds actually are so far out in front of the storm that from where I'm sitting here in Isabella County, I'm starting to see the tops of the clouds from these storms that are on Lake Michigan. So that just goes to show you how far the jet stream is carrying the tops of these clouds out ahead of this storm. That's about 100 to 125 miles away from the center of the updraft. So again, it goes to show you lightning is possible out in front of these storms tonight. Probably not 125 miles out in advance, but again, you could see them upwards of 20 to maybe 40 miles out in advance. So bolts from the blue is what we call them. And we have these storms in the Chicago area are really starting to break through that cap. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely really ramping up here.
Couple isolated cells in the center of southern central Lake Michigan, heading towards Allegan County, South Haven here soon. No warnings in effect right now, but we do still have tornado watches out there. Those will be out there for a while tonight.
Yeah, Joe, I will say that development in southern Lake Michigan is definitely starting to ramp up in terms of intensity as these cells move to the northeast. Looks like they'll be Mainly the storms in northeast Illinois will be eventually entering southwest Michigan. So we'll see what the environment is in store for those cells as they travel to southwest Michigan.
Well, we do still have a moment here before our severe thunderstorm warnings start popping up. I'm going to go ahead and get through some of our super chats that I might have missed. Thank you, Sarah, for the 199 super chat. I think I already did that. Red Dozier saying yay for caps and dry air. Thank you, Red. Kimberly, 199 super chat. Thank you there. Jack asking about power outages. Thumb of Michigan. How's Port Austin looking? It is looking strong storms later tonight. Again, it's a wait and see sort of game. Same thing for Alzek here with the 199 super chat. Is Kalamazoo going to get hit hard? Wait and see. Again, the strongest storms are going to be pushing into any of the lakeshore counties right now here soon. Kendall, I have a weather radio I've already set up for my county. It works if it's not plugged in. I can hear the sound, but if I plug it in, it goes all static. If static is there, well, I still get alerts. You should, ideally, in an ideal world, you should. CD, 499 super chats. Living at a trailer park, Kalamazoo. Should we go to a shelter? If it takes you a while to get there, just kind of watch the radar with us here. Right now, Kalamazoo County is still far ways away from any storm development as it stands. But we'll be watching here soon in the next hour or two. The current time is 8:58, 8:59 now. So if you know it's going to take you a little bit to get there, definitely keep an eye on the radar. We do, obviously, if we're not checking on your location, you want to see radar. There's apps to download as well, such as Radar Scope. So one-time payment of $9.99. It's the best app on the App Store you could possibly get. And it's there if you need to check the radar and we're not looking at your location. Evan with 2 back-to-back $5 super chats saying congrats on 43,000 YouTube subs. Thank you very much. Tommy asking, do you think Battle Creek's going to have a tornado? Again, we can't tell you for sure. We don't know where tornadoes are going to exactly hit. There is a chance, obviously. Same thing here with Catherine. Chance for tornadoes in Jackson County tonight. There is definitely a chance. And Haley becoming an EF0 member here on our YouTube channel. Those are all of them caught up. Again, as severe warnings come through tonight, we'll not be able to answer those because we will be locked in here on our radar and some of our chasers that will be out in the field.
Really curious, Joel, on next meso analysis update that will come in about 15 minutes here, because that will be probably the best environment we can look at right before these cells start hitting Michigan.
Yeah, there's a lot of dry air mixing in down at the surface right now. But we are actually starting to see a couple cells start to break through the cap. Right now, rain showers. Heading into Stevensville up towards St. Joseph. But this area right here, you can see there's 2 lines. There's this one back here that's kind of southwest oriented, and this one that's kind of southeast oriented. The southeast one is going to be where we see our isolated prefrontal supercells. But again, because they're so close together in nature, there's going to be a very fine window of time where they become isolated in nature before they get swallowed by that line from behind. And again, this entire line is going to be moving across the state. It is a very, very thick line of rain and hail as it stands. And you can see all of these kidney bean shapes are a sign that the atmosphere is, in a way, spinning as these storms are surface-based. The capping version is going to hinder isolated development. If the cap is too strong, right now it is moderate. It's moderate to moderate heavy, I would have to say, here in southwest Michigan. If it is going to stay like that, then it's going to make it harder for prefrontals to form. Those prefrontals are usually stronger than the line itself and can produce strong tornadoes and hail of 2 to 3 inches. But again, the values right now, again, no cap is a 0, moderate cap is a -50, and a severe cap would be 100 or lower. And right now it's around a -50. If we get to about -20 to -40, however, then we could see some cells break through the cap. Again, you have a nice forcing mechanism out there tonight. in the way of a cold front and an occluded front and a warm front in some cases here. So that extra forcing mechanism will break through that minus 50 cap. And because it's still a decent cap, you're not going to have widespread storm coverage, okay? So that means you're going to have isolated cells. Simply put, you'd rather probably have it be completely uncapped so it would just stay one line, or you'd rather have it be the other end of things where it's a strong cap and no storms develop at all. So once you get on the lesser end of things, or middle to lesser end of things, that's when you can start to see isolated supercells.
I am back, FYI.
Okay.
Do me a favor, Joel. If you want to switch my camera on the chase cam, I have my laptop hooked up with a Skycam. Or should I say a MSCHQ cam? There you go. So, there we go. That is in Lenawee County, for those wondering. Surprisingly, still no warnings issued, but that'll change here very soon. A lot of chasers out there tonight.
We do have the center point of the jet axis kicking in the backside here. You can see it rolling across the lake right now here, Ryan. Just offshore of Racine, Wisconsin, so middle part of the lake. You can see here on velocity signature where you see those brighter greens, that is a sign of stronger winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Once it starts to mix down, that could produce winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. And again, this will probably extend more further north as time goes on. The jet is only going to kick in more as the night goes on.
Hey, go ahead and take my screen if you don't mind. I have a nice sunsetty type of view here in Manistee. Facing north here, got some Mattis up there as well as the sun setting. We'll go back to the west and pan a little bit more so to the west. We're going to see that darker sky is approaching here. The storms are roughly about probably 30 to 40 miles offshore yet. Oh, lightning. We got lightning on the camera.
Nice.
It's getting closer. Let's see if we see some more. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Well, we can just sit here and watch this until the first warnings are issued.
Yeah, I'd expect warnings to be issued here fairly soon for portions of West Michigan. Looking at the radar here, probably going to be like Oceana, Mason, Muskegon counties. One of those counties likely, or multiple of those.
Ryan, do you think you get a radar update on the page real quick?
Yeah.
Sweet. Before we get any of these warnings in here. Because they're going to start coming in frequently.
It's going to be a very quick update.
Yes. Make sure to draw some arrows for storm direction.
Too late.
Okay.
I'll draw some though. It's fine.
Okay.
It's going to take me some time though.
Oh. I got alerts. I don't know what that was, but I heard a couple just come in.
Probably AFDs, honestly. Or the new SPC day
Nope.
1 came out.
Okay, well, it's still enhanced.
Yep, still enhanced. No change there. Same areas. Let's see if they've changed.
Do you see that? You guys probably didn't see that, but that was some dark orange lightning there. One of our mods could probably go back and clip that.
Yeah, we can go back and also take that.
Yeah.
Chandler has his chase camera on if you want to take Chandler too.
Chandler has his cam on?
Yep.
For chasing?
That's what he says.
Oh, nice.
They still have that 10% hatched risk for Southwest Michigan in the new SBC update, as well as the hatch for wind and hail.
So I'm in studio mode messing around right now so I can get this full. There we go. It's quite the updraft there. Do we know where he's at?
I think he's in Barron County.
Okay. I don't see his dot on radar. Cody live? Cody's not live. But he does have a view on it, it looks like. I'm trying to figure out where he's at. He said it was Berrien County, right?
I believe so.
So quick check on radar real quick. Again, this is moving into Oceana, Muskegon. Ottawa is going to be up first here.
Northwest of Dowagiac, Joel. Is where Chandler's at.
Okay, so he is... Got it. So he's on one of these prefrontal cells right here. He is repositioning right now for a better view. Sounds good. And these storms now in Chicago are producing destructive... It's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts now. So this is what's to come for southwest Michigan. I would expect to watch here momentarily as these are starting to approach southwest Michigan within the next hour. Otherwise, we're watching very closely Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, and Ottawa are going to be up first, probably for a severe thunderstorm warning here very, very soon.
Oh, that's my county, Joel.
It is.
For those who do not know, I live in Ottawa County, so...
Just making sure some of our chasers are in position. Do we have an update on Mezzo yet? We do not.
Not yet. Should be coming in soon, though.
Yeah.
Starting to notice, Joel, really pocket of winds starting to come into frame here slowly. We'll get a better representation of this as it gets closer, obviously. But in the center part of Lake Michigan, just west of Holland, really intense winds there.
Yeah, and I will say this real quick, Drew. You can see for yourself here on radar, you have storms moving in two separate directions. When we have these storms doing something like that, where we have them interact, you can have some very quick spin-ups. Again, you have winds moving in from the west and winds moving in from the south. Again, you move them together like that, you can create a quick 90-degree rotation, and that will spin up something very, very brief, very, very quick. So if you're in Ottawa County, you would probably want to be on alert for this as this Boeing segment heads your way, as well as Muskegon County, and again, mentioning Oceana County up there in the northern extent. Could be as far north as Mason County and perhaps southern Manistee County, but we'll have to see. I'm going to go to the Green Bay radar real quick. See if there's a good view on any of the mesovortices over the lake. Yeah, actually we'll be heading towards Manistee here soon. Kind of lesser of an extent for severe as it stands right now, but again, that can change over the next
Getting both on
hour.
Manistee, by the way.
Who's speaking? Is that Ryan?
Yes.
What's up, Ryan?
The Manistee camera is lighting up with lightning. Got a lot of bolts happening right now, actually.
Sweet. We have a severe report coming in from Ontonagon County. Bruce Crossing there, which we mentioned here earlier. Thunderstorm wind damage. Large tree down on US 45 in Himanka Hill Road. So that is up there, Bruce Crossing, central Ontonagon County. Right up here. Again, that is some strong storms heading up into Houghton area. Not severe warned at the current time, but you can definitely tell this is going to, our line down here in the lower peninsula is going to be packing quite a punch here very soon, as it's starting to bow out even more as that real inflow jet starts to pick up.
Joel, I'm watching that mesovortice. Looks like just offshore of Ottawa and Allegan County. Also, good. Take Manistee. We got a lot of bolt lightning happening here. Yeah, that's what I'm watching right there. But just leave it on Manistee here. There's a lot of lightning incoming on this camera.
Yep.
I had a streak across the sky a little bit ago.
So as things continue, we'll start to ramp up here shortly in terms of warnings. Like we were mentioning earlier on, please don't spam towns or anything. As we get busier here, we're going to be focused on the warnings and the areas that are going to be impacted here. So your town is most likely going to be impacted by these storms, whether it's going to be severe or not. We will be covering it as these storms, travel across the state. So
a good rule of thumb with that as well is if we're not talking about your specific general area, you're most likely not in the immediate risk. Now, with the line stretching from about the UP down to about Kalamazoo here, we're going to be talking about a lot of places. So just because we're not talking about you in the next, 60 seconds, we're going to bounce around a lot tonight as we're covering these storms. So as Drew said, please keep asking for your towns to a minimum. We're not going to be able to see and keep up with all those. We have probably close to 5,000 people watching us in total here, and chat's lighting up here. So we don't want to be rude, but we don't have time to look and answer everybody's questions here in chat. So we're going to cover this as best as possible. But go ahead, Drew.
Mesoanalysis just updated.
Okay. We have actually 7,000 people watching us right now between the 4 platforms. So we have a lot of people on here. We'll likely increase into the evening as we get severe warnings issued here. So appreciate you guys watching, supporting. All we ask is you please do not spam the chat here. If it gets too bad, we'll have to slow the chat down because that does also lag us out sometimes too. So bear with us.
Yeah, this is quite the RIJ here coming in. That is... Oh, wow. Look at that. So, for reference, this is 6,000 feet above the ground over central Lake Michigan. What you're seeing right now in these pink pixels is winds of 107 miles per hour moving across the lake right now. Again, that's at 6,000 feet off the ground. So, it's not quite mixing to the ground, but we're likely going to see some destructive winds moving in here towards Grand Haven, Holland, Allendale, Jenison, Ravenna, Muskegon here soon. If you know you are in Muskegon in Ottawa County, now is your heads up. This is going to be destructive winds moving into your location, especially if they start moving down towards the ground. If you guys remember, on June 25th last year, Muskegon County, we saw something similar to this as it rolled in from the northwest. This is the exact same colors that we're seeing in this one. And again, as a reminder, that storm issued had some severe thunderstorm warning destructive issued. A reminder as well is severe thunderstorm warnings do come in different levels. We have the normal severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. You also have considerable for 70 mile per hour winds and or 1.75 inch hail, and then destructive severe thunderstorm warnings is reserved for 80 mile per hour winds and 2.75 inch hail. If this blob of blue continues towards West Michigan, this will likely get at least a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on it. Again, this is your heads up now. It is still 20 miles offshore, but it is racing off to the east, northeast. It's kind of sliding a little bit towards the north, so this is actually going to take a beeline towards Grand Haven and Ravenna. And eventually Muskegon as well. So unfortunately, some of these same places that got hit last summer. So again, this is Getting close now to the land. We do want to be making sure people are alerted, so please share the stream with your friends and family, especially if you know anyone in this area. If you do not know anybody in this side of the state, a like goes a long ways. That helps the algorithm bump it to more Michiganders. We do have a special weather statement now coming in for Menominee County, and a
A
severe
new
thunderstorm
considerable
warning
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
coming in for the West Michigan shoreline. So, special weather statement came in from Menominee County up there. But the main thing right now is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. And as mentioned, it was going to be at least a considerable, probably, and so far they have issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep, and the counties on that, we have multiple counties. We have Ottawa, Mason, Muskegon, and Oceana counties until 10:45 p.m. Eastern time. 70-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, so not severe hail at this time. That could change, but also the tag for a possible tornado on these storms. So it has begun. Also, Manistee camera has a lot of lightning on it. If you want to kind of flip back and forth, we can between that. A lot of good shots here. But this storm is still on water, which is good news. We have a little bit of time before it reaches land. But this is your early heads up as these storms approach you. West part of Michigan here, you're on deck here as these storms are now severe warned.
So the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued that severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County, Mason County, Muskegon County, and Oceana County until 10:45 p.m. At 9:15 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 19 miles northwest of Ludington State Park to 23 miles southwest of Montague to 38 miles east of Wind Point. Moving east at 55 miles per hour, this is 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter, radar indicated. Locations impacted. These are the following cities under the severe thunderstorm warning. Obviously, if you know you live in any four of these counties, you're in it. But just to list some cities to catch your guys' ears: Muskegon, Holland, Grand Haven, Ludington, Hart, Walker. We also have Shelby, Muskegon Heights, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Coopersville, Roosevelt, Park, North Muskegon, Ferrysburg, Whitehall, Montague, Spring Lake, Lakewood Club, Ravenna, Scottville, just to name a few. Remain alert for possible tornado as well. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Again, damage threat is considerable with a tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and 0.75-inch hail. If you live in this orange box with a red outline, that is your severe thunderstorm warning. This is closing in very quickly on Mason and Oceana County first. So you have about 5 minutes probably here for Stony Lake and Pentwater as well as Ludington. So as 5, maybe closer to 10 minutes. Again, it's racing off to the east at 55. So at least it's not racing off to the east at 70 yet, which is highway speed. But we can see it pick up intensity as the night goes on.
I will note too that that line is rapidly catching up to those leading cells that were right in front of it, right offshore of Ottawa and Allegan County as well.
Yeah, I would be very shocked if we don't have a watch here for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale very soon. These storms, even in Indiana and Illinois, are producing quarter-sized hail, and as well as, yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of lightning on this camera, dude. It's like almost nonstop.
That's crazy.
But these storms across the Illinois-Indiana border pushing up toward Berrien County are severe. So even though there's no tornado watch or severe watch in effect, you guys still have severe storms coming your way. So again, that's Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale. Again, this line is filled in there. There's currently no watch in effect, but there needs to be one if there isn't one soon.
I'm putting the radar up in the bottom corner as well. We do have a split screen option.
Yeah, the good news right now, guys, is as it sits as of 9:21 p.m. here, the storms that are severe warned are still over the lake. They're not yet arrived on shore. They're going to arrive here very shortly, but we have some time here before we get really, cracking down on cities here. But just a general idea of where these storms are heading. So anywhere from Holland to Grand Haven to Norton Shores, Muskegon, Whitehall, Hart, Shelby Township, Ludington, all the way up here just south of the Manistee area. Those are the immediate lakeshore areas that are going to be impacted here. Further east inland, we do have Fountain, Custer, Scottville, Colfax, Elbridge, Ferry, New Era, Rothbury, Holton, Moreland, Sullivan, Ravenna, Coopersville, Robinson, Port Sheldon, Zeeland, Holland, and Hudsonville. Any place between those areas just listed. Those are the towns that are on deck here for severe weather in terms of mainly damaging winds, but also the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado with this line as it approaches your area. I also want to point out the fact this line is moving at 55 miles per hour. So we expected this. In Wisconsin, they're moving about 35, 40. Now they're going 55. Wouldn't be shocked that continues to speed up close to 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour with their storm speeds as we get later on in the evening as the low-level jet kicks up above our heads and ramps up our wind shear. That'll also drive these storms to be faster.
Yeah, some of these, they're starting to see some more prefrontals down here in southwest Michigan, finally heading into Van Buren, but they're not severe yet, which is a good sign. So Allegan County be on alert as well for some prefrontals, not severe warned yet. We're also watching perhaps some significant hail moving in soon. This would probably clip the southern extent of Ottawa County. You can see over here, over the lake, where you see those purples turning to blacks, those are going to be your heaviest rain and perhaps even significant hail. As indicated here on CC radar, you can see it's mixing into greens and blues. That lightning is insane. I'm going to keep that up there on the bottom for like probably a while.
Yep. This is insanity. When the lightning flashes in the distance there, it's a little hard to make out, but there's also, you can see the shelf or low-hanging scud clouds there, way tucked in there. So hopefully this storm arrives here. It will arrive in the next couple of probably 20 to 30 minutes. We'll have some daylight left to watch it roll in. Also, I want to flip this over here to the North Manistee camera. Not much going on there besides a little bit of a globe of sunset, but we'll keep it right here in the West Cam. Yeah, guys, again, if you're asking about your locations in the chat here, due to the nature of tonight's severe events, can be widespread in nature. If we're not talking about your area immediately, that's a good sign. But again, we're not going to be able to get to chat and answer all you guys' questions here. We have currently 13,000 of you guys watching us right now. So this chat's kind of scrolling by way too fast to keep up with it. So I apologize. We can't get to all your questions. But again, take it seriously. This thread is moving on shore right now. We'll be tracking this as it does so.
Hey, Ryan, Cody's on video right now.
That's going to be a Joel thing.
All right.
1 sec.
It's like he's on the highway here.
There we go. Yeah, Cody's down there in the Berrien and Van Buren County areas, which is far southwest Michigan. Storms have a little bit to go until they get to his location, so he's got some time there. But we do have Cody with us now as the storms approach in the next half hour to hour. Gosh, that lightning is gorgeous.
It's very smooth. I'm glad we have it in 60 frames per second. We'll go back to radar here in just a second. Storms are just about to come on shore in the next 5 minutes. We still got a little bit of time here, unless you are up here in Stony Lake and Hart. So that would be Oceana County. So if you're in western Oceana County, you have mere minutes before perhaps 70 mile per hour winds moves on shore.
I'm going to go ahead and mark this at 9:26. We currently have 1,410 people out of power in the state of Michigan. Mainly, most of those are actually toward the Flint and Tri-Cities area. These are not storm related. I just want to point that out right now. We have 1,400 people out of power via Consumers Energy. So as these storms arrive, we'll have to keep track of that and see if we're rising or if we're falling. So a good indicator of if severe winds are actually happening with these storms. So again, we have Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, and Ottawa counties, the entirety of each county I just listed, within a severe warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a potential for a spin-up tornado. Wow. That was a huge bolt.
That took yours off. I'm sorry.
Oh, man, that was a huge bolt. Mark the timestamp on that, 9:27 and about 40 seconds. I got to go back and grab that later.
Drew, how close is that getting to your place?
Somewhat close. I mean, the line hasn't hit the lake shore yet, but based on the trajectory of it, definitely will get hit here and eventually.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've had any lightning or good mammatus yet.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, in my basement right now, I don't have any windows to
That's
look at,
true.
so.
That's true.
Yeah, we have going back to the radar here, Joel. We do have a pocket of what looks to be 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, about 4,000 feet off the surface, moving toward Muskegon County and also Ottawa County here. So these winds, even though they're a little bit off the ground still, they are pretty strong up there. We'll see how they interact with each other here as they move on shore here. But I would expect there to be numerous outages here across the Muskegon, Ottawa County areas as this line pushes eastward here.
Yeah, I'm highlighting it with this box here. That is the area you're watching, where you see those very, very bright greens colliding with those bright reds. We also have to watch underneath where these winds are overcutting the southerly winds. We could see some brief spin-ups all up and down this line with how much shear and helicity we have out there this evening.
New tornado watch now for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph counties until 3 a.m. Eastern. So there you go. The entirety of western Michigan is underneath a watch now. Now a new warning coming in further north.
And there it is. National Weather Service.
Benzie, Manistee County. Sorry, go ahead, Joel.
Yep. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Benzie County and Manistee County until 10:45 p.m. This is in effect. It starts at 9:28 p.m. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 9 miles east of Sturgeon Bay to 27 miles northwest of Orchard Beach State Park to near Montague, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We have 6-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail possible. Radar indicated. Expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. And a reminder, tornado watch is still in effect. There's no tornado possible with this storm, just 6-mile-per-hour winds. As those storms roll into Manistee, which is on the camera there in the bottom left of the screen, as that lightning just lights up everything. So we have 6 counties now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
I'd like to note quick, you can start to see little bows or notches in front of that line.
Yeah, I'm watching that closely.
Yeah. Getting a little
There's an area there directly offshore. Sorry, Drew.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Directly offshore in Grand Haven, there's an area there that looks a little suspicious. Moving in, looks to be just toward the Muskegon, just a little bit north of Muskegon area. We're going to watch that closely. Joel, I do have a zoomed in look here. I'll be watching that moving toward the Muskegon area. I'll keep an eye on it if you want to kind of bounce around.
Okay. I'm going to go quickly to our friends up north because it is important that they stay alert up here. Lance, who they had some flash flooding last night due to some 4 inches of rain You have now a hail maker perhaps moving in to your neck of the woods with some, I believe that's going to be some 50 to 50 mile per hour winds, so near severe criteria there. We have some gusty winds moving across Dickinson County right now, and of course Menominee County. In effect, special weather statement for 40 mile per hour winds, half-inch hail. So just a quick update for the UP there if you're watching from the UP. Otherwise, all the severe warnings right now are in the lower peninsula for this behemoth of a line as it moves into West Michigan. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on your screen where you have the orange illuminated by a red outline. The bottom left corner there, you can see our Manistee cam with lightning lighting up the sky. Again, our lightning rate is going to be a couple thousand strikes per 15-minute interval tonight. Very electric. Please do not be outside. If you are camping, you need to be taking shelter from these thunderstorms. Even if they're not severe, lightning is one of nature's leading killers. For reference, the line of storms here that is part of the symptotic system does not care about the capping inversion. This is already packing a punch. It will not matter. The only thing that matters is if we have surface-based supercells. So that's why these storms are not going to be slowing down anytime soon. They will race across West Michigan. They will race across Central Michigan and eventually into Northeast Lower as well as the east side of the state. So just because you don't have storms now does not mean you will down the road. Again, our timing map was on our page all day today, starting with West Michigan here at 9 o'clock, and it's now 9:30. And continuing into the east side of the state by midnight, and then 1 a.m. start time for over towards the thumb in eastern Michigan.
Van Buren, Allegan, new severe warning incoming.
I heard that pop
Just
on the
let you-
screen.
Tornado watch has come in with all the hazards for SBC.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, we got golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds, possible tornado tag on this warning for Allegan and Van Buren counties. And it's for an hour and 26 minutes. It expires at 11 p.m. Eastern. Again, golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds. In fact, hold that tornado warning. We have a tornado warning incoming.
Tornado warning.
Muskegon.
A new
Newaygo,
tornado
Ottawa.
warning has been issued.
Wow.
Here we go. This went from 0 to 100 really quick.
Yep.
So, tornado warning now for Muskegon and Ottawa counties. Radar indicated also parts of Newaygo County, southwestern Newaygo, until 10:15 p.m. Severe storms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located 10 miles west of Grand Haven, 14 miles southwest of Muskegon, moving northeast at 55. Hazard is tornado as well as quarter-size hail. Again, radar indicated it is not a confirmed warning, so there's no confirmation of that. But we just talked about like 5 minutes ago about a little bit of a suspicious spot there offshore Muskegon. This is exactly why they warned this. That little suspicious area is moving on shore here in the next about 5 or 10 minutes.
And there is your box on the screen designated in red. Mentioned in effect till 10:15. This is a squall line that will be producing tornadic-like damage. Whether or not it's a tornado or straight line winds, it's going to be creating tree damage nonetheless. So treat this, no matter where you are in these severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, as if a tornado was on the ground. And you can see this is the Boeing segment that we're talking about here. This entire Boeing segment could have embedded vortices within it. This is probably one of the first tornado warnings we've seen immediately along the lakeshore in quite some time, Ryan. So it just goes to show you how rare we get of an event like this where you have tornado possibilities within a damaging squall line. We're also watching perhaps a supercell developing, embedded supercell developing offshore of Holland. Look at those velocity signatures there, just to the southwest of Holland right now.
New marine warning for the storms offshore further north. Waterspout possible. So we have numerous areas here we're tracking. So bear with us here, guys. We're going to have eyes here on the radar. Trying to figure that out. So yeah, it's a pretty large area offshore of Traverse City, Empire, Frankfurt, Manistee area. Waterspout possible with those storms approaching the Manistee area. Also, going back to that one warning that got interrupted by that tornado warning, again, I just want to reiterate that that's golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and a possible tornado for all of Van Buren and all of Allegan counties. Places included South Haven, Allegan, Wayland, Dorr, Douglas, Plainwell, Paw Paw, Almena, Covert. You guys all need to be inside, away from windows. Wouldn't be a bad idea to head to your shelter as these storms move your way. And that goes for anybody with any warning, whether severe or tornadic. These storms mean business. Take them seriously. Good idea would be to shelter in place, regardless of if it's severe or a tornado warning tonight. Also, if you're hearing sirens, some counties will sound their sirens based on severe warning criteria. Some sound at golf ball size hail, some sound it for 70 miles per hour winds, others sound only for tornado warnings. It all is at the discretion of your local county EMA. So some counties will sound sirens, others will not.
Ryan, I'm going to give a quick update with that tornado watch in southern Michigan. Moderate risk for 50% chance of tornadoes. I just had the other part. Moderate chance of significant tornadoes, and this would be for Barron County, St. Joseph, and Cass County. Moderate chance of severe wind gusts, moderate chance of significant severe wind gusts, and moderate chance of hail, and moderate chance of hail being over 2 inches in diameter. Once again, that's for Barron County, Cass County, and St. Joseph County.
Yeah, I have not seen a radar signature like this in a long time, but again, this is quite the Boeing segment here, with likely probably some hail mixing in with that as well, although probably not as important as here's your damaging wind swath here. This is what I was looking for. Zooming into this blue speck right here, this is 91.7 mile per hour winds at 3,100 feet off the ground. Again, that is barreling into Grand Haven here in the next 5 minutes, as well as Norton Shores and Muskegon. So very heavily populated areas. If you know anyone here, please tell them to take shelter immediately. Again, tornado warning in effect for Muskegon, Grand Haven, Ravenna, Grant. Our very own Nick, hopefully is taking shelter, so is heading right for him. Drew, this is just to the north of you as well, so definitely be on alert, especially if it goes south.
Watching that cell by Holland right now.
Yeah, we're also watching this one down here. You can see I'm circling it with this white box here. That is what could be an embedded supercell here soon. If you flip it back over to base reflectivity, you can actually see that, how it's wrapping in like that. That is a monster of a storm, and that will be heading up into central Ottawa County eventually as time moves on. So Grand Rapids, Big Rapids, Ionia, Hastings, Kalamazoo, all of these cities, you can see what's coming your way. You should be preparing now for destructive winds, large hail, and perhaps embedded tornadoes. We also now have the cap breaking in Van Buren County. We have a prefrontal supercell passing through Breedsville, Bangor, and South Haven. Not rotating yet, but it could go from 0 to 100 very quickly here. More cells also firing down the line near Niles, Cassopolis, Decatur, and Paw Paw. These are all going to be isolated nature as well. So a lot of hazards out, a lot of different storms out there that we're tracking all up and down this line. Again, as we mentioned here a couple minutes ago, we should be treating this as if a tornado were on the ground, no matter where you are in this line of storms. As this is producing 70 mile per hour winds, as denoted by the severe thunderstorm warning. That's the severe thunderstorm warnings that are highlighted in orange with the red outline. That's 70 mile per hour winds. We also, in this case down here in Allegan, Van Buren County, could be seeing some golf ball size hail, which is 1.75 inches in diameter. So that's a double dip considerable severe thunderstorm warning, Drew and Ryan. It's considerable for both hazards. Our Manistee cam right now is getting quite the workout. That is a live view from Manistee, which is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds up there, as well as Benzie County, Beulah, south of Empire, Lake Ann, Thompsonville, Onekama, and Wellston. There's some cities in that. Ryan, you look like you want to say something. You're muted.
I was going to. I'm going to hold my peace for now.
Okay.
I will actually. I'll say this. Muskegon, area of potential rotation here, heading right for Muskegon. It's not tight by chance, by right now at least, but it would be the area of most concern. So if you're in Muskegon, Muskegon County, really, Wolf Lake, Ravenna areas, you guys need to be inside, away from windows. That's going to be the area. If there's going to be a snap tornado, it's going to be right along that line there with those greens and reds coming together. Right now, we see a lot of bright greens. We don't see bright reds. We see a bright red, we get concerned. But for right now, that'd be the area we're going to watch very closely here for anything that spins up.
And this is now moving on shore. So Grand Haven, Fruitport, Norton Shores, Muskegon, Muskegon Heights, Wolf Lake, Mainly the first 5 I said. Wolf Lake, you still have a couple minutes, but your time to take shelter was a couple minutes ago. This is now on your doorstep. You should be taking shelter lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Please, if you are in a trailer, you had no time to relocate, please get into a bathtub and protect yourself from collapsing, I guess you could say, roofs if there is a tornado on the ground here. Again, tornado warning in effect for Muskegon, northern Ottawa, southwestern Newaygo County. Newaygo County, you still have some time, but you understand here, Grant, Newaygo inside of that red polygon at the current time. Holton, as well as Fremont just outside of it. So prepare now. Sirens are probably sounding up there in Newaygo County, and this is heading your way. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with the storm, along with a couple tornadoes.
Just to let you know, Joel and Ryan, I might head outside here shortly to give you guys a view here.
Okay.
This line's getting really close to my house.
I wouldn't be shocked if they go destructive warning on this. I don't know if that's going to be an overlap there, but Grand Haven, very, very potent cell there. Very, very potent line moving in. Would not be shocked if we upgrade to a destructive warning.
Storm motion vector 247 at 48, Ryan.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's for the tornado warning.
Okay, what was it? 247?
247 at 48.
Thank you.
Yep. So hovering over one of these pixels here, that's 94-mile-per-hour winds at 2,500 feet off the ground. So it is likely some of these are mixing to the ground. I'm sure one of the guys here will probably be pulling up the consumer's energy outage map here very soon.
I'm on it. I'm already watching it.
Yeah.
Nothing yet, but we're about to probably light up here like a Christmas tree if I had to imagine.
Those gusty winds are now moving on shore through the US 31 corridor north of New Era, Shelby, Hart, Pentwater up towards Ludington. Manistee, you got a couple more minutes here. You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, it's getting very dark very quick. You can almost see a little bit of perhaps maybe some shelf cloud action going on within the lightning strikes. It's kind of tough to tell there, but it looks kind of scuddy as well. One thing to note, our sky cam there, if it does get struck by lightning, it does have protection, I believe. So
It does.
it might happen again with how electric it is. You can see you're getting upwards of 3 to 4 strikes per second in some cases there. So it is very electric.
You can see that shelf cloud buried in there on the left side of your screen very clearly when the lightning lights it up.
Joel, Ryan, there's a, sorry to interrupt, but there's a cell by South Haven has some rotation on it.
That's our prefrontal, right? Wow, that
Yep.
went.
Yep. Yeah, check that out. South Haven. Good call there, Drew. Right on the border of Allegan and Van Buren counties, southern part of Allegan County. Good rotation in that individual cell. I'll have to watch that one very, very carefully because those cells by themselves have a better chance of producing tornadoes, and they could also be strong in nature with the environment at hand. So we'll have to see what it does, but hopefully this doesn't get too bad. That's a little bit of a concerning sign there.
Yeah, that cell's heading right to my area. I'm gonna head outside here, give you guys a view here. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't want to wait too long, obviously. So, I'm gonna hop off here and I'll join on video here shortly.
Sounds good.
All right.
So currently up here, Manistee, storm's about to arrive up there on shore. It's pushing closer and closer to shore. So Manistee, Ludington, Amber, Hart, Shelby Township, Colfax, Whitehall, Holton, Muskegon, Grand Haven, Port Sheldon, Hudsonville, Casnovia, Ashland, Zeeland, Obereisel, Dorr, Wayland, Allegan, Plainwell, Almena, Covert, and Paw Paw. Any place between what the names I just listed. You guys are underneath a severe or a tornado warning if you are up by Muskegon. Please stay indoors, away from windows, lowest floor of your house. Joel, what is happening on the screen left side there? It's hard to tell. You see it? Pull Manistee full if you can. I may have a funnel cloud there. It's really hard to tell. That it might be scud, but a decent funnel-shaped scud or perhaps a funnel directly. Right there, my mouse is at.
I see that, yeah.
Looks like it might be just scud, but it was a bowl shape there for a brief second. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, it's up there in Manistee. We're also watching this has been trying to wrap up here on the southern side of the cell, heading towards Holland still. You can see there's some very intense inflow on the RFD side. It's basically an RFD surge on the back side of the cell here. That would be
Joel,
heading
guys, I got a view right now.
into Holland on your storm chasing cam. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Do not have.
Yeah, I'll have it up here in just a sec.
Okay. A tornado warning in effect for those who are just tuning in. This is for Muskegon County, southern Muskegon, northern Ottawa, and even southwestern Newaygo County. We actually now have 100-mile-per-hour wind pixels at 2,600 feet, heading directly into Grand Haven and Ferrysburg right now as we speak. This is going to also be heading towards Fruitport, moving kind of towards through North Shores right now, Muskegon as well. Again, embedded embedded
Got a view
winds.
right now.
Okay, got you.
This is right outside of my house right here. Lots and lots of lightning.
Camera's out of focus just a little bit.
This would be in Jenison, Michigan.
Drew, your camera's out of focus. This is heaviest is the wind right now. By the way, is heading towards or is now moving into
Easily
Fruitport.
getting flashes here every 3 seconds, and it's rapidly increasing. Not seeing a shelf at all with this line right now. It's really hard to tell with how dark it is. And for some reason, our light.
We're gonna go ahead and go back to the radar here real quick. It's so strong. I can't speak. Such strong winds right now that the velocity actually has gone inverted on itself. So that is indicative of some very strong winds moving through Grand Haven, heading into Fruitport right now. And tornado warning in effect
Also,
in that red box. Go ahead.
also, that Allegan County cell by itself is really intriguing me. I don't like the look of that.
Yeah, this one down here.
Yep.
Well, there's two. There's one offshore and then there's one onshore. We're also watching further south development as well, Ryan. Across most of Van Buren County, you could have cell, lining up very quick. Again, SDP parameters, significant tornado parameters, maxing out through midnight. So we still have another 2 to 3 hour window here where we could see some significant tornadoes possible, along with some 2-inch hail. I wish our velocity was working. This is tough to take a measurement if it's inverted on itself. But again, anywhere where you see these orange boxes with the red outline, that's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Allegan, Van Buren as well in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75-inch hail. And each of these severe thunderstorm warnings lists a tornado as possible. You should treat this as if a tornado is on the ground, especially if you're here in Muskegon, Ottawa County, where there is a tornado warning in effect. This is also moving into southwestern Newaygo County, south of White Cloud. Eventually, this will be heading towards northern Kent County, so Rockford, Cedar Springs, Kent City, Sparta, Sand Lake, perhaps even Howard City and Trufant, and maybe even Northview. This is where the winds are heading. And then eventually into Montcalm County. And we're also watching this cell right now that is trying to get its act together, heading towards Holland still. It's taking its grand old time out there, but you know, that's a good thing. Hopefully it falls apart before it gets there. And obviously we have the prefrontal cells trying to fire across Allegan County right now, heading in towards Fenville.
Joel, first update from Consumers Energy. We will jump from 1,200 to 4,000 people. Numerous outages in southern Muskegon County coming in now, as well as down by Holland. So these winds are reaching on the ground. Radar Omega here does have those winds not inverted. I'm getting anywhere from 90 miles an hour at 2,500 feet off the ground. This would not be, again, shocked to see this upgrade to destructive warning if it has not been already, has not been. So I would not be shocked if they issue a destructive warning for this particular zone. Grand Haven right now, you guys are getting rocked by these winds. So I hope you guys are in your shelters. Sullivan, Moreland, Ravenna, Coopersville across I-96. You guys are up next with these winds heading your way at about 50 to 60 miles per hour.
Here's the full zoomed out view for you guys. If you're still in Eastern Michigan, you got a long time to wait. You can kind of see what's happening, though.
I'm going to be on here for a few more seconds here. If you want to put me out one more time, line is potentially at the shelf taking over me right now. I'll be heading in here shortly, so if you want it to be quick, I'll be on.
A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Destructive.
Destructive, all of Kent, and it appears to be all of Newaygo. 80-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornado tag. That's going to be that for that cell that's currently in Grand Haven. So again, that is exactly what we expected. Also, a nice looking cloud here on the Manistee cam if you want to take that. There is a lot going on.
Put it back in the corner.
Yeah, Drew's also wanted to come back on too. So we have a lot going on here, guys. Bear with us.
We're going to do our best to cover every single warning. This is your new box here flashing on the screen. That is your destructive severe thunderstorm warning. All of Newaygo and Kent County. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning destructive for Kent and Newaygo until 11:15 p.m. At 9:51 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Shelby to 6 miles west of Coopersville to 5 miles west of Holland State Park, moving east at 65 miles per hour. These are destructive thunderstorms for Kent and Newaygo counties. It's a particularly dangerous situation. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Locations impacted by this destructive severe thunderstorm warning include Grand Rapids, Newaygo, White Cloud, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Rockford, Sparta, Fremont, Lowell, Caledonia, Hesperia, Grant, GR, International Airport, Ada, Grattan, Cedar Springs, and Croton. Tornado watch remains in effect till 3 a.m. Remain alert for possible tornadoes. They can develop at any time from severe thunderstorms. To repeat, this is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And we have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Berrien and Cass. Because this is hitting a lot of very populated areas, again, we do appreciate if you hit the like button, hit the share button, get the word out to as many Michiganders as possible, even if you don't have anyone in the area. These are 70 to 80 mile per hour winds impacting portions of the state. We've been letting you guys know for the past 3 to 4 days here on our page that this was going to happen, and now we are here, now casting it in real time. Tornado warning still in effect here for Muskegon, northern Ottawa, and southwestern Newaygo County, and that is in effect until 10:15. So we still got another 20 minutes on that as well. National Weather Service has issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and Berrien until 11 p.m. This is this box down here in the southwest corner of the state. At 9:53 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 15 miles west of Stevensville to near town of Pines, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, radar indicated. For your protection, move to lowest floor if you have a basement, otherwise lowest floor interior room of a building. Tornado watch remains in effect here. If you are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so Newaygo and Kent right now, that is going to be that's going to sound the alerts on your phone, your WEAs, as well as sound some of the sirens. I know Kent County's policy there is they sound all the sirens county-wide. I see the Manistee cam is getting absolutely rocked right now.
I'm back, guys.
I'll take you back in here, Drew. Thank you. Sorry, we had a lot of alerts come in when you're trying to get your cam set up, including a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and Newaygo.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. Let's hit that warning up there. Take the Manistee cam full, actually. It's getting rocked right now.
Yep.
This is, again, in Manistee on Lake Michigan at the Hampton Inn. Camera is installed here by Guardian Technologies based out of Burton. Absolutely insanity with the lightning there. Going back down here to Muskegon and Ottawa counties, Again, Grand Haven getting the bulk of the severe winds currently, although this line is about to push into Moreland, Ravenna, and Coopersville, Bridgeton, Newaygo, Ashland, Casanova, Wright, and eventually Grand Rapids metro areas. Again, this is going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Downstream in Kent and Newaygo counties, it's a destructive severe warning with 80-mile-per-hour winds as well as a tornado possible on this particular line. This is not a good situation here for West Michigan. And looking at the radar too, Joel, it is bowing out with the RIJ, the rear inflow jet, really starting to crank this out. So this is not a good situation at all.
Mm. Wow. You can see the rain curtains actually blowing in too on there.
I'm going to try flipping this to the north cam.
If you guys want me to, I can go back out there to give you a view.
No, you're good. We would rather have you stay inside with this storm barreling down.
Totally.
Do you hear the sirens at your place there, Drew?
No, we do have a tornado siren about a mile away from my house, so
Okay.
obviously they're designed for outdoors, but with it so close to my house, I might be able to hear it from over here.
All right, Ryan. We're gonna go ahead and take the radar back full
Yep, go for it.
and put you back in the corner there, because again, this is critical information right now for the damaging winds, which are now crossing into Ravenna. You can see the highest wind right now over Fruitport, barreling down 96. Tornado warning updated.
New
Has
information.
trimmed
This tornado
Muskegon.
warning has been updated.
Has trimmed to Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven, no longer in the tornado warning. Continues for Ravenna, Grant. Also watching a little notch right there near Ravenna. Either way, this storm you can see it's picking up dirt and something along the front edge of it, because you can see where these yellows and greens are up and down the line. It's likely picking up dirt, not debris hopefully, but again, a lot of dirt, probably birds stuck in the storm. It's gusting out very quickly into Coopersville and Allendale right now. Moving again at about 60 miles per hour. That tornado warning is labeled in red. Respect the polygon. If you're inside that red box, please be taking shelter. Wait till the storm has passed and the warning has expired before coming out of your shelter. As mentioned, the rear inflow jet is kicking right in the back side of the storm right here, right through Muskegon. So right where that notch, or right where the Boeing segment comes forward, is where going to be the strongest winds are at, and that is what we're seeing. It's going to be hitting the panhandle of Ottawa County the strongest. Ravenna, as mentioned. Kent City, Sparta, Cedar Springs, Rockford, Northview, Grand Rapids up next, as well as Walker, Wyoming, Jenison, Hudsonville, Granville, and down towards Zeeland and Jamestown. So this is a tornado warning level 1 out of 4. Radar indicated. Bunch of notches up and down this line that could produce a tornado at any time. Should be taking shelter. Again, lowest floor of the building. Protect your head as necessary. We also have these prefrontal cells down here that are watching in southern Michigan right now. Not really anything too not catching my eye too much, but again, we do have stronger winds moving in. Stronger winds moving in here towards Glen and South Haven. We also have this notch here inside the middle of the storm. It's kind of a weird spot for it.
Right.
That would be heading right to the north side of Holland, towards, I believe that's going to be Holland West Ottawa High School over there. So heading right towards 160th, heading going to be right down Riley Street, Greenlee Street, and Quincy Street here soon. The severe thunderstorm warning for Mason, Muskegon, Oceana, and Ottawa has been upgraded to a destructive. So this box right here, just 4-county box, which was previously in effect for 70, is now in effect for 80. Oh, I just realized I forgot you're in Ottawa County, Drew. You probably aren't hearing the sirens. I'm watching this little segment. I don't know if you see this, Ryan, but this segment right here, right over Ravenna right now. So downtown Ravenna, Slocum Road heading straight down Laketon Avenue. as well as Sherman
Yeah.
Street and Truman Street. A couple notches right there directly over the town of Ravenna. Hopefully Nick is sheltered inside in his basement.
Nick is sheltered. He's okay.
Okay.
Watch that cell still in Allegan County. It's about to congeal with that line. When we get those congealing cells, we could have some spinny or some, what's the word I'm looking for? Some funky stuff happen. We see
Yes.
it time and time again here. So we're going to watch that cell merger very closely here
Mhm.
in Allegan County. I have my radar tuned into Ravenna there, so if you want to bounce, I can watch Ravenna.
We do have an update, I believe, from the mesoscale discussion that just came in concerning our tornado watch currently in effect.
Yeah, I believe they just said that the risk continues across the watch area.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it yet, but it was an update to the MCD. Oh, we have 20,000 people out of power. This line is cranking across Muskegon in particular. Numerous outages
A new tornado warning has been issued.
for the Ravenna
Allegan,
storm.
Ottawa. So that's probably going to be this cell. I would imagine it's kind of probably be the rest of the storm down here south. We'll see the boxes
Guys,
pop
I'm
in
at-
just a
yeah.
second.
I'm in a tornado warning right now, so
It's a good thing you're in the basement.
yeah, I know.
You're going to see the box pop in here in just a second. New tornado warning about to pop in. A reminder, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here in the orange boxes with the pink outlines. So that's Kent, Newaygo, Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, and Ottawa. All 6 of those entire counties in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. WEA alerts sounding on your phone. Again, that is 80-mile-per-hour winds. You should be treating it as if a weak tornado were on the ground, no matter where you're at, inside of those destructive severe thunderstorm warning boxes. The new tornado warning reads as such. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a tornado warning for northwestern Allegan County and southwestern Michigan and southern Ottawa County until 10:45. At 10:02, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Holland State Park, or 7 miles west of downtown Holland. Moving east at 40 miles per hour, tornado, quarter-sized tail, radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Dangerous storm will be near Holland, Beechwood, and Holland State Park at 10:05, which is in the next minute or two, and Zealand around 10:10. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Hudsonville, Jenison, Walker, and Granville. Heavy
A new
rainfall also
considerable
occurring.
severe thunderstorm
They're also
warning has
mentioning
been
heavy
issued.
rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take shelter now. They're extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Tornado radar indicated and 1-inch hail. We have a new warning popping in. Was that for Lake, right? That was for Lake. So National Weather Service has issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County until 11:30 p.m. 10:04 p.m. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles northeast of Free Soil to 11 miles northeast of Hart, moving east at 30, slowing down up there. 7-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm up here in Lake County include Baldwin, Luther, Chase, Irons, Nirvana, Bristol, Wolf Lake, Big Star Lake, Sauble Lakes, and Idlewild. Tornado watch remains in effect up there. Max wind gusts 70-mile-per-hour winds, damage threat considerable. Again, we're watching this little notch down here for this new tornado warning as it rolls right on shore, heading right for, again, that's going to be probably West Ottawa High School there, north side of Holland and Beechwood. So that is going to be crossing over James. It's going to be going right down James Street, right down Lakewood Boulevard, right down Perry Street, crossing over 168th Avenue right now, 160th, and 152nd in the near term. Heading up towards Greenlee Street as well as Quincy Street. So again, north side of Holland, eventually heading towards Zealand. And if this stays together, so we'll be heading down Chicago Drive, 196 heading into downtown Grand Rapids. So again, Grand Rapids already under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, also has a couple tornado warnings on their doorstep. So this is hitting very populated portion of the state. Again, let anyone you know that is living in this area that we have a squall line capable of producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and embedded tornadoes for the entire area. I would imagine at this point, if you know anyone that has a flight in and out of Grand Rapids that has long since been delayed or canceled, If anyone is flying into Grand Rapids, they are likely going to be circling around for a while as these storms are up at 50,000 feet tall.
All right, I want to point this out, Joel. We have a little bit of a notch here in that line up by Ravenna and Kent City. Watch that very, very closely.
Yep.
You're right there. Watch that very closely. Nothing on the ground yet, but that's trying to tighten up right there, heading toward Kent City. If you're in Kent City or toward Cedar Springs, Sand Lake, good idea to head indoors and be ready to take shelter. This could be trying to spin something up here next about 5 or 10 minutes.
The storm over Holland right now, by the way, is up over 56,000 feet. This is a very powerful thunderstorm. So again, if you live on the east side of the state, you guys still have a couple hours to prepare for this. You can see what is on your way later tonight, albeit it will weaken gradually once it gets towards the 127 corridor and I-75 corridor especially. But again, damaging winds is going to be the main threat throughout the night. So you want to be tuning in and staying tuned in throughout the night as these storms race off to the east at about 60 miles per hour in some spots. Further north up here towards Manistee, right now where these storms are in Manistee, 40 to 30 miles per hour speed there. We also have a couple notches up near Walkerville, Fremont as well, as Ryan mentioned,
Guys,
heading towards Kent City.
I'm gonna hop off here. We got tornado sirens going off, and we got that supercell that's coming in. So I'm gonna hop off here. I'm gonna take shelter. So
Okay,
you guys keep streaming. Stay safe, guys.
sounds good.
Be safe, Drew. Hey, guys.
Yeah. See ya.
Was that Nick?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are things?
Siren's still going off, but I know at least the rotation has passed me.
You're just on Discord, right?
Correct. There's a pocket of high winds just to my south, or there was. Thankfully, it missed me. Definitely had some power flickering and thought I was going to lose it for a minute, but we're okay.
Wow. Ryan, you're muted, by the way.
This line does mean business. Our own staff are taking shelter as it crosses over. You should be doing the same here. It's going to be nighttime. You're not going to see it. It's going to be wrapped in rain. It's not worth going outside and waiting for these storms to get to you on your front porch. It's the type of night you want to be inside, away from windows, lowest floor of your house when you get under a severe or a tornado warning.
Yeah. And as we mentioned a couple times already in the stream, even if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you should be treating this as if a tornado is on the ground. Again, it's 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, which is the equivalent of an EF0 to EF1 tornado. So again, it's wind no matter what, whether that's spinning around or going in straight in a line. It's going to bring down trees no matter what, as well as power lines. If this Boeing segment continues the way it is, we could expect some multi-day power outages, unfortunately, with this line of storms again, as it crosses the entirety of the state. We're just getting started here tonight, so make sure you are following along and you like the page and share it with all of your friends and family as we continue throughout the night. Again, tornado warnings in effect right now for southern Newaygo, central eastern Muskegon for Ravenna, and here in northern Ottawa as well as southern Ottawa County. So if you're at Grand Valley State University, you guys are not actually in a tornado warning. You have them on each side of you right now. But damaging winds are moving through, so you should be taking shelter from those.
That cell is about to merge into that line near Holland. You have to watch that very carefully on the Allegan Ottawa County line. It's about to merge.
Yeah, that's right here near Hamilton, right? Yep.
Yes. Yep.
So that's going to be
Can we
merging
highlight the notch by Casanova and Kent City?
Yeah. Ryan, I bet the Ionia cam is probably going to be your next cam to pull up for our live camera in the bottom left. Once you get around to it. I know you're muted right now, but we got just some gusty winds right now across the area. Again, a couple tornado warnings in effect for embedded mesovortices within the line. Again, a mesovortice counts as a brief, weak tornado that might go under the radar. We might not see it. Again, a radar beam only catches certain elevations. If it goes below the beam, then it's under the radar. This is now rolling into Kent County as we speak. Hopefully starting to weaken a little bit. We're going to hope and pray here that this is going to weaken. We still have this entire southern extent down here towards South Haven and St. Joseph and Bridgman. Moving in towards Kalamazoo eventually, also another populated area. Bangor, Gobles, Plainwell, pretty much the entirety of Allegan County. So Grand Rapids, you should be taking shelter. It's just entering Kent County right now, especially the northwest side. And also moving, so this would be moving towards Rockford, Cedar Springs, Sand Lake, Howard City. You guys are likely hearing tornado sirens. Again, Kent County sounds them county-wide, no matter where there's a warning box in your county. If a tornado warning does clip portions of the county, they still sound them county-wide. Not sure about Newaygo County. But either way, sirens should be your last mode of receiving warning tonight. Obviously, we're going to be live throughout the night from beginning to end, as our motto states. And we do have a new
tornado warning has been issued.
And this will include portions of Kent County, as well as Montcalm and Newaygo here in northern or western Michigan. We're going to have the box pop on here in just a second, and there it is. So level 1 of 4 tornado warning. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued this tornado warning for northern Kent, southeastern Newaygo, and northwestern Montcalm County in central Michigan until 10:45 p.m. 10:12 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located along a line extending from Newaygo to near Sparta, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Tornado is your hazard. Danger storms will be near Sparta and Newaygo around 10:15. Howard City around 10:25. Please take shelter now. Move to a basement into your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Key emphasis on sturdy. If you are in a mobile home, please find alternate shelter if you still have time to do so.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
So our tornado warning for Muskegon, Newaygo, and Ottawa is likely being trimmed back right now. We'll see that update here on this box back here off to the left in just a second. And again, we have this... Oh, it was canceled. Perfect. So the tornado warning for Muskegon County and southwestern Newaygo has been canceled, as well as northern Ottawa. So good news there. You guys are still in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, though. So keep in mind, gusty winds still moving through. You have a tornado warning for an embedded mesovortice moving through Holland and Zealand right now for tornado that could be on the ground there, but it's not yet according to our text prompt in the tornado warning. So yes, tornado warning in Holland, tornado warning in Zealand. You should be taking shelter if you are inside of these red boxes. You should know where you're located on a county-based map. We have even some of the roads labeled, or some of the roads on here. You guys should be able to see them. But again, this is why we encourage you guys to know where you're located on a county map like this, so that you know when severe storms are heading for you, where they will be, the counties ahead of you as well. So this is southern Newaygo, the panhandle of Montcalm County and northern Kent, as well as southern Ottawa and northern Allegan County. We're also watching these severe thunderstorms rolling into South Haven right now, Fenville, Allegan, getting some prefrontal cells there, all the way down to the state line near Bridgman, Niles, Galen, Three Oaks, Buchanan. So those are all severe thunderstorm warning considerables down there for 70-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some golf ball size hail embedded within this line. Up here towards the northern extent of the thunderstorm warning, or line of severe thunderstorms, is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some penny-sized hail here, Manistee, Benzie County. Those storms are going to be going up towards Grand Traverse County near Traverse City and Kingsley soon, as well as Wexford County, so Mesick, Harrietta, and Cadillac. So anywhere here in the western portion of the state, going to probably see some sort of warning here in the next coming minutes if you're not under one yet. I'm going to look at Mezzo here behind the scenes just to see what our environment is looking like. Well-curved photographs still out there, so we could still see some... Oh, we most definitely could see some quick spin-ups throughout the next couple hours here as we get towards the midnight time frame. These favorable photographs, which is our spin in the atmosphere, do exist all the way north towards Cadillac. Allegan, Van Buren County severe thunderstorm warning considerable has been updated. We'll see that probably trimmed here in just a second. Some of our favorable photographs also extend all the way over towards Flint, Tri-Cities, Jackson, Ann Arbor, down towards Hillsdale. So there's a lot of spin out there in the atmosphere tonight. Right now, the main mode is a squall line capable of producing 70, 80 mile per hour winds. But it goes to show you that you could have some spin ups anywhere up and down this line as it moves off to the east. Again, moving off to the east about 55 miles per hour. is now rolling into downtown Grand Rapids as we speak right now. About 3 minutes away, our very own Drew, who's located in Jenison, has taken shelter. He is in a tornado warning right now for perhaps a quick spin-up tornado. He'll be back as soon as he's able to, if he does still have power once this rolls through. A quick update here. If the storms continue strength, again, I am the host of the stream. The server is hosted here in Mount Pleasant, so Isabella County. I will have to watch the storms as they head towards me, and I will have probably Ryan take over if any warnings are issued for myself here. So keep that in mind. Hopefully I don't lose power as well. We're going to bank on that not happening, obviously. So just a point of preference here in the coming hour or two. Again, gusty winds are expected across the state throughout the evening hours. Again, these are going to move all the way over to the east side of the state by around 1 a.m. and finish up around 3 to 4 a.m. So current time is 10:18 p.m. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, graduate of Central Michigan University, alongside partner in crime Ryan. We are the Michigan Storm Chasers here, tracking a bunch of different severe thunderstorm warnings across the state. And a couple tornado warnings as well. We do this from beginning to end for every single severe weather event in Michigan. We have done this, we were established in 2022, and we've been doing live streams. We have not missed a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state since the start of 2024. So, if you haven't followed along yet, we do this all the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers, 24/7, 365 days a year. So we will be live through probably 2 or 3 a.m. tonight for the entire state of Michigan, covering all up and down this line. Mecosta, Osceola, Wexford, Montcalm, Ionia, Barry, Kalamazoo, and St. Joseph counties. You guys do not have any warnings yet, except for the panhandle of Montcalm County. But be alert, you guys are up next for any extended warnings. Ryan, I've been talking for a while. Do you have anything to say?
Hold on, Joel.
Okay. No worries. Okay, we are also live here on 4 different platforms, so you can follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X. If you follow us on Facebook, look for the account that has about 360,000-ish followers, I believe is how much we have now. So feel free to go follow there. A lot of our post updates and alerts are posted there, as well as on X. So if you want physical text post updates, those are the platforms to follow us on. Obviously, all our videos are here on YouTube as well. Prefrontal is still firing here across Allegan County, but also getting embedded into the storm quite quickly. That is a good sign for supercell development, as in supercells are not likely to develop because they're getting engulfed by the squall line behind it before they can become, isolated in nature and have some clean inflow. So good news there. It looks like this is going to be just a squall line event. Bad news is there's still going to be 70 to 80 mile per hour winds as it rolls across the state. You can see all up and down this line. If you are in any of these boxes right now, you should be taking shelter.
Yeah, if you guys happen to know damage reports across the region so far, the western part of Michigan, feel free to send us those reports. New warning coming in, looks like. A considerable warning. We'll see what that is. Costa.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's a new considerable warning there from Mecosta County. 70 mile per hour winds for the entire county there. That's going to include Big Rapids, Mecosta, Barryton, Stanwood, and then the US 131 through Mecosta County. If you guys have damage reports from these storms in West Michigan, feel free to send us a message. We'd like to see that, as well as relay that to NWS. We also have partners standing by if you happen to have damage and need some assistance with that. We have our partners standing by ready to help and assist as needed. So feel free to reach out to us. We can connect you with some great people here across Michigan. But our group as well takes weather reports. It's called Michigan Weather Reports. It's a group on Facebook. You can go ahead and drop your reports in there, and it'll go directly to us. We can approve, reach out to you if need be. It's also a great group and resource to have here for any and all reports, whether it's hail, wind damage, tree damage, or even tornado damage. Feel free to drop it in that group, as well as our Facebook Messenger is always open.
So that new severe thunderstorm warning reads as follows. National Weather Service Grand Rapids issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Mecosta County in its entirety until 11:45 p.m. 10:20 p.m. severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near 5 miles west of Baldwin to 7 miles north of White Cloud to 8 miles east of Newaygo, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This could be 70 mile per hour wind gusts, as Ryan mentioned, radar indicated, including the towns of Big Rapids, Morley, Macassa, Canadian Lakes, Remus, Millbrook, Paris, Barryton, Stanwood, Sylvester, Rodney, Altoona, Robin Hood Airport, and Chippewa Lake. Tornado watch remains in effect till 3 a.m. For your protection, move to the lowest floor in your building, interior room. Basement, obviously, the best option. They do not have tornado possible with this storm, so good news there. They're predicting that it's just a damaging wind risk at this current time. As expected, as the night moves on, this is going to be more of a damaging wind risk anyways, and that is a good sign there. So no tornadoes, hopefully, through the remainder of the night. But again, you do want to hunker down from these damaging winds as they roll off to the east, which it feels like they're taking forever to cross Kent County right now and any of these areas. We kind of just wish they would just go away, right? But unfortunately, they are taking their sweet time crossing the area. And still watching for embedded mesovortices within this line right now, not seeing anything that catches my eye. There's some broad rotation up and down this line, but again, it's more just straight line winds. Unless something catches your eye, Ryan, I'm not really seeing anything in terms of tornadic development right now.
Yeah, not much right now. More just straight line wind threat. A lot of cells trying to pop up there by Paw. I'm going to watch those a little closer as they can kind of merge in the line. You know, storm mergers are a little tricky to kind of predict there. But I got the Ionia camera pulled up here from the Old Stone Porch, their wedding venue in Ionia. They graciously put a camera up for us, courtesy of Guardian Technologies. So that's what we're kind of watching now. This is facing due west in Ionia County, right toward Grand Rapids. So as this line approaches, here's camera number 2 of the night incoming as these storms approach. Looks like we have a mesonet report out of Muskegon, 72 miles per hour confirmed gust out of Muskegon earlier from that line of storms.
A couple more.
So we are getting reports of considerable reports of wind damage here. And we're up to 32,000 people and consumers' energy out of power, centered across West Michigan from Saugatuck down here toward Fenville, all the way up to Muskegon and even as far north as Ludington. So that line is doing, or at least was doing, considerable damage there. A new update there for, looks like Berrien and Cass County. Looks like they, I'm not sure what they did with it, but it's a possible tornado tag as well as 60 mile per hour winds. A new warning incoming, looks like, for Wexford County.
You are ahead of the game.
I'm always ahead of the game.
So Berrien and Cass is downgraded because they were at considerable for 70. So it looks like they downgraded to 60, and that is the case there. You can see it just changed. There's your warning popping up for Wexford right now. National Weather Service Gaylord has issued it for Wexford till 11:30. Ryan, do you have something to say real quick?
Yeah, Mach call.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So Wexford in effect till 11:30 for 60 mile per hour winds and penny sized hail. Montcalm County is considerable in effect till midnight for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and hail less than 0.75 inches in diameter. Reminder, tornado watch does remain in effect throughout the evening through 3 a.m. tonight for much of western Michigan and northwest lower Michigan. Tornadoes can develop at any time within this squall lines that crosses the state.
Do we have any chasers out there who are alive with this?
Let's find out.
Let's check on that if we can.
Aaron
who's that?
Aaron is out there, but he needs to rotate his screen. Can you tell Aaron to rotate his screen? Force landscape mode is the button that I'm thinking of.
Yep, I got you.
Perfect. He is right now inside of. He's just about to intercept it.
Okay, you know where he's at. Cool.
Good to go?
Don't mind me. No, I just I didn't know if you knew where he was at.
Yeah, he's
I texted to see if he could rotate.
Sideways there. So yeah, these are rolling right down. He's right on 196 right now. Is he in stopped traffic?
He might be. I'm trying to catch up behind the scenes here, Joel. It looks like there's quite a few reports coming. I'll get to those here in just a second. I'm just getting graphics on the page real quick.
National Weather Service, Northern Indiana actually just tweeted there is some rotation within this cluster of storms, especially in southern Berrien County. A tornado is possible. The main threats will remain damaging winds and hail. So let's go down here and check this out real quick.
Yeah, there indeed is there. That's sorry, just heading into Berrien Springs. There's a little bit of rotation there. You'll see it when it pops in there. Between there and Baroda, just to the west of Berrien Springs.
Yep, right there.
I had the latest update. It looks got a little bit tighter than that.
Yep, I see
But
it now.
I'll have
Just
to watch
popped
that
in.
carefully.
So there's your rotation
Yes.
right there, heading straight for Berrien Springs. So all clear, Berrien Springs. Please be on alert for a possible tornado. It's embedded within the line of storms, so you will not see it coming. It would be a rain-wrapped tornado, likely short-lived. So please be taking shelter now if you're in Berrien Springs or all clear. Eventually heading towards Dowagiac in southern Michigan. We have a lot of gusty winds up and down the line showing up from the Indiana radar. See what we can get here for pixel-wise. Winds of around 60, 65, 70 across the area right now at about 1,000 feet off the ground. So definitely severe criteria. It looks like starting to decrease a little bit out there. Let's hope that continues to downtrend as the night goes on. But still severe at the current time. Severe thunderstorm warning updated for Benzene Manistee. I would imagine it's going to probably be a cancellation.
I had to assume, yeah, or at least a downgrade at very least.
Continues tornado possible.
Yeah, the Manistee actually, I believe that was. I'm looking at the Ludington. Never mind. I'm looking at the destructive one below that.
Mm-hmm. So zooming out.
All right, Benton Harbor. Sorry, I got reports coming in here. Benton Harbor gusting to 72.5 miles per hour. That was as of 4 minutes ago. So Benton Harbor, even though they just downgraded that warning, 72 mile per hour gusts there for Berrien County. That's for ASO station. Mesnet reports 52 miles per hour at Ludington, 59 miles per hour at Spring Lake in Ottawa County. Saugatuck measured wind gust of 67 miles per hour. Grand Haven measured 68 miles per hour. So these winds are severe as they come on shore. Benton Heights, Berrien County gusted to 61 a little bit ago as well. Looks like Bessemer up in the UP gusted to 46. Norton Shores is a big winner here. Muskegon County, 72 miles per hour. Whitehall, 54 miles per hour. Whitehall again, 57. Norton Shores, 61. Grand Haven, 70. So I can go on, but the gist of this is this line is cranking winds 60 to 75 miles per hour as it pushes eastward here across West Michigan.
We got Aaron full screen now. Look at those traffic signals. Oh, look at the wind.
Yeah, the winds are insane. That's basically a steamroller of wind here moving across West Michigan. This is not a good situation.
Yeah, that's some intense wind we're seeing on Aaron's screen right now. That's at least 60 mile per hour winds. To see the traffic signals be bending like that at almost a sideways angle. Yeah, that is quite the line of storms moving through there. I'm going to put the radar back in the bottom corner while he chases here. Real quick, if I can find it. There it is. So as a live view, Aaron is located right now in Hudsonville, where the winds are currently passing over. Strongest winds are passing over right now. It looks like it's going to be starting to die down here in just a second. Goes to show you what's on the way. 60, 70 mile per hour winds, perhaps even upwards of 80, where these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are currently in effect. Tornado warnings still remain in effect for southern Ottawa, northern Allegan County, as well as Newaygo, Montcalm, northern Kent. Although I will say it looks like some of the notches here not showing up as much on radar anymore. Still a good, safe thing to do, though, obviously, because damaging winds do produce the same amount of wind speed as a weak tornado. So just a little bit of an extra heads up with those tornado warnings in effect out there at the current time. We're still watching some embedded rotation down here in Berrien County. Switching over to the northern Indiana radar. A little bit more broad now, perhaps. Hopefully that's the case. Yeah, it looks like it's a little more broad, more in the way of damaging winds. So good news there. We have a new wind gust report coming in from Holland. 58 mile per hour gusts there. As you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm actually going to go switch back to... I'm going to put Aaron back in the corner here. Figure it out here just real quick. So Aaron's in the corner.
Joel, radar if you want to focus on GR.
What was that?
I'm going to take IWX radar if you want to focus in on GR.
Works for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of Michigan's 83 counties are in some sort of severe alert right now, whether that's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. You should be taking shelter no matter what. Lowest floor of your building. If it's a basement, that's the best. If it is not a basement, it should be the interior room. Howard City, a little bit of a notch there, although it's very broad. Not really... There's something to watch there. A lot of dust being kicked up along the line of the storms.
Joel, check out New Salem, North Door area.
Okay, going down there. Aha. Yeah, that's going to be right where those cells come in and meet. Oh,
New warning
actually,
coming in, looks like.
We might...
New warning being issued here for Kalamazoo. There we go. Kalamazoo, Ionia, Barry. I have a phone call to make, Joel. I will be quick.
Okay. Watching this spot right here very, very closely, as Ryan mentioned, near door. I'm going to go ahead and split screen this right now. That lines up right there with a couplet. I'm going to turn on the red square so you can kind of match it up here. That is right where there's a mini mesovorticity couplet.
Joel, that is, I believe, a tornado on the ground right now.
I'm going to say that. I would have to imagine that's probably a tornado on the ground. This is going to be heading straight into door. Heading up towards Byron Center, Cutlerville, eventually the 131 corridor, heading towards Moline as well. I believe there's a little city right there. So this looks like a brief, weak tornado on the ground right now, and there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a bunch of different winds coming in different directions, meeting at just the right time here. This tornado is passing over door right now. It's in downtown door. That is not good if that is on the ground. Couple
New information.
Tornado warnings coming
this tornado
in,
warning has been updated.
New severe thunderstorm warnings popping in as well. We're going to go ahead and... what happened? There's a tornado warning update for Montcalm and Kent has been trimmed from Newaygo. Here's your new tornado warning right now for a possible tornado on the ground in downtown Door. There's your velocity update there. That looks like a tornado to me.
It's on the ground. 100% on the ground.
Yeah, that's a brief weak tornado on the ground directly in downtown Door right now as we speak. If Aaron is listening right now, that might be a place to kind of travel over to in the time coming. I don't know if you want to text him, Ryan. He is about 10 or 15 minutes away from that. Obviously, he wants to be waiting until that goes past. We're also watching perhaps some weak rotation moving in towards Byron Center to the west of Byron Center right now. You can see this, Ryan. Broad area of rotation in Jamestown, right where Aaron is located.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on the cell here. It's on the ground still, directly indoor, heading right toward Moline. So if you're in Moline along US 131, your time is now. Take shelter. Corning, you need to be in your safe place all the way up toward the Gaines and Caledonia areas. Be in your basement. If you don't have a basement, interior room, closet, bathtub, protect your head from flying debris. This is a tornado on the ground indoor, currently moving toward the Moline and Corning area, as well as Corinth and Caledonia areas. Again, that's a confirmed on the ground tornado via a debris signature on radar.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
I am muted. Sorry, my bad. This tornado, I was just going over some of the road names. Thank you guys for letting me know. This is directly over downtown Door. Some of the roads involved are going to be 144th, 146th, 108th Street, as well as US 131. And I believe it's going to be Division. Can you hear me, Ryan?
Let's go back upstairs.
All right, I'm back.
I can hear you, Joel. Never lost you.
Shoot.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Drew.
All right, we're okay. Just a bunch of gusty winds that went over. Line is moving in other areas, so. But yeah, I know you got a tornado ongoing right now, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we want to keep close track on this. If you live in Caledonia, it's heading right for you guys. Hopefully, this by the time it gets to you. Right now, it's going to be heading toward the Moline area, heading up toward Caledonia. It's about to cross into the Kent County area here very momentarily. Although, Joel, up further north there by Jamestown Byron Center, another area to watch very closely as that kind of comes together a little bit better, heading into Kent County here as well. So,
so that debris ball has, if this is a debris ball, it might be debris fall at this current time, is now directly over Division at the intersection of Division and 12th Street. This would also be heading towards 146th, 10th Street area, as well as 147th Avenue. Eventually heading up towards Pease Avenue. Kalamazoo Avenue here as it enters Kent County. So southern Kent County is a more populated area near Caledonia, as Ryan mentioned, south side of Cutlerville, eventually heading up towards M6 as well as 84th Street. So there's all these areas here that are very well populated that a possible tornado is on the ground heading for. It looks like it's starting to lose its rotation, so let's hope that weakens completely here in the next couple scans. We're also watching perhaps a quick spin up here might have just occurred just to the east of Goebbels. This would have been right over 18th Avenue. It looks like it's a little bit far from radar. Ryan, how's it look from northern Indiana? Muted, I think.
by Goebbels, you said?
Yeah, by Goebbels.
Give me 1 second to load back up IWX.
Okay. We're also watching rotation starting to pick up, heading towards Martin. You can see there's a big region inflow here on the left side. RFD inflow. Right here where the reds and greens meet, that's going to be where rotation perhaps might spin up. So Martin heads up US 131 corridor, heading towards the 116th Avenue area here. This is all in Allegan County pretty much right now on the east side.
We're going to have Caleb joining our stream here as well. So Drew, if you want to pop your radar out, you're welcome to. I'm going to put Caleb on warning ops.
Yep, I can do that right now.
All right, so I'll handle the southern part of this line here, IWX radar. If you guys want to handle the northern part of the line.
Okay.
Good.
Current outages across the state, we have 45,000 people out of power. In fact, I'm going to try to, Joel, I'm going to try to switch my screen share over to the consumer's map just to kind of communicate this. So I'm going to take my Ionia camera down momentarily. And I'm going to reshare this screen to you guys. There, go ahead and take my screen share if you can, Joel. There you go. All these little colorful boxes on the west side, those are all your outages here. Currently at 44,000 out of power across much of West Michigan. This is basically from Ludington on the way south here. Muskegon got hit really hard. Grand Haven got hit hard. And these outages are continuing to pop up here as they move toward the Kent County area. All the way down to...
Sorry to interrupt, but we got a really tight area of rotation just southeast of Byron Center.
Take over. You're good.
Might be a CC drop too. I can't. I don't want to confirm. All right, now it went away. But want to let you know.
Wait, you said southeast?
Just southeast of Byron Center.
That would have been the tornado that was likely on the ground through Door.
Okay.
So that is,
that
is likely debris fallout at this point.
Yep. Just update on my part.
As far as that Goebbels cell, I did not see anything with that radar loop, Joel, when you asked me about 5 minutes ago.
That's good. So as you can see, we have a lot to track up and down this line. If you're in this line of severe thunderstorms and we're still not tracking, it's because we also have a bunch of notches that we're watching inside of this line of destructive winds. You can see up here Lake County, Wexford County, Benzie, Manistee also still under these severe thunderstorm warnings. All for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, perhaps 80 in spots. But again, most of these warnings going forward are for 60 mile per hour winds. The warning that we didn't get to here is this new severe thunderstorm warning for Barrie, Ionia, and Kalamazoo until midnight for 60 mile per hour winds. The storms are moving east at 55. This new warning includes Kalamazoo, Portage, Ionia, Portland, Belding, Hastings, Middleville, Vicksburg, Lake Odessa, Galesburg, Parchment, Nashville, Schoolcraft, Saranac, Climax, Richland, Freeport, Comstock, Northwest, Gull Lake, and Westwood. Tornado watch remains in effect till 3, as it says. Tornado is possible within this severe thunderstorm warning box. I would have to imagine right now that there's likely going to be a spill here in
Joel,
Martin in just a second. If you are in downtown Martin, please be taking shelter now. It looks like the early stages of tornado genesis. I would imagine this is probably going to be a tornado on the ground the next scan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's the tornado warning. So Allegan and Barrie County. That is going to be a tornado on the ground here in just a second. I imagine, again, this is early signs of tornado genesis. I mentioned it 2 scans back here. You can see this entire region of RFD and this entire region of inflow in green. You can see next scan it gets tighter. Next scan it's now this. And it's only going to continue to wrap up as it heads right into downtown Martin. So 131 here at Martin. This is going to be heading straight down 115th, 116th, crossing over. It's crossing over 16th Street right now, as well as 14th Street, anywhere in downtown Martin. That's 11th Street, as well as 117th Avenue. So all those places you can see there. There's your new tornado warning box in red. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued this tornado warning for southeastern Allegan and Barrie County until 11:30 p.m. 10:42, severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were located near Martin, so directly in Martin, or 9 miles east of Allegan, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Tornado and hail less than 0.75 inches. Take cover now. If you are in Hastings, Otsego, Plainwell, Nashville, Martin, Orangeville, Assyria, Delton, Bradley, Banfield, Gun Lake, Yankee Springs, Prairieville, Hickory Corners, Dowling, Pine Lake, Shelbyville, Cloverdale, and Lacey. All of those places now under this new tornado warning. Again, in effect till 11:30 p.m. The heart of this rotation going to be directly in Martin. Tornado warning has been canceled, as well as that severe thunderstorm warning for Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, Ottawa, and northern Allegan. So in the clear now for Ottawa, Muskegon, Oceana, Mason. Still in considerable ops for Allegan County, although it looks like it's passing through Glen, Fenville, Hamilton. Should be in the clear here soon. Rotation now directly over Martin. I am tempted to see what the CC's. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Okay, so that is a tornado on the ground directly in Martin. Again, this is CC radar, where we see these blue dots. This blue dot, that is debris being lofted. Again, it's non-uniform objects, so those are things that are not circular, so that is debris. Unfortunately, hitting the town of Martin right now, or the north side of Martin, directly on Allegan Street at County Road 45. Heading right in about 30 seconds from now is going to be directly on 8th Street at the intersection of 8th. Come on, give me this road here. 8th and 118th, tracking up towards 108. That's also 118th Avenue. This is also going to be hitting Shirley Lane and 120th Avenue. Again, this is a tornado on the ground in Martin. This is going to be heading towards probably more forested areas. There's a couple lakes out here in extreme western Barrie County. So Barrie County, you want to be on alert. This is a tornado tracking off to the east-northeast. So this is going to be heading for Hastings if it stays on the ground. I will say, because of the fact that it's wrapped in this line of storms, it likely will be short-lived. Let's hope. Unfortunately, when we flip over to base reflectivity, we have a debris ball on base reflectivity as well, showing up as higher DBZ values. So this is a tornado in downtown Martin right now.
Joel, I want to mention something really quick here. We got a hook, potentially tightening rotation by Caledonia, Michigan, just north. That's just something to be on the lookout for, obviously. But
Wait,
like Joel, Caledonia, just
Yep.
south of the GR radar.
And that was previously that tornado that looked like it produced a quick tornado indoor. So we'll have to watch that rotation. That's obviously still there. So we have a couple notches that we're watching now up and down this line. Again, if you are north of Grand Rapids in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, obviously rotation is possible here too. In fact, we have some kinks starting to form up and down this line now in Montcalm County up here towards Mecosta County. So it's starting to turn kind of into more of that March 30th again, where we have a bunch of weak, brief tornadoes perhaps touching down across the area. So if you are in the line of fire for any of these storms, please be taking shelter.
New upgrade warning incoming for that tornado,
Yep.
confirmed on the ground.
So that is now a level 2 tornado warning. A confirmed tornado was located over Martin.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Tornado on the ground. Take cover now on 116th Avenue. I'm gonna go.
Also, FYI, new watch incoming for Eastern Lower Michigan. Just FYI, new watch incoming Eastern Lower Michigan. I will take this over just for a second, Joel. This tornado is on the ground currently over 116th Avenue, heading directly into Orangeville, Circle Pine Center, Prairieville areas in the western part of Berry County. Hastings heading your way as well. Podunk and Schultz. All you guys need to be underground in your basement immediately. This is a tornado confirmed on the ground, lofting debris in the air, currently about to cross over from Allegan County to Berry County near Orangeville. 118th Avenue, looking at Marsh Road, Keller Road, and Wildwood Road as immediate impact areas in the next 1 to 2 minutes. Again, you guys need to be underground, away from windows, protect your head. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
I do want to take a quick note. We do not only have to look at northern Indiana radar, but we now have to look at National Weather Service Gaylord radar. There is now a bunch of strong broad rotation near Luther, strong broad rotation near Mesick, and up towards Beulah, weaker rotation there. So this entire line has a bunch of embedded mesovortices up and down the line. So we are now tracking a line about 200 miles long where there could be a bunch of different mesovortices producing tornadoes. Again, the risk today of tornadoes was around a 5% risk. But again, it goes to show you that even the weakest risks can produce a bunch of different tornadoes. There's your debris ball continuing and expanding as it heads just north of Hooper. This is passing, it's going down 118th, 116th, and 120th Avenue right now, about to cross over 2nd Street, eventually crossing the county line here. This is 9 mile, or this is going to be Patterson Road. So heading into a couple areas along the lake here, Marsh Road. So again, north of Hooper, tornado on the ground, confirmed tornado on the ground. If you are in Berry County, Hastings, Middleville, this is heading your way. Well, south of Middleville. If in Middleville you're not in this tornado warning, you're in a different tornado warning for the storm to the north. Still watching that tight rotation there directly over Caledonia. This would be heading towards Elto, towards Clarksville, Saranac, and Lowell. This would be heading towards my parents' house. My parents are watching. You guys should be on alert for this storm here too. Against my hometown there. Middleville, Freeport also in this tornado warning.
I have some good news. Well, it looks like the tornado is about to lift or has lifted already. Weaker rotation now on the county line. Looks like the debris that was lofted is now falling out. There's no definitive debris ball with that. You can see there, if you want to zoom in on that debris lofting, probably fall out more. So it's not a very defined ball. It's kind of spreading out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good sign. Also, looking at down here by Kalamazoo and Portage area, I'm looking at a area to watch. Nothing strong in terms of rotation just yet, but another area to watch there that could spin up something as it moves across Portage. Although I think right now Kalamazoo and Portage, you're okay. If you're on the eastern half by Climax, Scotts, Vicksburg area, Battle Creek, Marshall, Tecumseh, Annisons, I'd be on alert for this as it moves your way as well. I'm looking at the IWX radar.
We got an area right by Middleville, Caledonia.
Yep, that's the one. That was the one that was previously Door. And there it is.
Caleb, are you in here?
Yeah, I'm in here. I'm watching warnings here behind the scenes.
Okay, if you want to pop open your radar and start watching stuff with us and let us know if you see anything concerning, let us know. All eyes on deck here.
Yep, I've been going up and down the line too.
Cool.
This looks like it looks to me like we might see the first signs of perhaps a tornado on the ground here. I see it. I don't know if you guys see it, but CC has just picked up right now, directly over Alaska Avenue at the intersection of Alaska and 92nd, crossing over Jackson Ridge Court.
Yeah, confirm that's on the ground. That's on the ground 100% there, just to the east of Caledonia.
Do we have a new scan on that?
GR2, very, very tight rotation there with the debris ball lining up perfectly to a T. Same radar scan there too. So likely another tornado on the ground here, just to the east of Caledonia. That is directly over Middleville, moving toward Freeport, Harris Creek, Welcomes Corner, and Irving areas. Roads included are Crane Road, looking at Sisson Road, Wood School Road, and any place between that. Looks like another tornado on the ground here near the Middleville area.
Cody is reporting a wall cloud in Portage.
Who?
Cody. Cloud in Portage.
Not surprising with that. Looks like Kalamazoo camera is taking a hefty hit right now. I can't pull that up, unfortunately. Do you have Omega, Drew, sharing by chance?
I need to pull it up again.
Yes, you can pull that up and get on the Kalamazoo camera. It is windy there. What is the gust there in Kalamazoo? So I can pull that up as well. 40-mile-an-hour gust looks like currently gusting to 35. So that's going to be a pretty gusty line currently. Very definitive debris ball now, Joel.
94, 131. I
Yeah.
don't see much on velocity, but there's a CC there.
Yeah, it's clear air when you look at the reflectivity of that. I've been watching that too.
I think that is as well.
New warning coming in now for northern St. Joseph and the north central part of Cass County.
Yep.
Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 11:30 for Cass and St. Joseph. The Ione camera is starting to light up here with lightning as well. The observed tornado warning continues here for the Hastings area as the storm continues to push. Rotation picking back up there in that storm too there. That's currently... In fact, let's go ahead and go back down here really quickly. Possible on the ground still there, Joel, just to the west of Hastings. Looks like the debris ball still lines up with the tightest rotation there, so perhaps watch that too.
Yeah, that's at this point would be a long tracked one because that started in Martin. So that's been on the ground for almost 10 minutes now at this current time. Again, tornado likely on the ground here, directly heading down 84th Street, directly over Vincent Avenue, but by now it's probably over towards Morse Lake Avenue, around probably Morse Lake Avenue and 76. This is going to be very, very close to Elto, passing just to the south of Elto there. New severe thunderstorm warning update for Kent County. It looks like it has been downgraded to 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it hardly matters as we do see strong winds in this line with embedded tornadoes, mainly on the east side of the county right now. So the rest of Kent County appears to be starting to get into the clear, except for the southeast corner.
Tornado continues on the ground. It appears directly over 84th Street near Campbell Lake, about to cross Morse Lake Avenue southeast toward Alto and Boyne Center.
Yep, as just mentioned there.
Did I just repeat? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in my own little world over here. I'm tuned
You're
in.
good.
I'm locked in.
Circle Pines may still be down.
Yeah,
I got radar.
that.
I got radar Mega pulled up.
Okay. Joel, can you check on that Circle Pine Center, the Orangeville Hastings cell? Yeah. Nah, that's clear air. If you line that up, though, that continues to be lining up perfectly with a debris ball.
That'd be this one that was previously Martin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this line is now heading towards Lansing. Lansing, you're not in it yet, but you can see what's heading your way. A line of destructive winds, previously destructive winds, now kind of downgrading to about 60 to 70, but still a threat for a couple of embedded tornadoes heading your way. So again, if you're in Lansing area, be on alert soon. About a county and a half away now.
I have a new scan there on the CC that is on the ground again, just to the west and south of Hastings. Very clear-cut debris ball there, back on the ground. I'm going to get a new scan here, hopefully.
Yep. Just
Call
got
some
it.
road names out there, unless you have it there. I don't have any roads.
Yep, I got it. So it's going to be over Havens Road at the intersection of Havens and an unnamed drive. So it's Havens there. I believe there's probably some lakes in the area. Goodwill Road at Haven as well, and Goodwill at Airway. So Erway. Also going to be crossing over Hull Road south of Goodwill, and Bross Road south of Goodwill, and Hubble Road north of Goodwill. Again, this is heading kind of off to the northeast. This would be heading towards downtown Hastings. That is a very populated area. Please be taking shelter if you are in Hastings. This is still an observed tornado warning for a tornado on the ground. It looks like it picked up for a brief moment and is now back on the ground again.
Also, that's heading toward the small town of Podunk and also Hastings. If you are in Hastings, underground right now. There's no more time. It is heading right for you guys in Hastings. Tornado on the ground, moving directly toward the south side of Hastings. Small towns and townships of Morgan and Quimby, Coates Grove, also Nashville. You guys need to be underground right now.
I would be also watching anywhere in Kalamazoo County right now on the east side of Kalamazoo. I'm not sure what happened here, but there's a area of greens and blues that passed right over to the north side of Portage, heading towards Galesburg right now.
I've been watching that. It looks like it's been clear the entire time.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm not sure if there's something that could have happened there. If it did, it'd be very brief in nature, but I don't see anything tight that would suggest anything touched down there. Maybe on the 1047 scan, just to the west of 131 there, but that's all I can really tell. There's nothing really tight definitive there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to keep an eye on Lowell Charter Township. We got really strong winds starting to build up on the RFD right on the backside as well.
Yep, good call there, Drew. Good call there.
I'm going to add this quick. Doesn't matter if you're in a tornado warning or not. We have really strong winds. We got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line. Doesn't matter if it's a tornado warning or considerable severe thunderstorm warning. You should be taking shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Significant damaging winds can cause just as much damage as a weak tornado. Please take shelter for either one.
And we do got a new tornado warning coming in. That's going to likely be, it says for Barry, Eaton, and Ionia. That's going to be for this tornado that was previously on the ground. It's doing what's called an occlusion process, where it's taking a 90-degree turn to the north. So, with that being said, Elto, downtown Elto, this is now heading directly into the town of Elto, right there on Bancroft Avenue, Timpson Avenue, 64th Street. So downtown Elto, this is occluding right there. There's a neighborhood there called Bear Meadow, Kodiak Drive, eventually passing over M50, Alden Nash Avenue. So it's occluding, so it's spinning up into the storm, likely going to be gone here in about a frame or two, but it's going to occlude right over Elto.
Yep, it's gone.
It's gone. There you go.
Hastings still on the ground.
Yep, Hastings is on the ground. We might have had 2, if not 3, tornadoes on the ground at the same time with this cell. Also, starting to watch the Richland area by Gull Lake a little closer as well in northern Kalamazoo County. A little bit of increased velocity as well by Galesburg as well. Perhaps some rotation trying to pick up there. I'll keep my eyes on that too. We have 8 eyes between Joel, Drew, myself, and Caleb here watching the radar here. So we got you guys covered. A lot of things going on here. Bear with us. We're doing it. We're covering this as best we possibly can.
That's
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
So you can see there, the pink box is just updated. It's a late observed tornado warning, but it was confirmed on the ground. Let's see what it says here real quick. Confirmed tornado was located near Lowell. That's south of Lowell, or 14 miles north of Hastings, moving east at 50. It's a damaging tornado. Remain over rural areas of southeastern Kent County, including Elto. There's a tornado been confirmed near Caledonia and is moving near Lowell. Take cover now is what the text says. Of course, you can see on radar here, it looks like it went through its occlusion process. So it looks like it's no longer on the ground, but again, it's still an observed tornado warning, so be taking shelter if you're in this southeast quadrant of Kent County. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Calhoun now. Wow, that was bright. I'm starting to see some of the lightning outside my window that you guys have been seeing on the stream this entire time. It was bright out there tonight.
We got really strong. We just got a recent uptick with a damaging wind line, like you were mentioning, Joel's southeast Kent County, but even up and down from Hastings all the way to Lowell, winds have been rapidly increasing. So we got potentially really strong winds starting to build up here. So watch out for damaging winds east of Hastings, east of Lowell Charter Township, basically right where that tornado warning is.
Mm-hmm.
If there's not a tornado happening, there's going to be really strong winds happening with that line.
Also want to point out the fact we have a new severe warning for Calhoun County, the entirety of the county. It's going to be for a possible tornado as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds.
And going back up north, I did forget to read off, though, there's a
A
tornado
new
warning now.
tornado warning
So
has been issued.
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and read the tornado warning that I forgot to read the details for. This is going to be for northeastern Barry, southern Ionia, and northwestern Eaton. This is in effect till 11:45. Locations in this new tornado warning. This is the one that was previously on the ground near Caledonia and Elto. Hastings, Portland, Lake Odessa, Saranac, Freeport, Ciboa, Sunfield, Mulliken, Woodland, Clarksville, and Woodbury. Cluster thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Please take shelter on the lowest floor of the building or basement. That is that tornado warning here. We have the new one now heading into downtown Battle Creek. So this tornado warning is in effect for Calhoun County and northeastern Kalamazoo County until 11:45. 10:02, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-lined wind damage located along a line extending from Gull Lake to Galesburg. Moving east, 55 miles per hour. Dangerous storms will be near downtown Battle Creek and climax around 11:05. I would have to imagine it's probably a little bit later than that, probably around 11:10. But again, still take shelter as if it was going to be on the ground in your location in 2 minutes. Brownlee Park, 11:10. Marshall around 11:20. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Marshall and Albion.
Look
The
at
tornado
Cedar Creek
radar
stuff.
indicated less than 0.75-inch hail.
Well, Caleb?
I was going to say something interesting on CC near Galesburg. Just north of 94.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching that very closely here.
Is that
Ooh.
clear again? It's,
And
It
that's-
is,
That is
that's-
really
there-
that-
that's might be on the ground. That's not, ooh, that's close.
That's
close.
And again,
Wait
that's
one-
really a reminder, everyone. This is far away from the radar site, so this is 2,900 feet off the ground. So if that is indeed a tornado that's lofting debris at 3,000 feet, that would be likely an EF0, perhaps EF1 in strength. If this is a tornado, this is heading straight into downtown Battle Creek. So if you're in Battle Creek, you need to be taking shelter right now. Basement, lowest floor, interior room. If you do not have an interior room on the lowest floor, get to a bathroom. Protect yourself in a bathtub. That's an extra layer of walls and quotation mark. Again, tornadoes might be on the ground here north of Climax right now. I'm going to go ahead and look up the rest of the line real quick before I hone in on that real quick. That is some extensive straight-lined wind damage here. Also, look at this. In Clarksville, south of Lowell and Saranac, right on I-96 here. If that's not a tornado, this could actually wrap into another tornado here real quick.
Yeah, I agree.
This would be heading... That's actually my parents' house. So that is my home.
possible CC just north of Elmdale. 94.
At 96,
bit
that's
further.
gonna be on Hastings Road. That's where I storm chase all the time. So that's Hastings Road at Grand River Avenue. That is my parents' house there. I hope they're taking shelter. That's going to be heading right into downtown Saranac.
Wait for the next game.
Yeah, Kalamazoo Tunnel.
Hastings Road 96. Possible CC.
I'm going to quickly say this right now. So we got obviously lots of comments coming in. We can't address them right now, but anywhere west of US 131, you guys are clear of this line. Right now we're focused east of US 131. So places like Holland, west of US 131, you're in the clear.
Yeah, Joel, sorry to cut you off, Drew, but check Hastings, just south of Hastings. Caleb, I think, took something out there. Perhaps a weak CC drop there by south of Hastings again.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple here that could be up and down this line. This is not what we wanted to see. This is a bunch of embedded mesovortices within the line. We have so much shear out there tonight that every single cell that gets engulfed into this line ahead of the squall line is going to get wrapped right into the line and spin up a brief tornado. So we have maybe a half a dozen mesovortices up and down the line right now. A couple of weaker ones up near Leroy up there in Osceola County, kind of north of the main threat. But again, most of this right now is going to be from Saranac and points south. So Lake Odessa, Hastings, and probably heading towards Nashville, Vermontville soon. Woodland, Sunfield as well, Woodbury. All these locations.
I want attention back to Battle Creek. It's very hard to tell because it's right on the edge of the heavier precip. But I think at this point we should assume that this could be and likely is a tornado on the ground moving into downtown Battle Creek right now. It's very hard to line up with reflectivity, so we cannot confirm it 100%. But the latest velocity scan there, it comes together really well. The CC and debris ball matches. Treat this as a tornado on the ground because it likely is moving into Springfield and downtown Battle Creek right now. Joel, if you want to zoom in and give your opinion too, it's really hard to tell there. It lines up good. Check your velo too.
Oh yeah.
It's really hard to depict, but I think with the environment at hand here, we should just assume that it's on the ground.
Yep. And we could have. There's also, it's very subtle, but there's also a slight notch here. So this is what's called a double notch, back to back. Kind of looks like a backwards 3. So we have a notch right here over Oak Park and one just south of Sunfield. So we also have to watch Oak Park very closely. It's very far away from the radar, so it's tough to tell. But we could have a double notch, which would be considered a twin tornado moving into Battle Creek. So again, watch Oak Park for me. But I would have to imagine this is on the ground directly over the I-94 business loop at Logistics Drive. And this is going to be heading right into Helmer Road. A bunch of these areas here, North 30th Street, Upton Avenue, as well as Avenue A. Again, this is downtown Battle Creek, anywhere in downtown Battle Creek. Tornado moving into town right now. Again, a lot of these tornadoes are going to be short-lived, but they're going to cause destruction in the ballpark of probably EF0, EF1 tornado strength. Good news here on the north side, it looks like the inflow was cut off from the storm. However, there is still some very strong damaging winds of perhaps 80 miles per hour moving through Ionia County right now between Saranac and Clarksville, heading right down Peck Lake Road and Grand River Road, as well as Bennett Road. Also, down here into Lake Odessa, up and down Bliss Road right now, moving across Musgrove, or down through Musgrove Highway, Bipley Avenue, M50, the entire M50 corridor, as well as Woodland. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning is probably going to be canceled here shortly for Kent County, I believe. So it looks like Grand Rapids, you guys are going to be in the clear. So as of right now, kind of a quick reset. You can see on radar left side of the screen, that's your velocity. So the measurement of winds. Where you see these brighter yellows, that is your very, very heavy winds. It's tornado warned right now for perhaps a couple embedded spin-ups. I would say at this point, it's probably more of a damaging wind threat. But again, tornadoes can spin up in the next frame or two. So treat this as if a tornado was on the ground. You also have a bunch of vortices, mesovortices up and down the line from Berry County down into Calhoun County, where a possible tornado is on the ground here moving into Battle Creek. Charlotte Cam is facing west, correct. That actually might come in handy here soon. I'm going to pull that full on one of my monitors so I can watch that.
Charlotte is facing north-northwest. And then Ionia Cam is facing to the due west.
Gotcha. So that top one is going to be just south of our Ionia Cam, and the other one is heading right for our Charlotte Cam, actually. So we'll see.
Likely TDS Battle Creek matches up really well with ZDR.
What scan do you have? The 306, or is there a new one?
I have. I just have the new one. I'm at
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
52.
Yeah, it looks like there is a likely tornado on the ground moving into southern Battle Creek right now.
I would say downtown.
Yeah.
It looks like it's very weak, but again, that is, if that's, I mean, I'm looking at it from the Grand Rapids radar, that's 3,100 feet. That's still being lofted up there quite a ways.
Let me check on IWX here and see if I have the exact same
IWX
thing.
has it too. Same place, same thing.
Okay. Well, then I think that's pretty safe to assume. Yeah, that's pretty clear cut then.
Grand Rapids has it better, but IWX has the same CC, same spot.
Okay.
Damage coming in behind the scenes from the 84th Street Avenue, or 84th Street near Alto. It looks like confirmed damage has been confirmed there with that tornado warning we saw in southeastern Kent County. One of the chasers we know behind the scenes has confirmed lots of tree damage there. But it does look like a weak, very weak tornado is moving through Battle Creek. And like I said here, guys, that double notch there, looks like that second one is trying to perhaps spin up as well, right over 5.5 Mile Road at Ballman Road, as well as Carpenter's CV and S Drive North. So that little notch right there might be taking away from the notch to its south. So again, tornado warning in effect for Calhoun County north side. We still have a confirmed tornado warning here for Berry County, but I'm not seeing anything in the way of on the ground right now. Perhaps some bugs being kicked up along the line. I would imagine this tornado warning is going to be canceled here soon for Berry. Good news for Kent County. No more warnings there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Battle Creek gusting to 76 miles per hour at the airport. 76. That is our highest gust of the night. Confirming, I mean, if this was a tornado, it went directly over this airport or just south of it. So this is likely, if not a tornado, very strong winds.
New information.
There we go.
This
Confirmed.
tornado warning
This
has
is
been
a
updated.
confirmed tornado on the ground in Calhoun County, downtown Battle
Creek
Creek right now. Again, the airport just measured 76 mile per hour winds, and I believe it's on the north side of the tornado. So these winds are really ripping outside of the tornado itself. Luckily, this looks like it's on the weaker side of things, although we can't say that for sure. It doesn't look like it's very strong in nature. We don't have a debris ball that's being lofted, 10, 15,000 feet. It's more so 5,000 or 6,000 feet. So it should be on the weaker side of things, but still, all tornadoes are very dangerous. This is over downtown Battle Creek as of right now, 11:13 p.m., 26 seconds, May 15th here. It's current time. If you're not watching current time, sync it up, restart the stream. Again, current time is 11:13. The text of that warning says radar confirmed damaging tornado. So it's level 2 out of a scale of 4 on the warning scale. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground in Battle Creek.
It does look like in the latest scan, it's kind of broadened out a little bit, which is good. It appears that it is heading straight for Marshall if it stays on the ground, but I would have to imagine, guys, like I said, that northern notch was something to watch, and it now looks like we could have another tornado on the ground here on the north side of the county, right on Huntington Road. So this, if it continues off to the northeast, would be heading towards Bellevue and Olivet here in extreme southern Eden County. Look at that. You guys can see that, right?
Watch Assyria.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I guess this is clearer, though.
So it looks like it's doing a handoff to the storm to its north. So broadening out over Battle Creek as it went over Battle Creek, passing it to the storm heading towards the extreme south side of Bellevue and eventually towards Olivet and Olivet College there. Going to be just south of our Charlotte cam, which, Ryan, I would probably pull that full here soon.
Ionia's about to get rocked here.
Or Ionia, that's fine. It looks like it's going to be just
looks
south
like-
of our cam in Ionia.
Yeah, I got Charlotte pulled up here. Good views on both cameras here. These cameras are coming in handy. So shout out to those who are hosting this. Charlotte Fire Department for our Charlotte cam. We also have the Storm Porch in Ionia, and also for Guardian for installing these cameras. They're coming in real handy with these storms as they cross Michigan. So thank you to these people who are hosting these cameras, and also to Guardian for installing these. A huge service to us here and for you guys watching. Can you pull Charlotte full? I got some scuddiness back in the.
Penfield's on the ground north of Battle Creek.
Yep.
The ZDR hole as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, another tornado on the ground north of Battle Creek, heading toward Bellevue and Olivet areas, just south of the Calhoun, Berry, and Eaton County lines, moving up into Eaton County. Again, tornado on the ground here. Pull up the roads here real quick. Good call there, Caleb.
Yep, I-69 corridor. We got looks like 13-mile road is what it's coming up on. Looks like State Highway 78 as well. Moving
Yeah,
towards
it's going to ride
Bellevue
78
and all of
right
it.
into Bellevue. So if you're in Bellevue, Olivet, Brookfield, anywhere along Eaton County and Calhoun County line, I-69 corridor, heading up toward Eaton Rapids and perhaps even Charlotte. This is a tornado on the ground. Another one, not the one in Battle Creek. That one looks like it's lifted. This is to the north of that one. This is another tornado on the ground north of Battle Creek. Goodness gracious. What is this, number 6 or 7 tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah, mesovorticity transfer there.
Yep. And
I'll be right back.
I'll
We'll take a quick break.
Also
This is
watch
a bit-
Assyria.
This is verifying the environment that was given at place by Meso.
Yeah. And we saw this coming from us. I mean, I saw it personally coming from all the way back here in Oak Park when I mentioned this. It looks like the backwards 3. So you had the first one here in south side of Battle Creek and the second one here in Oak Park. What happens was it transferred all its energy to the north storm. I'm still waiting for a scan. I don't know if you guys have a new scan. I'm
large CC now, just north of Penfield. Updated scan, 1637, just southwest of Bellevue. Cross State Road 78.
New information.
Right on top
This
of 13
tornado
Mile
warning
Road.
has been updated.
Yeah,
Coming
there
in
it
the
is.
south side of Bellevue.
Yeah, that's going to be debris being lofted at 3,000 feet. So that's another weak tornado on the ground there. Velocity does confirm that. There's your tight reds and greens close together like that. Again, we look for the brighter reds, brighter greens really close. They make like a little bit of like a notching feature in radar here, like a comma shape, I guess you could call it. It is right over 13 Mile Road. So, tornado warning has been trimmed to this hourglass-looking tornado warning for Berry County. I would say at this point it looks like the threat is pretty much out of Berry County. But we do see more notching up and down this line, so we have more in store probably here for central Eaton County in the minutes to come. You can see down there in the bottom of your screen, that is our Charlotte Skycam. That is there at the Charlotte Fire Department, right there. Facing, I believe, northwest was what Ryan mentioned, is the camera. So that would be heading, I would kind of be looking up towards the Vermontville area here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there is the tornado warning coming in for Eaton County now. Obviously, you can see a bunch of different notches going on out here. It's safe to probably going to do the entire county, I would imagine, because of how many notches are up and down this line.
I want to add something quick here. Two quick things here. We got two more chasers that are east of this line that will give updates as this comes through. And second, for anyone that's new, we have a Michigan Weather Reports page. If you guys have any damage, feel free to send that over to the page. That really helps out not just us, but also any local National Weather Service that may see this damage. Only submit photos if you can do so safely. We do not want you to hurt yourself. If there's any power lines down, please do not approach them. Just want to get that out because we're going to have a lot of damage here, whether it's tornadic damage or straight line wind damage.
I'm going to go up and check on our northern Michigan friends real quick. There's only like one warning up here right now for Wexford County. Right now, it just looks like it's damaging winds 60 miles per hour. We could have some stronger winds moving through Everett right now, heading towards Clare County. This will be also moving in towards myself here in Mount Pleasant. There's also some strong winds just south of me in Carson City. I'm going to go ahead and check that on GRR radars. That's a little bit closer. Make sure that's not actually getting close to the ground. That's good. So that's some gusty winds there moving into Mount Pleasant. Very, very strong gusty winds moving down 96, heading into Lyons and Portland. There's a tornado warning here for a possible brief spin up. And then, as mentioned, we have a new tornado warning for Eaton County. This is the west side of Lansing, so Waverly, Grand Ledge, Diamonddale, Potterville. So this is what the text says. Tornado warning in effect for Eaton County in south central Michigan until 11:45. You can actually see now, actually on the bottom of your screen, that's our Charlotte cam. You have fire department going out at the current time.
And I want to point out they're also going the opposite directions. So I assume they're going to go out and spot for these. That's what I assume they're doing here.
Yeah.
Unless they have multiple calls coming in for down wires or something.
That almost
But
looks like a wall cloud moving
it
in.
does. I'm going to switch really quickly here to the Ionia camera because it's about to get rocked here on Ionia. In fact, it's already getting rocked there, looks like. We're going to switch back to Charlotte.
We got really strong winds in Ionia and Portland.
Yeah, the strongest winds are just south of the camera in Ionia, so Charlotte's going to have the best view right now. Go ahead, Joel.
Yep. So to confirm, to continue that tornado warning, this is in effect till 11:45, 11:18. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located along a line extending from Vermontville to near Bellevue, moving east at 60. I'm speaking fast because I can see what's happening on radar right now. I'm going to get through the cities here. Lansing, Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Nashville, Bellevue, Calamo, Olivet, Brookfield, Diamonddale, Vermontville, Waverly, and Gresham, all in effect for this new tornado warning. No hail expected. I'm saying this now because we now have a new couplet heading straight for Charlotte, and that is on our camera. A new couplet has just formed, is heading right down at M79, right into downtown Charlotte.
Yep. This is facing west-northwest, too, looking right at it.
So this is, so what you're seeing right now on cam.
Okay, we're getting way too many comments here. stop asking for specific towns. We'll mention them if we need to. You are west of this line. You're good.
All
I
right.
want to just mention a couple areas here very quickly. Grand Rapids, you're all clear. Kalamazoo is about to be all clear. If you're west of US 131, you're clear. Go to bed. If you're still on the east side, Flint, Detroit, Ann Arbor, Jackson, Lansing, Thumb area, Tri-Cities, your threat's still to come. Again, we can't cover all these places at once. There's numerous stuff going on here. We can't get to it all. Look, said decimate your screen is looking really interesting there. Can you pull this full, Joel?
Can one of you guys take your radar real quick? Drew?
Yeah. You want me to do it, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm going to go take shelter. I'm getting rocked right now here in Mount Pleasant. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Isabella, and there is a vortex passing really close to my apartment. I'm going to go take shelter.
All right. You want me
Sounds
to pull up? You want me to pull up, Ryan?
Yep, one sec.
Can you pull Caleb in? Get Caleb on the screen?
Yeah.
I got Caleb. I don't see him.
Caleb, you on video?
I can be. Let me.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be.
I am not on video.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're here in the background. That's all that matters.
I don't have anyone
Okay,
else's
cool.
radar. I'm just going to keep mine.
Okay, well. Here, let me.
I want to take note on the Charlotte camera. We have winds going directly to the west. That is inflow. That is very interesting there.
Yeah,
This
but
is
another
likely
note,
pulling in
Ryan-
a lot of inflow. This might be a mesovortice about to go over the camera.
Yeah, I also want to say
Ryan,
one thing. The Olivet tornado is still on the ground. Latest CC just shows it just southwest of town. It's crossing right now. Butterfield Highway right now. Heading northeast. Tornado is still on the ground, heading towards the Brookfield area. May split Olivet and Brookfield, moving off to the north and east. Just on the south side, southeast side of Olivet. Tornado is still on the ground.
Yeah, this is about to impact the Charlotte camera here. You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen the outline of the clouds. That's the leading edge of this, and we're about to get blasted here by likely wind and rain. So we're
Also,
gonna
if
keep an eye
you're on the
this.
north side of Charlotte, near Chester, be in your safe place, into your room, away from windows. That area of rotation. No sign of a tornado on the ground at this point in time.
A new
However,
considerable
that couplet
severe
has
thunderstorm
really tightened
warning
up
has
in the
been
last,
issued.
Scan heading towards M50 and Potterville. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Approaching the I-69 corridor just north of Charlotte.
Yeah, we have the Charlotte cam facing directly northwest. We're looking right at that couplet, unfortunately. It's a little dark out here. You can't really
Yeah.
make anything out, but we're looking right at it. Also, the winds look like they have shifted to the north, due north, which is typical with these lines and winds begin to pick up here.
I think we would be seeing this a whole lot better if we didn't have those lights in the bottom of the ground. It's creating a glare. But
Oh, those winds. Check out the trees there. I don't know if you guys can see them behind the logo there. Unfortunately, Joel is taking shelter. He's in Mount Pleasant, and he has a lot of interesting mesovortices heading his way. But the winds are really, really ramping up here. It's hard to tell there at the bottom of your screen, but those trees are whipping. And here it comes. That is insane. It's like a wall of rain just took over the camera. You may have just lost the camera. You may have
Power
just lost
goes
our
out with
Charlotte
the
cam.
Okay, so power could be out there.
Power could be out there in Charlotte. We'll see if the fire department has a battery backup. They'll kick it on here in about 20 seconds. I cannot change that. I can change the
Ryan,
scene
I'm
here.
back. I ran upstairs real quick. I'm going to take your camera full.
Camera is currently dead. We might have lost power in Charlotte. I'm hoping they have a generator kick back in here to get this camera back up. But it just got really wild there in Charlotte, and there's a couplet going literally just north of here, looking right at it. Unfortunately,
Yep.
the camera went down. Actually, it might be take me off the screen if you can.
One sec.
I'm gonna try to restart this. It might be on my end.
Also, look at Marshall.
we got an area west of Brookfield here. Rotation looks a little concerning. Just south of Charlotte. Charlotte, I mean.
New tornado watch in effect for the entirety of southeast Michigan. It appears the entirety of southeast Michigan. Yeah, Charlotte is offline. Looks like we have lost power in Charlotte.
We're going to have to watch that area by Brookfield.
Caleb, can you get that new watch graphic on the page, please?
Yeah. Yep, I'm getting it right now.
Thank you. Is Joel still here with us, or is he back
I
taking care?
think he's downstairs.
Okay.
Obviously, we've been mentioning Charlotte as the main area of interest. We also have an area of rotation just south of the by Brookfield. Not
New
near the site,
information.
but we're
This
definitely watching
tornado
that as
warning
well,
has
so
been updated.
I believe that's clear air on the Brookfield area of rotation, Ryan.
Let me look at this real quick. What are you looking at?
Brookfield?
Brookfield.
It's just south of Charlotte.
Nope, that's that might be on the ground there too. That is not clear air. It's
Yeah, all right. Just want to.
It's a potential tornado on the ground there, just to the east of Olivet. There's so many mesovortices here. There's one directly heading toward Potterville and Diamonddale. I'm not going to say this lightly, but if you're living in Lansing, and in particular the western half of Lansing, Grand Ledge, Lansing downtown, it's probably a good idea to start heading toward your basements. This is a kink in the line here that looks like it could be spinning something up here the next couple of minutes. So if you're in Lansing, Potterville, all the way across here up into Lansing, Diamonddale, Waverly, Grand Ledge, I'd head to your safe place. The new watch, I'm trying to get the graphic here.
I'm trying to get it loaded. Twitter's not loading for me. Or X.
Yeah, it's been kind of delayed. Yeah, it's not out yet. We'll get the graphic posted as soon as it comes out. Joel, if you can hear me, I have my video sharing. If you can switch to my scene so I can control radar. I don't know if you can hear me or not. He's just taking shelter last I knew. But again, it looks like there is a potential tornado on the ground there just to the east of Olivet, although it looks like the last couple of scans here might have been debris fallout.
Possible Potterville.
Yeah, we just talked about that one. We'll go back up. Yeah, Potterville might be on the ground there too. Good call there, Caleb. Likely tornado on the ground just west of Potterville, heading up toward Diamonddale and West Lansing area. We just talked about this. Again, that's going to be pull out some roads here. Yeah, that's a confirmed on the ground. Matches up perfectly. Let's call some road names in some smaller cities here. Potterville, I-69 here, Whaley Drain, Diamonddale. This is going to ride up into the west part of Lansing.
New
There we go.
information.
Third
This
confirmed.
tornado warning has been updated.
This is the exact cell we're talking about right now. Joel, if you want to take my video, I'm tracking this down to the road level right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Directly just to the north of Potterville, this area right here, this is confirmed on the ground, heading directly up, basically to the north side of 69 here. Whaley Drain, West Windsor, anywhere along this area, 100 all the way up through West Lansing, Southwest Lansing. You guys need to be in your safe place right now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. As of the last scan about a minute ago, it was directly over whatever road this is, if I can get the road to load. East Gresham Highway. This is going to be crossing 100, aka North Hartle Road. Moving up into 6996 corridor here. Other roads here: Davis Highway, Nixon Road. So this is going to be a tornado heading directly in to downtown Lansing. If we track this, the air of rotation here, it's literally going directly into Lansing. So if you live in Lansing, anywhere in downtown Lansing or anywhere around it, it's time to head to your basements and hunker down. Wait till this passes. It's moving pretty fast, which is good news. Also bad news, you don't have much time to react. So if you're in Lansing, anywhere in the circle here I just drew, get underground. This is, again, tornado on the ground, moving into the Lansing area. Again, possible tornado back down here near the Brookfield area. We don't have a CC drop for this one, but if you look and kind of compare, you can kind of see the divot here on the velocity. Same general idea here by the radar. Not really tight yet, but again, Eaton Rapids, be alert here. This is heading, looks like south of town here. Onondaga, Leslie, 127 corridor. This is going to be heading your way. Again, I would not be shocked if there's a tornado on the ground with this. If we zoom in here to the debris ball, we're going to see a couple things here. Go ahead and switch this over. You're going to see a little bit of fuzz here where that couplet is. We kind of track that backwards. It kind of lines up just a little bit there. So it could have been on the ground here close to 69, Olivet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning is updated here just south of Mount Pleasant here for Ithaca, Alma, Wheeler, Newark, and St. John's. This is going to be for Clinton County and Gratiot County until 12:15 a.m. That's radar indicated, so nothing confirmed on the ground there. We'll take a peek at that in just a second. Back down here to the areas of interest, going back to the debris product. New scan coming in. We're going to wait for that. There's your debris ball still heading up in toward the 6996 corridor here. So we're going to keep an eye on that as well. Caleb, Drew, Joel, anything you guys want to chime in?
Jacob, from our chats, says it sounds like a freight train. Here, actually, hold on. Let me clarify that. Yeah, freight train in Fowler, Michigan, and that was literally minutes before the tornado warning got issued. So, might be just the damaging winds itself, but regardless, take shelter.
I can confirm that, Drew. I don't know if you guys were hearing that while I was away, but it has sounded like a freight train prior to me leaving for the last 5 minutes. So, we
New
now have
information.
duo.
This tornado warning has been updated.
No, sorry, still one tornado on the ground there, but yeah, those storms all the way up towards Alma, Ithaca, also all rotating in a way. So if you are up and down this line right now, you should be taking shelter immediately. We're going to likely have a new tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning incoming here for downtown Lansing itself soon.
We have a tornado touchdown just outside of Marshall and Calhoun. I completely missed that one. Rice Creek, Albion Landing, Springport, Devereaux, Marengo. This is actually on the ground. It looks like it lifted a little bit, perhaps. Devereaux, Springport area. Again, they just updated this warning to observe. Completely missed that one. There's so much going on here. So again, looks like a touchdown just outside of Marshall. What is this, number 10 tonight? This is insane. This is crazy. Let's go ahead and go back up here to Lansing
right now. 96, 69, 96. Moving right over the interchange, just northeast of Potterville. Still on the ground.
New tornado warning coming in now for all of Ingham County. Radar indicated, so they're not going to confirm with this anymore, at least not at this time. The entirety of Ingham County, new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Williamston, Weberville, Dansville, Holt, East Lansing, Lansing Downtown, Leslie, Onondaga, Stockbridge, Mason, Pollock, and Vantown areas. Any place in Ingham County, you need to be underground right now. This line, if you're just tuning in, this line has a history of producing probably close to 10 or more tornadoes so far this evening, in addition to numerous severe wind gusts and reports of damage across West Michigan. Please take this seriously. This is the real deal. And that's all I have to say at this point. Make sure you're heeding all these warnings. No matter if it's severe or tornado, these storms mean business. Joel, if you want to take your radar back, I'm going to get the cameras back up here and get going on the east side cameras.
Charlotte is back online.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can't go back and pull the data from that if we can. Looks like that tornado's still on the ground. They're heading up in toward Lansing as well. So again, we're just tuning in from the Lansing area. There is a tornado on the ground moving into the downtown area. Please heed these warnings if they're issued for your location.
Yeah, so this is going to be directly, as Caleb mentioned, over the I-69, I-96 interchange here right at Davis Highway, moving across Canal Road. It's going to be going right up the business route, US 27 business route. I believe that's Lansing. That is Lansing Road. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground heading into downtown Lansing. If you know anyone in downtown Lansing, please share the stream. Please let your friends and family know here.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Waiting for an updated scan here. We should get one here in the next minute or two.
Could be fallout. It has passed the I-96 corridor. It is now just south of 496, moving into downtown if it is still on the ground. Still a CC on radar, moving directly towards downtown. Getting ready to cross West Mount Hope Highway and Old Lansing Road is where this is currently situated at, just south of 496, moving north and east towards M99 and West Main Street, West St. Joseph Road. Interior room away from windows, and also on the south side, very strong winds in Diamonddale, 70 plus miles per hour indicated on velocity there on the south side of that couplet.
Just want to address the comments here quick. Guys, if you can do us a huge favor by liking and sharing the stream, that'll do a lot. That'll help more people ahead of this line here being aware of these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. All it takes is 5 seconds. So really would appreciate that on your guys' part. Go ahead, Ryan, or Caleb.
New severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for Wexford County. That's up here in the northern Michigan for Cadillac. 60-mile-per-hour winds there. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Midland Bay and Saginaw, also for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado embedded within the line. So Tri-Cities, you guys are up next as this heads over towards Detroit's jurisdiction. So again, the National Weather Service in Detroit now takes over here once you get into this side of the state. So then I'll be taking over the warning process. We also have some very tight rotation near Maple Rapids here inside of that tornado warning that was recently issued for northern Clinton and central Gratiot County there. I will say one thing from a meteorological standpoint, you can see what's happening out here tonight is, as mentioned earlier, have these prefrontal cells that are all developing out in front of the main line. And what's happening is that they're going so slow that the line behind it's catching up to it, and these storms congeal and spin into each other. Again, there's favorable shear out there tonight for these storms to spin up, and that's exactly what's happening. So as these backline ingests these cells in front of it, it spins up all these mesovortices that you see and have seen so far this evening, or we've already seen probably at least 10 different tornadoes on the ground tonight across Michigan, likely to bump up our count by at least double by the time it's all said and done.
All right, the tornado appears to have lifted just before downtown. Weaker CC returns now. Still possibly on the ground, just weaker returns now. So hopefully it has lofted, but even despite a tornado not on the ground, if it's not on the ground, I would expect 70 plus mile per hour winds impacting downtown Lansing.
New severe warning coming in now for Jackson County. I'm not sure if we covered that or not, but tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds there for Jackson. Also, watching the Colon, Sherwood area a little bit closer. Some rotation down there, starting to pick up on radar. Nothing too tight just yet. Looks like it's going to pass over into Branch County here momentarily. We're going to watch that south part of the line. It's actually heading my way here in the next probably hour or so. So I'll have to see if I can pop outside while it approaches me and take shelter if I need to. But want to keep an eye on that as well. There is a severe warning in effect there for Northern Branch, Northern St. Joseph. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the only hazard. There's no hail or a possible tornado tag with that. One thing I will say, Joel, and the overall hail risk today appears to be on the lower end of things. That's more than likely because of this line. It's kind of all like a mess of like a line. A lot of competing updrafts here, not really conducive to large hail. So far, so good with the hail side of things, but unfortunately with the wind and tornado side of things, we got plenty to talk about.
Go ahead and go back to my Grand Rapids radar here. It looks like there was a report of 61 at the airport earlier. Not sure if that was mentioned. Gusty winds moving over Alma Breckenridge right now. Just passed over Mount Pleasant here. Again, you probably heard that on the stream in the background. You have this tight, or not tight, but damaging winds here.
A
moving
new tornado
through central
warning
and
has
southern
been issued.
Gratiot and northern Clinton, and that stuff is now heading towards the Tri-Cities area, which is now going to get a new tornado warning here in just a moment.
Radar indicated.
Yep. And as mentioned, again, as these storms continue to eat up all these cells on front of it, we're going to have to watch for this mesovortice right in Holt now. It's not tight yet, but you can see it is starting to notch up a little bit. No CC there, no debris being lofted. But, again, you can see there's this area of brighter greens about to impact some brighter reds right over Holt. And again, that would head towards Williamston and Weberville, which has already seen 2 tornadoes in the last year and a half. So watch out, Williamston, Weberville, Dansville, Fowlerville, Perry down the road here. This line of thunderstorms with a couple embedded tornadoes is heading your way. You can see the entire county of Ingham is under a tornado warning right now.
There's a lot of divots in this line here too. Sorry, Caleb, go ahead.
Sorry, just going through comments here. Getting reports of some damage outside the Lansing area. We got some trailer structures damaged. Douglas Township and Macomb County, Hills Road and Stanton. Getting some damage there.
A gust at Three Rivers, 58 miles per hour earlier this evening. Actually, not earlier this evening, about probably 10 minutes ago, actually.
I do want to mention there was a special weather statement issued a short while ago also for the UP. Real quick, 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail moving through Schoolcraft County north of Manistee, heading towards Seney and Germfask. That would be heading off towards central Luce County and Grand Marais eventually over the next hour. So keep that in mind. Not severe up there in the UP, but still something to be tracking if you are up there living in that area. And we'll head back down here to the new tornado warning for a large area of the Tri-Cities region. This is Midland, Bay City, north side of Saginaw. Tornado warning in effect for Bay County, northern Saginaw County, and Midland County until 12:45 a.m. At 11:40, severe thunderstorms capable of producing multiple tornadoes located near Pleasant Valley or 11 miles southwest of Sanford, moving east at 55. Only hazard is tornado. Storm will be near Midland around 11:50, Freeland around 11:55, Bay City around 12:05, Milwaukee 12:10, and Munger around 12:15 a.m. Other locations impacted by this new tornado warning you can see here in your red box include LaPorte, Averill, Carlton, Gordonville, Porter Township, Crump, Poseyville, Willard, Bay City State Recreation Area, and Indiantown. Tornado.
I would like to
sorry, go ahead.
Want to draw attention real quick there. There is a nice looking notch there just south of Mason near Leslie. No CC drop yet. Would not be shocked if that's on the ground here momentarily heading toward Mason and Dansville.
Yeah, and also another one, Ryan, just east of Holt.
Just east of Holt, you said? Yeah, just north of that one. There's a little bit more divot there. The one on the south side is more pronounced, but there's actually 2 of them up there at East Lansing and also near the Holt area. So I have to watch that very closely.
I'd also like to add that right now, this line is in between the radars of Grand Rapids and Detroit. So right now we're really high up in the atmosphere, and it's really difficult to pinpoint tornado debris, CC drops, excuse me. But obviously, as this line gets closer to the Detroit radar, it'll become slightly easier. But
a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Jump scare.
Basically, if there's an area of rotation, treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground.
And I was actually just gonna mention this. That new severe thunderstorm warning considerable was for Genesee and Shiawassee, I believe. That is because, as you can see from the Detroit radar, these are some strong gusty winds. Even if this is not a tornado, this is still some very strong gusty winds. We have pixels of 98 miles per hour here at
a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has
3,800
been
feet
issued.
off the ground directly over Holt. So that might mix to the ground. As a result, you now have a couple new considerable severe thunderstorm warnings coming in. First one here for the north. Shiawassee, Genesee County in its entirety until 1 a.m. 70 mile per hour wind gusts moving into the area. Considerable tree damage is expected. Langsburg, 11:50. Perry, 11:55. Owasso, Corunna, Maurice, Henderson around midnight. Bancroft around 12:05. Durand, New Lothrop, 12:10. Byron, Lennon, Gaines, 12:15. Flushing, Schwartz Creek, Montrose, 12:20. And finally, Flint, Fenton, Linden, and Beecher around 12:25. Does anyone else have anything to say before I go to the next warning?
Yeah, really quickly, 181,000 people are out of power across the state. 181,000. That'll continue to grow here, unfortunately, as the night goes on.
And with a number like that, that is now officially in multi-day power outage category. Again, it takes, on average, probably with a number like that, 2 to 3 days to get the state fully restored. So multi-day power outage now if you do have a power outage in your area. Anything else before I go to the next one?
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. Go ahead.
Next severe thunderstorm warning now just issued. You saw them flash on the bottom of the screen. Considerable. Issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit for all of Oakland and all of Livingston County until 1:15 a.m. So this is in effect for another hour and a half as this line goes your way. It's more of like an advanced warning for you guys. As you can see, it's still 2 counties away from Oakland. In effect till 1:15 as mentioned. At 11:44, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 8 miles west of Elsie to near Lansing to near Albion, moving east at 65 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust is the main hazard, which is why it is considerable. It'll be near Fowlerville at midnight, Choctaw, Gregory, Oak Grove around 12:05 a.m., Howell 12:10 a.m., Heartland, Pinckney around 12:15, Fenton, Brighton, Holly, Hamburg, and Lake Fenton around 12:20, Milford, Whitmore Lake around 12:25, Southline, Ortonville, Clarkston around 12:30, and Novi and Northville around 12:35. So you can tell a lot of cities in this location, a lot of urban areas. So if you know anyone that's living on the east side of the state that might be asleep, please give them a call. Again, we are now at 11:48 p.m. here on this Thursday evening. So a lot of people now sleeping as 70-mile-per-hour winds bear down on a very populated portion of the state. A like and a share goes a long way. Also in this warning, Franklin, Kego Harbor, Waterford, Orchard Lake, Plainfield, Holly State Recreation Area, Commerce, Roche Center, Pinckney State Recreation Area, and Conway Township. Ryan, are you raising your hand?
Yes, I am. The latest update jumped us from 181 to now 223,000 with just 5 minutes. 40,000 people within 5 minutes. That is crazy.
I would imagine it's probably because it's passing over Lansing right now. Again, as mentioned, in the blues here, these are pixels of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. So right now, in terms of tornado warnings, there's no more confirmed tornado warnings out there, just normal tornado warnings, radar indicated for northern Clinton, southern Gratiot County. You have a possible tornado moving into Midland Bay City right now. Again, tornado warning, radar indicated. So please take shelter. I will say it looks like right here, Ryan, there is a little bit of a notch that is right on rural areas over here north of Merrill. So this would be heading towards Freeland, Midland, and Auburn if it continues its path.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
So that's
Also want to report a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust at Lansing.
There you go.
It just came in.
Yes.
A report from the Grand Rapids says train spotter reports tornado power flashes near the Meyer Distribution Center off Crates Road, and that's going to be on the west side of Lansing as we track those storms from Potterville into the west part of Lansing. That was earlier, not current. Looks like we did have confirmed tornadoes, or at least a train spotter confirming a tornado passed through close to the Meyer Distribution Center in the southwest part of Lansing there.
263 at 43. Well, that's not right. That's definitely not right. My velocity just got all messed up here. One sec.
Watching the area near Ovid a little bit better as well. A little bit of an indentation. Not a very big one, but enough to warrant attention with the environment at hand tonight. So I won't be shocked there if we have another spin up there toward Owasso, Ovid area next couple of minutes. Looking at the Detroit radar, yeah, Lansing's getting rocked, I assume. Williamston, Weberville, Fowlerville, you guys can get rocked here as well with this line pushing your way. Unfortunately, the radar at the airport in Detroit is down. That airport radar does us quite a bit of good there, as the beam height is really low. Gives us a lot of good data. Unfortunately, though, we can't use
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Looks like they trimmed it back just a bit and continued it as radar indicated. New warning coming in now for Misaki, Gladwin, and Roscommon counties. Severe warning, looks like. 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's your warning. So Buttman, Gladwin, Beaverton, Butterfield, 127 there. Pioneer, Roscommon. Not too many things up here. Prudenville, St. Helen, Maple Valley, Osable Park, Keno, and Giles. Severe warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard with that line. There is no possible tornado tag with that.
That's good there. So that is part of the National Weather Service Gaylord jurisdiction. One of their other warnings have been able to issue tonight. This tornado warning is still in effect. As mentioned, it was trimmed from extreme western Midland counties. No longer in a tornado warning there. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clare and Isabella County, although this line is starting to pass out of the area. Eaton County still has a severe thunderstorm warning as well, although also starting to pass out of the area. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect down here near St. Joseph, Branch, and Calhoun counties. And of course, Jackson County also still in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. All of these mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornado spin-ups. And over here on the east side of the state, 70-mile-per-hour winds as they bear down on Shiawassee and Livingston County.
Hey, Joel, I want to turn your attention down to the border of Indiana and Michigan. If you want to take my video, or you can do it, you want to switch down there.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
It looks like a supercell, tail end Charlie, as we call them, trying to develop down there by Sturgis. Those could be ones to watch for tornadoes in the future here if that develops even further. We'll have to watch it a little bit closer, but I don't like to see that. There's nothing below it, so it's clear inflow to the storm. Tail end Charlie's like that. They like to do sneaky things, so we're going to watch that very closely. That'd be headed more so toward Bronson, Coldwater, toward Hillsdale, and eventually Lenawee County as well. I'm going to get the cameras. It looks like the Burton camera is about to be impacted here. Next about 20 minutes or so, we're going to pop that open.
Mm-hmm. That updated tornado warning, by the way, trims Maple Rapids, Perryton, Ithaca, Elma, pretty much the entire west side of Gratiot and Clinton County. So only in effect for St. John's, Ovid, Elsie, Ashley, and Breckenridge. I would say the strongest rotation right now inside this line is going to be right over Ashley. So we're on the edge of the jurisdiction for Grand Rapids, heading into southwest Saginaw County here soon. We'd probably be heading up towards more of the St. Charles area in the minutes to come. And that does look true, although it looks weaker now. Eaton County trimming their severe thunderstorm warning there as well. These gusty winds now moving into Shiawassee County as we speak. Anywhere you see these blue pixels, that's going to be winds of perhaps 70 to 80 miles per hour, although this is at 2,700 feet off the ground. So it's tough to tell. Again, ground truth is what matters. You can send in those damage reports to our community page on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports. Alternatively, if you have Discord, we do have a Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We have a damage and survey thread in there. When you do report, make sure you are specific with your time and location. If you're measuring hail for whatever reason, make sure to get an accurate measurement with a ruler or a coin. Even branches too. And obviously only do damage reports when it's safe to do so. Eaton County, Ingham County no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. However, tornado warning still remains in effect for eastern Ingham County, including Stockbridge.
Also, we can send damage reports to our inbox on Facebook as well. Feel free to message that to us too.
Correct. So we are now approaching hour 5 of our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage here. The hours all meshed together. Full reset. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here, Michigan Storm Chasers, alongside my partners in crime, multiple. You have Ryan there in the middle, Drew at the bottom, and Caleb behind the scenes. Caleb, you still there?
I'm still here.
He's still there. So we got 4 of us in here right now. I would bring his face in if I had another slot to put him in, but we ran out of slots tonight, so he's back there watching behind the scenes, and we have obviously all more staff members behind the scenes keeping track of stuff as well. So we have full crew in here tonight. We'll be live until these storms exit the state, probably around 3 a.m., so we still have probably another 2 to 3 hours left on this live stream tonight. So feel free to like and share with your eastern Michigan friends as these storms roll on. So as your full reset, we have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings for probably 12 to 16 different counties in the state still ongoing.
Joel, can you pull up Trisha? She says she's on live, Freeland, Michigan.
Okay. Yep, looks like she's got a lot of lightning here.
So yeah, Lansing, you're going to be here in about 5 minutes for those of you in Lansing. Just some back-end light and thunder and heavy rain there. But overall, the work that has passed you, so Lansing all clear, very, very soon.
So her mic is live.
A new tornado warning coming in for Saginaw County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And as you can hear it on Trisha's screen, she's getting the EAS alert on her phone because she is also in Saginaw County.
Yeah,
And that is
she's
a
in,
perfect example of how you use EAS alerts on your phone to be alerted for any and all warnings.
she's in Freeland, Michigan.
She's in close proximity to that warning, I believe.
Yeah, there's a couple notches heading right her way. So, do we know what side of town she's on?
No.
Okay. She doesn't have a spotter
that folder
dot, so.
Yeah, I don't see it spotted.
Oh, yeah. You can see the cloud base right there.
I'm gonna go back to radar real quick. I'll put her down there in the corner so her cam is still on. Going back to a radar update here. That new tornado warning just popped in. I'm waiting for it to populate on my screen here. It's not popped in yet.
That southern part of that cell on the Indiana border down by Sturgis continues to develop. So again, watch that very, very closely. I want to mention that real quick.
Oh, down
Watch
here.
on
There
a
it is.
couple out in Perry, I-69.
Caleb, you got to up your volume a little bit.
Sorry, watching a couple just northeast of Lansing, north of I-69 near Perry, north of Forest Green. Little couplet there. No TDS, but couplet there developed.
What radar are you on? You're on DTX or GR?
DTX.
Right here.
Ooh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at Ovid too. Looks like Ovid is still that area we talked about 10 minutes ago. Continues to look interesting there. It's gonna go north of Oakley or north of Owasso toward Oakley. Also up there by Ashley, I believe that's where Caleb was just talking about. Looking very interesting there. It's heading towards St. Charles and Chesaning area. Also down by Perry. Yeah, good call on that, Caleb. Looks like there's a little bit of a, there you go, on your screen there. Perfect. A little bit of a rotational couplet there.
So that'd be northwest side of Perry. The new tornado warning reads as followed. National Weather Service in Detroit has issued it for Saginaw County till 1 a.m., so another hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Marion Springs, 11 miles east of Ithaca, moving east at 50. Tornado is the hazard. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught outside without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. Dangerous storms will be near Marion Springs, midnight. St. Charles, 12:05. Birch Run, 12:30. Frankenmuth, around 12:35. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Brant, Nelson, Garfield, Arthur, Fenmore, Burt, Buena Vista Township, Guerra, Layton Corners, and Swan Creek.
Then another couplet just west of Stockbridge, having near the north of Waterloo Village there.
Yep.
There's so much up and down this line. I would, if you're in Fowlerville right now, please be taking shelter. Again, these look like very strong winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour possible. There's a couple pixels of 95 in here, guys, at 2,200 feet off the ground. So it's possible.
This is actually, it took a pretty similar path there with those winds near Williamston, Weberville, Fowlerville. Kind of what we saw last 2023 in terms of not tornadic this time, but in terms of wind. Same exact areas are being impacted along 96. Also, don't be shocked there. I'm getting a little bit of a CC just north of Weberville. Check that out.
I was looking at that too.
It's actually in a clear air section of the reflectivity, so it's very hard to tell. But it's one of those divots there that we've seen it time and time again that it could do something here. So we're gonna watch that.
Fine. We may have a wall cloud on Trisha's cam potentially.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah, get that full if you can.
Yep. Give me one sec.
Can you contact her on Zello, Drew, by chance?
Yeah, I'll try.
Let's see if she can talk to us here. Let her know that we're live, and she can talk to us if she wants to.
I'm gonna mute her for a second until we get things figured out. Just people.
I don't think she's on Zello.
Okay, that's fine. As long as I got her feet up here, that's fine.
Hey Ryan, look south of Perry, west of Conway Township.
Tornado warning for Livingston County. This
Yep.
is the exact same area we're talking about there. So good call on that, Caleb. Caleb with a lot of good calls tonight, guys. Tornado warning now for Livingston County. Yeah, 8 eyes on this radar tonight. So we're keeping you guys as best as we possibly can. Wall-to-wall coverage here. Joel leading the way. Drew, myself, Caleb doing radar ops here. Wait for that to pop up.
Pull my radar full back.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go over Livingston County if you can.
Yep. Let me see if I can get Trisha back in the corner there. There we go. All right, so new tornado warning in effect for the entirety. That's going to be the entirety of Livingston County. So if you know you're living in Livingston County, tongue twister there. In effect till 12:45 at 12:01. Severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado located over Stockbridge or 11 miles west of Pinckney, moving east at 60. Tornado is the hazard here, only hazard, and this will be near Gregory around 12:05, Pinckney 12:10, Brighton 12:15, Hamburg, Whitmore Lake around 12:20. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Parker's Corners, Lakeland, Plainfield, Island Lake State Recreation Area, Charleston, Unadilla, Pinckney State Recreation Area, Conway Township, Hell, Michigan, and Tyrone Township, Michigan. Includes I-96 between mile markers 125 and 151, as well as US 23 between 53 and 77. Take cover now, move to the lowest floor in the building, interior room if you do not have a basement. I will also
Between
say
Perry
that
and
this
Pittsburgh,
front line
north
now,
of
guys, is
69
producing
and
some damaging
52.
winds as well out in front.
Two things here. Caleb's talking, but also we have a report of an overturned semi, again, southwest of Lansing from that potential likely tornado. Canal Road as well, or should I say Canal Road, and as well as Kreitz Road. Semi truck overturned on Millet Highway. Go ahead, Caleb. Speak up a little bit. You're still quiet.
Watching a couplet between Perry's and Pittsburgh, north of 69, just outside of Maurice.
I see it.
Possible TDS.
I see that. Check south of Oakley, north of Owasso too. That's also looking interesting. Also check west of Chesaning. 3 areas there.
Yeah, there's 3 areas.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Jeez. You said
See those,
there's,
Joel, or is it we hallucinating?
you said there's 3 areas, right?
Yeah, so just north of Owasso, between Oakley and Owasso there. There's one, and then up there just to the west and a bit north of Chesaning, between St. Charles and Chesaning. Also down there just to the north of the highway there, north of Maurice and west of Bancroft.
And also
Little divot out there.
Stockbridge.
Also Stockbridge too.
Stockbridge.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see
right
Stockbridge. I don't. Yeah, I see that. Also,
Right there.
we need to go back down. Check on Albion. Go back to Albion and
there.
Homer areas.
Yeah.
We need to keep an eye on that too.
That looks like damaging winds for sure, at the very least.
I'm looking at the IWX radar. Yeah, damaging winds for sure. It's a little bit of a bookend vortex there by Albion heading toward Parma. Be aware, Western Jackson County, this could be something to keep an eye on for a potential spin-up tornado there as well. This is going to be
Look at
northern.
Sturgis, south of Colon.
Yeah, I see that too. There's just so much stuff going on here, guys.
So like over half a dozen mesovortices right there, right now, across the
All right.
state.
Conway Township, possible TDS.
County, please.
Yep.
Yep. North Fowlerville. North of
I'm not-
Fowlerville.
Yep,
Yes.
I see it.
Yep.
It's tornado likely on the ground there north of Fowlerville, heading toward Cohocton. Let's pop open my tracker here, road tracker. Likely tornado on the ground there. Cohocton Center, Cohocton, Deer Creek, Oak Grove, Deerfield Center, eventually toward Byron and Argentine, as well as Linden and Tyrone Township. This is going to be a tornado on the ground here. Again, it looks to be just, let's go ahead and map this out. I'm not sure if you have me live or not. Or yeah, you're fine. You just leave it there.
I got you.
Go back to yours. It's
Okay.
fine. I'm just going to map this out here for a mileage distance perspective of things. To Fowlerville downtown, it's about 3.5 miles north of Fowlerville, and currently it's about 6 miles west southwest of Cohocton, traveling right toward Cohocton. Roads included on this tornado currently touching down right over what appears to be Sherwood Road, intersection there of Robb Road, heading north and east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So Cohocton there, some roads, Oak Grove Road, zooming way in here, Gannon Road, Byron Road, and Cliff Road, Big Rock Drive. That's a hard. Pioneer Road, Shepref. I can't pronounce that. Schrepfer Road. Schefter Road.
Your guess is as good as mine on that one.
Cherish
Yeah.
Lane. We'll just leave it at Schefter Road. Locals probably know what it is, hopefully. Again, this is a tornado heading in your direction right now on the ground, currently touching down on Sherwood Road between Robb Road and North Fowlerville Road.
Going to go just north of Oak Grove, between Oak Grove and Cohocton, near Deerfield Center. Tornado on the ground.
And I'm going to pause everyone here real quick. I do want to mention this. We are now having reported power outages from this front line. Like I mentioned, this is now strong enough of a front line where it's now producing damaging winds as well, specifically in Flint and Grand Blanc. It appears that we have some 60-mile-per-hour winds rolling through the area. Again, you guys are already under that severe thunderstorm warning as it covers both of these lines. So line 1 and line 2 directly behind it. As these cells get ingested into the back line, we could also see some funky things happening, such as quick spin-up tornadoes, which, as Caleb was mentioning, there's a couple of these notches all up and down the line, especially north of Byron here. So Shiawassee County and Saginaw County, especially St. Charles there, guys.
Large debris ball now coming into Cohocton.
Waiting for an update on my scan.
Debris has expanded. It could be fallout as well.
Expanded. It looks like it's falling out.
Yeah, it's not really tight anymore, which is good news.
Yeah. I also want to add with like what Joel was mentioning with that leading line that's starting to develop more and become severe with damaging winds. We have tiny pockets of tornadic rotation as well. One example with that is by Flushing, Michigan. So these storms ahead of the line that we've been talking about mainly are quickly maturing and may even have some tornadic potential as well.
I was looking at
Joel, I had the Burton camera pulled up facing south here if you want to take it. Nice shelf cloud coming in. It's a little bit over the camera now. I just caught it. Is my screen sharing? It's not. Hold on. My bad. Let me fix this.
You're good. As mentioned, quick spin-ups possible across Saginaw County heading towards Saginaw, St. Charles, Chesaning. Perhaps a couple of brief spin-ups possible heading towards New Rothrop, Flushing, near Durand. Pretty much all up and down this line. Again, tornado warning in effect for Livingston County. It's radar indicated, but it looks like we likely just had a brief touchdown near Cohocton. Is that how it's pronounced?
Cohocton.
Cohocton. C-O.
Take my screen or take the Burton camera if you can. Let's wait for lightning. There's actually a shelf cloud passing top right of your screen here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I wanted to bring attention there towards St. Charles, Michigan, Chesaning, Michigan, as well, just west of New Lothrop. A little bit of a tight couplets there. Heading toward Montrose, Burt, and then Bridgeport areas. So if you guys are over in Saginaw County area, likely a couple spin-up areas possible. Nothing on the ground that we can see right now, but the way that this line is moving and has produced tornadoes across the state tonight, would not be shocked to see a couple spin-ups here within this line.
With the cells in extreme southern Michigan by the Coldwater area, I am noticing there is an outflow boundary coming out of that line.
That could be some good news, but also some bad news if more cells fire
Yeah,
off.
that's why I kind of left it the way I did.
Currently, we have 240,000 Michiganders out of power so far, most of those centered on the west side of Michigan, but those are creeping over to the east side as this line moves. The hardest hit county appears to be Van Buren. Almost half of the county is out of power, apparently, in Van Buren County. Muskegon County, 21,000 people out of power. Ottawa, 20,000 people. Barrie, 10,000 people out of power. Those are the hardest hit counties so far. Calhoun has 21,000 out of power. Joel, can we go back to radar and take a look at that line a little bit more closely? A lot of kinks and divots starting to develop here. I'll stay on top of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to put your
No
camera
new
back in the
TDS
bottom left.
time.
Perfect. What, Caleb?
I said there are no new TDSs at this point in time. Just some fallout near Cohocta. I don't see anything tightening up there at this time.
Cool. But I do see a lot of divots there, especially up there. I have a concern just west of New Lothrop. That's my main concern. Also up by St. Charles. Those two areas are the main concerns I have.
And also an intensifying storm coming into Jackson County under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point in time. The airport radar is down, but having a decent gust run on it just south of Albion, outside of Homer, moving into Jackson County.
Yeah, that bookend vortex feature continues to be featured on that storm.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting little feature there. I don't think it's overly tight, but a little bit of rotation there just north of Spring Arbor. If you're in Jackson, it might not be a bad idea to get ready to take shelter. This is actually, should go on the north side of downtown Jackson, but we do have a little bit of rotation there. Not tight, but enough to warrant attention in the atmosphere we have currently across the state of Michigan.
Yeah, as we know, spin-up tornadoes spin up very quickly, oftentimes in between radar scans and without warnings, so always treat these warnings as if a tornado is on the ground. Interior room, away from windows, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, bathroom, closets, all great ideas. Just think of it as layers. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible until given the all clear.
Looking at meso analysis behind the scenes, the supercell composite still out there right now is an 8. STP values of about a 3, so they have gone down a little bit. The science system's starting to weaken a little bit, but again, still tornado warnings out there tonight. Strongest ingredients down by the border, but it just goes to show you that even without the strongest ingredients out there, you're still having a lot of brief spin-ups up and down this line to the north, where tornado warnings are still in effect for the Tri-Cities region, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, even Auburn, Freeland caught in the middle of that, Birch Run, Frankenmuth as well. We do want to be watching out for Montrose and Burt here, guys. That looks like it might be trying. There is
also increasing rotation there in Jackson County too. I'm going to watch that very closely.
Okay. So a couple areas here to watch out for.
Yeah, check near Gaines, check near Lennon. Like there's a lot. Oh yeah, check that. Layton Corners there near Montrose. Good call there.
Yeah. There's a
also go north too. Go north of that too.
Yep, right there.
Yep.
Right over St. Charles.
Multiple areas.
We got St. Charles, but also Lothrop as well, showing signs of rotation on the north side of that line.
Also want to mention too, further north here, we still have a severe warning in effect for areas like Roscommon along I-75 here, Gills, Au Park, St. Helen, looks like Keno as well. All those warnings for Buttman, Gladwin, still in effect there for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The heaviest pocket looks to be of wind heading up there toward Roscommon right now. About to cross I-75 as we speak. That's the heaviest of the winds, although right now not seeing anything rotation-wise. Could have some stronger wind gusts heading up toward the radar in Otsego Lake as well. No warnings in effect there, but we do have some signs that we do have some stronger winds potentially up further that way.
And we still have a few hours left on this severe weather threat. We are not over yet. If you are west of Lansing, you guys are in the clear. Lansing, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Big Rapids, Cadillac, you guys are in the clear. If you are south of Lansing, let's say Jackson County, Hillsdale County, and points eastward. You guys still have a few hours to go yet before you are in the all clear.
It's coming a little separated too. We have the main line up here. Kind of looks like a wishbone feature, I guess you could call it. Line 1, line 2, and then you have this big old tail down here, heading into Jackson primarily, where we do have kind of a bookend vortex moving into Jackson. What we could see is some tail end Charlies. Again, those are called tail end Charlies because they are at the tail end of a line segment. So down here near Sturgis, Bronson, and Coldwater.
Look near Bryan and Argentine, possible CC there.
Want to point something out very quickly here. If, excuse me, if I can. Excuse me. I have some people messaging the page here asking and screenshotting AI, ChatGPT, Facebook Meta AI asking for questions about severe weather. AI will not know anything detailed about severe threats. We would highly encourage you not to use and ask AI for real-time information like this. It's always best, if it's not even us, it's always best to watch someone live streaming like this. Even if it's not us here at MSC, local coverage from your TVs. There's people like Ryan Hall, Max Velocity. Just do not ask AI for information regarding real-time weather like this. That is a bad choice.
Yeah.
Just wanted to give a quick PSA there.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot use AI for real-time severe weather tracking because they don't even know what a debris ball even is on radar. So that's where we come in. And as you can see right now, we might have, like Caleb said, a little bit of a brief spin up here near Argentine, directly over the intersection of Silver Lake Road at Bird Road. And that would be heading up towards the McCaslin Lake Road area and Seymour Road area, heading towards Linden. So that is a quick maybe spin up there.
Yep, it is growing. Just northeast of Linden, TDS tornado appears to be on the ground, and it is coming up to pretty populated area. Got a lot of houses here. Beers Road and West Ray Road coming up also to Baldwin Road and Hogan Road right now. This would be just north of Linden, coming up to US 23 near the intersection of Baldwin Road and Linden Road. Interior room away from windows. This would be just south of Schwartz Creek, coming near Grand Blanc, coming south of Burton. Tornado is on the ground just northwest of Linden.
Also, keep in mind too, Caleb, that's in a little bit of a reflectivity minimum. That may also be clear air there. I'd wait another scan there before we actually confirm that.
Possible, yeah. Treated as possible.
Yeah, treated as a tornado on the ground there. It's a pretty circular debris ball there. It looks pretty good, but yeah, it's also kind of hard to tell because it's in a reflectivity minimum, which is not 100% certain that it's a tornado.
Just as a reminder, Saginaw Bay County is still in tornado warnings up there as well. They have two lines kind of congealing together up there where some funky things could happen. So,
Also, just south of what Caleb pointed out, there's another one of those perhaps debris balls kind of also not lining up properly. But again, treated as such, just south of Argentine, heading up toward Fenton and Holly, and eventually toward the Ortonville, Goodrich, and Grand Blanc areas.
We have Joel. Can you check and see if Michael's cam is on? He's in Monroe and he has a house cam. I believe the Lion complex is getting close to him.
yeah, he's on, but he's going to have to change his camera.
All right. Thank you.
Forest landscape.
Also, going back here to Jackson County, the north side, basically riding 94 between Parma and Jackson, continues, to intrigue me there for a potential bookend vortex. This has been here for quite some time, but it's not really tightening up or strengthening, which is good news. But still, it's hanging out there. Catches my eye every time I look at it. But again, not really doing much anything besides just existing at this point.
Also, pronunciation-wise, I guess New Lothrop is actually New Lothrop, Lothrop, And Caleb Grand Blanc is actually Grand Blank, so BLANK. Point of preference there. Also, you've probably been noticing we've been flipping through a bunch of different radar products tonight. It might be a little confusing. So kind of to give you a quick rundown real quick. This is our base reflectivity radar, so this is your measurement of the intensity of rain. But we've been using our velocity radar a lot tonight for those winds. Again, this is our wind radar. Greens and blues are winds moving towards the radar site here. In this example, towards Detroit, there in Clarkston. And then reds are winds moving away, where we see them come close together and are very bright, kind of like this right here, for example. It would be a sign of maybe some weak rotation. So
I don't know if this just came in or not, but we have a new warning for Washtenaw County. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado on that warning. No hail threat besides pea size. They're basically warning this. Actually, the latest scan, Joel, on the Jackson cell, I am intrigued by that.
It almost has an RIJ to it. It just
it's a
Yeah.
very classic bookend vortex feature. But again, Washtenaw County, that's including Ann Arbor, Saline, Manchester, Chelsea, Dexter areas. That's going to be a warning in effect until 1:30 a.m. So they put it out there in advance. You have a gust front moving through this county on the north side by Dexter, Warden areas. Also a cell over here in Jackson County heading your way. So kind of like a 1-2 punch for some of these areas potentially in that area for Washtenaw County.
And also
Speaking of 1-2 punch,
tornado possible, by the way, on that Washtenaw County tornado or severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. Also, just want to mention as well. Looks like DTX is updating. Is our warning bar not working anymore?
I can reload it.
did not.
Yeah, I
show
don't
that
know because
this morning.
the alerts aren't popping in there anymore.
Yeah, let me go ahead and reload it. It's probably because some special alert statements might be expiring. So let me get to studio mode here and fix it behind the scenes.
You guys may see or hear a bunch of alerts pop up all at once again. Just FYI.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do here. One sec.
But I just also want to mention, speaking of 1-2 punches, looks like the Burton camera is about to be impacted again. If it's not already. Yeah, it's about to be impacted again by a second line behind it. So we'll have to watch another cell here popping up on the bottom left of your screen. Not popping up, but another line moving through, should I say, towards the camera. Excuse me. Train spotter in Battle Creek reports wind damage. Several trees down Hubbard and Wabascon Road. I probably butchered that pronunciation. Looks like a new severe warning being updated for Shiawassee and Genesee County. They're going considerable with it, with a possible tornadic tag until 1 in the morning.
Still intriguing there by Shorts Creek, but it could be clear air on the leading edge. How it's oriented.
I can't hear you, Caleb. You gotta speak up.
Still kind of an interesting feature there near Schwartz Creek, but how it's oriented parallel to the line appears to be clear air. But also watching a little bit of a couplet just on the northwest side of Flint, just south of Mount Morris. Little couplet there near Macon Road.
Yeah, this entire line just has little divots and notches.
Little
Good call on that, Caleb. Looks like there's two areas there. One just west of Grand Blanc and one to the north of Flint there. Joel, if we can...
I'm in.
Is the warning bar not working?
It's in the process of hopefully being fixed right now. We are in manual mode.
Okay.
So you'll have to let me know if there's new warnings coming in until it's fixed.
Okay, I got you.
Looks like there is a new warning coming in.
New warning, Lapeer, Tuscola. And, yep, Lapeer, Tuscola County, tornado possible tag, 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main hazard. Looks like all the counties.
Yep.
That's going to be until 1:30 a.m. Check out the cell just around Flint, downtown. Looks like a little couplets there. One south, and there's also one to the north there. Potential fallout there, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb, do you still have a post going on the page, the graphics?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, as a reminder, even though some counties may be under severe warnings, depending on the county you live in, they may sound the sirens for tornadoes, even if it's a severe warning with damaging wind and hail as a concern. It varies across the state. That's why we say sirens are kind of unreliable. Some cities sound them with warnings, some sound them with just by their volunteer fire department, emergency manager. There's so many variables. So if you do hear sirens, make sure you check if you're under a severe or a tornado warning first, and then take appropriate action as you hear those sirens.
Real quick, Vandercook Lake, Jackson get a lot of probably damaging winds right now, 60 miles per hour. Napoleon, Grass Lake, Brooklyn up next for these damaging winds. Kind of that bookend vortex as we keep mentioning here. They'll be heading towards Washtenaw County here eventually. Could be seeing some southward extent towards northern Lenawee County if it continues to extend south and pick up some cells on the south side of it. So Washtenaw County be on alert, especially east side of Jackson County up next, and perhaps extreme northern Lenawee County.
We got an area of rotation just northwest of Flint.
Go back to the DTX radar. Right north of downtown there.
Yeah. Weak, but there.
Reports coming in here: nickel-sized hail in Grand Blanc, a 49-mile-per-hour gust at the Tri-Cities Airport in Saginaw. Watching for more.
Burton Cam, is anything interesting there? I see it in the bottom corner. Looks like it's just a lot of rain and wind. Not seeing much in the way of a cloud, although there's a little bit of a shelf there.
Yeah, just some gusty winds here moving into Burton. Probably going to be impacted here momentarily with that secondary line that's coming through. We'll see what happens. Well, how does the Dearborn look? I'm getting close to Dearborn cam time? Yeah, almost. We also have Harbor Beach. Go cycle through this. We have a Wolverine. We have Harbor Beach. Also got Dearborn. A gust of 58.7 miles per hour coming out of the Flint area. So confirmed severe wind gusts in Flint. Let's take a peek at the outage map here across Michigan. We have 255,000 people out of power across the state. 255,000.
I saw that comment kind of float through there real quick. Yes, the storms are starting to weaken just a little bit. And we kind of expected that to happen as they move eastward throughout the night. They lose a lot of their instability. However, still 60, perhaps even 70-mile-per-hour winds mixing in. We expected these damaging winds to kind of stay the same throughout the night as they cross the state. So that's still your primary risk out there. You still have 3 tornado warnings in effect. One for Saginaw, one for Bay County, portions of eastern Midland County. No, actually it's just in Bay at this point. And then we still have one in effect for Livingston County here as these storms move into Oakland County soon. No tornado warning in Oakland County. However, could have an extension of that soon if there are more notches that do form.
New tornado warning coming in. Looks like for Oakland County.
Well, there we go.
Till 1:15 a.m. Oakland County.
See if I can. Hopefully, it's loaded here. It has not.
Just want to give another update here. We have another chaser that will be out. His name's Brandon. He's in the thumb. He will be on here shortly, eventually, and will give us an update with this line as this complex moves into the thumb of Michigan.
we got to keep an eye, very close eye on potential potential tornado on the ground here. Just to the north and a little bit east of Holly. It's very hard to line up here, but CC is lagging by about a minute, and the couplet is displaced to the right there. If you line up with CC, you can see what I'm talking about there. It looks like a tornado on the ground right there.
Yeah, getting ready to cross 75 just northwest of Groverland Corners in 5 points, if any of that rings a bell. Getting ready to cross Trip Road and also Dixie Highway, just on the east side of 75, just north of Groveland Corners and Austin Corners. Crossing 75 there, possible spin up there.
And it can see the.
And we may hopefully lose a good look at this storm here until it gets to the other side of the radar. We are getting pretty close to White Lake there, so we may get distorted just for a few minutes here.
Good news, tornado warning canceled for Livingston. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also, on our Discord channel, we do have a lot of damage coming in tonight, so we can look through those from later. A lot of tree damage out there tonight.
Still a little bit of a CC hanging on coming into the Goodrich area, west or east of 75, coming in near Goodrich. Still a possible small debris signature there.
We got damage reported on the Michigan Weather Reports page by, this was earlier back by Martin, Michigan. Lots of trees snapped in half. That was right where there was a, I believe, tornadic circulation CC drop potentially on that. I can't quite remember, but if you guys have any other damage pictures, feel free to report to Michigan Weather Reports if you can do so safely. That helps us out and any local National Weather Service, whether it's Grand Rapids, Detroit, Gaylord, or Marquette, or Northern Indiana.
Looks like another tornado on the ground near Goodrich. Just west of Goodrich there. Check that out on your, there you go. You had it. Check your CC. There you go.
There.
Yep.
Very small, but possible. That would be in an area where there's not a tornado warning. So again, treat these severe thunderstorm warnings as if a tornado is on the ground. Again, winds 60-70 can bring down just as many trees as a tornado. Either way, that is some nice gusty winds there.
The GTX continues the tornado warning for Bay and Saginaw County.
Trying to, let's see. That is going to be just north of Ann Arbor. So also watching, we're not right now, but maybe soon near Salem.
Yeah, I see that too.
No.
CC continues into Goodrich.
Also north of Goodrich as well. Looks like just popped up there. That could
Atlas.
also be a little bit of rotation right there at the intersection of Bristol and Atlas Road. About to cross over M15 south of Davison.
Yeah, there actually is a CC associated with that coming up to M15.
Alert just came across.
So possibly 2 on the ground, 1 near Goodrich and 1 near Atlas.
Genesee, Lapeer, tornado warning until 1:30 in the morning. Genesee and Lapeer counties. Radar indicated.
So there it is.
CC, just north of Goodrich.
Yep.
Couplet CC. There you go.
So this tornado warning, as it comes in effect till 1:30, as mentioned, 12:36. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Goodrich or near Davison, moving east at 55. This looks like they're watching 2 areas of rotation like we are here. Dangerous storm will be near Hadley, 12:40 a.m. Lapeer, Metamora, 12:45. Imlay City, Dryden, around 12:55. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm possibly include Atlas, Goodland Township, Burnside, Attica, Elba, Kings Mill, and Thornville, including I-69 between mile markers 141 and 172. Tornado possible here at this location. A tornado warning in effect. Respect the polygon. If you are inside this red box, you know you're inside that red box. Go downstairs if you have a basement. Mobile home, please relocate to shelter, substantial shelter immediately if you have the time to do so. Otherwise, interior room, bathtub, cover yourself with a mattress, blankets, you name it.
New severe warning incoming for standby.
Debris ball continues northeast of Atlas, just crossed M15.
There it is. Update there.
Going to go just south of Lapeer, if not close to Lapeer.
Yeah, if it can maintain its strength again. A lot of the tornadoes we've seen tonight, guys, have been in the variety of the brief spin-ups. I think the longest one we saw was earlier near Martin. That was on the ground for maybe 10, 15 minutes. So we'll have to see what the track is on that one when that's all said and done. But this one,
new severe warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornado for Wayne County, all of Wayne.
Downtown Detroit. There you go.
Also, watch that area near Salem very closely. It's trying to wrap there, heading up toward Northville, just south of Novi, Farmington Hills area.
Oops, meant to highlight.
Although next scan does weaken it out just a good bit, so that's good news.
There you go. Looks like we're getting damage reports in from Martin. Speaking of which, in our inbox.
There are 2 TDSs still hanging on, coming into Hadley, just northeast of Goodrich. Still possible debris there. As well as just to the north, a little bit larger a CC, just crossed M15 near Bristol Road. This would be just south of I-69, south of the Davidson area. And then there's another possible CC, a smaller CC, just to the west of Hadley.
So these would be within 2 miles of each other if those are twins on the ground at the same time. Very, very brief and weak in nature as this theme has been tonight, but again, tornadoes nonetheless. Both of these heading up towards Metamora and Lapeer, as Caleb was mentioning. TDS stands for Tornadic Debris Signature. So Lapeer County, if you're anywhere in Lapeer County, besides the northern panhandle, you are in a red tornado warning box here on your screen.
Joel, I'm about to start doing posting pictures and stuff on the page, so I might be a little bit quiet on my end. If you need me, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, my unfortunately my warning box has decided to go away for the night, so we are on manual for the rest of the night. Not sure what happened, but yeah. So you said you're on posting duties?
I'm not posting. I'm just trying to get content on the page here. Drew's also trying to get back in. He lost them, apparently. And you lost your radar as well.
There we go.
There he is.
I'm back.
Broad rotation does continue, though. Oh, actually, no, that's new, I believe. Otisville, Columbiaville. Not sure if Caleb's seen the same thing there, but that just popped up.
Yeah, just northwest of Hadley. Still there. Just south of 69. It'll be approaching. Looks like to be Hadley Road and Merwin Road. A possible tornado still on the ground. A small tornado. Going to be heading very close to the Lapeer area. So if you are in Lapeer, M24, I-69, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. If it does maintain its intensity, it'll be heading towards the Goodland area here in about 10 to 15 minutes.
DTX Detroit has canceled the tornado warning for...
Saginaw.
Yes, you already got that. Cool.
And Bay. I didn't say it, but I saw it just jumped off the screen.
Yeah, I have 15 notifications just for Saginaw. Just as Saginaw.
Looks like we might have still a tornado on the ground, potentially crossing over Elba Road right now as it enters Lapeer County. Although the velocity couple is a little bit displaced there, so it could just be damaging winds.
Yep, I'd agree.
Really starting to weekend out a lot here across the area. Looks like as it moves into the Metro Detroit, it's really going to start losing its steam even more. That is a good sign. This hits
It's a needed sign.
major impact or areas such as Metro Detroit, big population centers.
Yeah, still a pretty potent gust front, though. Going to be coming close to the Ann Arbor area. Nice little cell there, or a tail end Charlie, as it were, there on the south side. Has a nice bowing segment to it. Could have some damaging winds associated with that cell.
I just noticed here near Orchard Lake Village here in southern Oakland County, Wolverine Lake, this is going to be right on Lake Crest Drive. Perhaps something very, very, very weak there, and it's going to be heading right up Bloomfield Trail, which I believe is a bike trail in the area. That is going to be crossing over Halstead Road and traveling right down Walnut Lake Road and Pontiac Trail. So that could be a quick, brief spin up there. There's a little bit of reds and greens moving close to each other. You kind of see it looks like a notch inflow on both sides of it. So keep that in mind. We're also still watching this northwest corner of Wayne County as it's very broad in nature. Kind of looks like another vortex there trying to spin up. No tornado warnings in effect down here. The only tornado warning still in effect right now is for Lapeer County and Oakland County, as well as eastern Genesee County, including Davis and Goodrich. That will likely be trimmed here in the next minute or
And that
two.
debris ball is still there, Joel, just due north of Hadley. A pretty pronounced circular debris ball there, just north of Hadley, going very close to, looks like Lippincott Road. Lippincott Road and approaching Lippincott and Baldwin Road, just south of Lapeer. Debris ball is still there on radar, potential TDS, I should say.
Yep.
Little more pronounced now on the 1244 scan.
I just got that in. It looks like it is going due east, so it's going to be going right in between Lapeer and Metamora. Crossing over Bullock Road, as mentioned, about to cross over Baldwin and eventually into the Lapeer Road area, which is M24. Tornado watch canceled for Calhoun, Clare, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Isabel, Jackson. So good news there. And a reminder, there's a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning out there tonight. Please be inside no matter what is happening. If you're out camping, please take shelter inside if you have thunderstorms heading your way.
Yeah, to add to that too, there's even still lightning, not even, the main lightning concentration is within those damaging winds and areas of rotation, but there is still even lightning. Even when there is lighter rain, even by, there's still some lightning west of Saginaw by St. John's. So it could be just light rain, but that doesn't mean there is no lightning threat. So just be mindful of that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sitting here in Mount Pleasant. We just had a big strike just now, and we're almost 100 miles, well, probably like 75 miles removed from the most severe of this storm. So this is quite the large MCS, mesoscale convective system, crossing the state. Very powerful, a lot of instability. We had Great Plains levels of instability out there today. We had 4 times the amount needed for severe weather. And as a result, we had 70 to 80 mile per hour winds roll across West Michigan and then move into the east side of the state, more on the lower side towards 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. And obviously, throughout this entire event, we've seen a lot of brief spin-up tornadoes. We do now have a new, not tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Macomb coming in until 1:45 a.m. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail possible with this storm. Damaged roof siding and trees possible. Romeo Sterling Heights around 12:55 a.m. Warren Clinton Armada around 1. Mount Clemens, Richmond, Memphis, Macomb Township around 1:05. St. Clair Shores, New Baltimore around 1:10 a.m. All in Eastern Time, obviously. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorms include Roseville, Shelby Township, Race Center, Utica, Fraser, East Point, Washington, New Haven, Stony Creek, Metro Park, and Centerline. Remain alert for possible tornado. This severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag on it. 60 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds, 0.75 inch hail is the thing that's recorded. And thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. There's like 30,000 of you guys watching right now and hundreds of comments coming at a time. We apologize. We can't answer obviously every question, but we do appreciate you guys for tuning in. And we are continuing to stay live until these storms roll out of the state, which hopefully will be here around 2 or 3 a.m.
And that debris ball, or possible debris ball, still carries on, getting very close to Farmers Creek and Hunters Creek, just to the northwest of Metamora, getting ready to cross M24 south of I-69. Very small signature there.
So a reset for those who are wondering if they're in the clear. If you are west of 75 from Flint north, you are in the clear. If you are to the west of 69 from Lansing south, you're also in the clear there. So that is your all clear line right now. You also have Ingham County, Livingston County, which just got cleared from that severe thunderstorm warning, also in the clear. Genesee County also in the clear. So Shiawassee, Genesee, Livingston, Ingham, all in the clear, as well as all of those areas west of 75 north of Flint and west of 69 from Lansing down to the state line. Still, like you said, Ryan, tail end Charlie ongoing kind of across the Hillsdale County region, heading towards Onstead, Addison, and your neck of the woods there in Lenawee County.
It is. Also, can you check my camera to make sure it's still on by chance? My chase cam.
Your chase cam? Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, it should still be on. Just make sure it's connected still.
It's dark, but
Okay,
it's there.
cool. I have Dearborn currently pulled up from the Guardian Technology camera here, facing to the northwest. Ooh,
Good lightning.
good bolt of lightning striking across the sky.
I will say for the first time in a long time tonight, we are concerned for perhaps some larger hail here. This prefrontal cell in Macomb County right now has a generated symbol of 1.3 inches. Obviously, that's not confirmed. That's what the radar thinks is going on at that location. That would be heading towards Richmond and New Haven. So watch out for some 1-inch hail there. Feel free to report it if you see it. You can see on the correlation coefficient radar here where the greens and the yellows are. It's a sign of non-uniform meteorological objects being tumbled around in the atmosphere. So that could be some pea to marble-sized hail, perhaps even 1-inch hail. That core kind of expands a little bit in this latest update here across the region. Again, still heading towards Richmond. Indicated also on base reflectivity as the pinks on radar. So Richmond, New Haven, watch out for some perhaps 1-inch hail here, as well as 60 mile per hour winds. Inside that severe thunderstorm warning, we have a new tornado warning for that couple that I mentioned in Orchard Lake Village is now tornado warned. So there it is. Doesn't look like... there could be something in there. It's tough to tell. There's a lot of ground clutter in the area. It's also mixing in with the correlation coefficient. But a new tornado warning in effect here for very urban areas of the state. If you are in southeast Michigan here, so this is going to be Bloomfield Hills, Troy, and Birmingham, as well as southern Rochester Hills area. A new tornado warning in effect until 1:15 a.m. At 12:50, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near West Bloomfield or near Pontiac, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation is the hazard. So it's a level 1 of 4 tornado warning. Do not be outside in a severe thunderstorm. Take cover now. Hail less than
And watch
0.75
just
inches.
south of Attica, have a couple pockets of some pretty strong winds there trying to mix down, approaching the Dryden area, Imlay City, Attica. Maybe some brief rotation there south of Attica, but some pockets of pretty strong straight line winds there as well.
Mm-hmm. So, 3 tornado warnings in effect: Lapeer, northern Oakland, and central southern Oakland. Pontiac, downtown Pontiac, you are not technically in that tornado warning by definition here. That red box obviously excludes you. So if you know you live inside this red box, respect the polygon. Go immediately to your basement, lowest floor, interior room. If you do not have any interior rooms, please go to a bathroom, get in the bathtub, cover yourself up with something soft, something that you can easily lift, of course, as well. Protect yourself from falling debris if that is indeed a tornado like to occur. But although in the last scan here, it looks like it's got a kind of collapsed in on itself, which is good. It's kind of similar to what we've seen with pretty much every single cell tonight. A lot of these mesovortices, they wrap up in 2 to 3 scans, and they're gone in 2 to 3 scans. So tornado genesis is very quick tonight on nights like this. We saw this back on March 30th as well. That night confirmed 14 tornadoes. Curious to see how many more we confirm after surveys are all said and done, probably over the next week or 2 here in Michigan for this event. So
Again, just want to highlight, if you guys have damage or storm pictures or videos, feel free to message that into us the page here on Facebook. You can also drop it in our Facebook group called Michigan Weather Reports. We also have a Discord server. If you're on Discord, hop over on our server. We also have a damage and survey server. So feel free to report your damage or storm pictures or videos that way. We appreciate all of the pictures and content you guys send us.
Looking at our base reflectivity radar, this line does not look as impressive. You can see it's lost a lot of its pinks from earlier. It's still a lot of reds out there, a lot of heavy rain, perhaps a couple instances of some low-level area flooding.
Hey, Joel,
Yes.
check out just
Yes.
Dryden, Imlay City. CC dropped their possible tornado.
That's new. See, I tell you, one scan. Does not match up with velocity, but there is a couplet just to the north, so that could be a displaced tornado. In some instances, you do have like what are called those rope loop knot tornadoes that do they come down from one location and then they touch down on the ground in a different location. So you could be seeing that out there right now. That is a couple that is embedded in the line of storms, so you will not see it coming. Please take shelter if you are in Imlay City right now, north of Dryden, as this potential CC drop is right here, crossing over Atwell Road at the intersection of Atwell and Hunters Creek Road. About to cross over I-69, moving towards Imlay City.
Also, new severe warning for St. Clair County. I don't think we mentioned that just yet.
Not yet.
St. Clair County, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They also put a possible tornadic tag on that one as well.
So the entirety of St. Clair County, if you know you live in that county, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Reminder, Macomb also in a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Wayne in a severe thunderstorm warning. The only locations yet to see some sort of warning tonight here in southern Michigan. Right now, Lenawee, Monroe, and up here in the thumb in Huron and Sanilac counties.
I am about to go outside and get a visual as those storms approach my house. Let me see if I can see anything here.
Okay.
Ooh, I got lightning.
Lightning and then some.
Yeah, I like this.
Oh, that storm over Macomb County right now is still up at 50,000 feet. So these are still some pretty tall thunderstorms out there. It's probably the strongest storm in Michigan right now, given the pinks on there. Besides this Boeing segment moving through Ann Arbor. Although, even though it does look like a Boeing segment, it does not really have the gusty winds to support.
possible TBS just northwest of Birmingham, just east of Bloomfield, in that tornado warning, Bloomfield Hills. CC did carry on past 3 scans.
Oh yeah, right there. So you can see it looks like it tracked from right here at Arrowhead Road, intersection of Pontiac Trail and Arrowhead Road. Next scan, we couldn't tell because it was kind of shrouded by ground clutter. It looks like it passed right over Hutchins Hill Road and Ivarus Lane, so passing right down Long Lake Road. Next scan, the CC drop has passed onto Long Lake Road there and the St. Andrews Court area. Moving to the interchange of US 24 and Long Lake Road. Next scan here, south of downtown Bloomfield Hills, and a bunch of neighborhoods such as Institute Way, Tamarack Way, Cranbrook Road, Tamarack Way again, and Wysall Lane. Crossing over, that's going to be M1 there, I believe. That's Woodward Avenue. So between
Hey
Birmingham
Joel,
and
my
Birmingham Hills.
video chase cam on my phone. I'm outside here with a lot of lightning if you want to take me.
Okay. Real quick, I will do that because we might have a tornado on the ground in a populated area of Birmingham.
Right, that's fine. You can take priority on that. I'm just outside letting you know.
Okay, I have your cam full.
Michael's
Cool.
cam is also up too, Joel.
Just want to say there's like no wind out here. It's like eerily quiet with like a low rumble. It's really kind of eerie. I'm in northern Lenawee County here, just FYI.
Mhm.
Wait, what is that? Okay, that's just good. This cloud up here really threw me off for a loop. We got a shelf cloud, looks like over here heading my way. You can see the base of it.
I have you in our bottom corner right now.
But again, if you're in Sterling Heights, interior room away from windows, possible tornado on the ground crossing M1 right now, just north of Birmingham. Going to be getting close to the Troy area and Big Beaver area. So if you're in Sterling Heights, again, a very populated area, possible spin-up tornado here on the ground crossing M1 right now, just north of Birmingham, coming near the Big Beaver, Troy area. And if it holds together, Sterling Heights and Clinton Township. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. It's a very populated area here.
And again, as I mentioned, it does not look impressive at all on our base reflectivity, so that is why velocity comes in handy here on nights like tonight, where it doesn't look great on presentation on radar, but you get to the pixels, the nitty-gritty of it, and you zoom in, and you can see things like this right here, that little circular area where we could have potential debris or debris fallout over Bloomfield Hills. And then the next scan, it looks like it's gone.
Yeah, I believe it has lifted and is fallout now. But again, interior room away from windows. On these high, very volatile nights, it really doesn't take very much for these tornadoes to briefly touch down before lifting again. They can form very, very quickly, and in between radar scans as well. And sometimes, in some instances, you can have a tornado touch down and lift before the radar beam makes a full 180-degree turn and comes back around. So you can have a brief touchdown in between radar scans as well on nights like tonight.
Good news for northern Oakland County. Tornado warning has expired or been allowed to be canceled there. Tornado warning continues for eastern Lapeer County. The storms are going to be moving out here in just a second, so pretty much to the east of, that's going to be M53 here, I believe. Yeah, M53, east of M53 is really kind of in the tornado warning, still at risk for these velocity little couplets up and down the line. The only tornado warning out there besides that is again here in Oakland County, where we believe we just had a quick little spin up there between Bloomfield Hills and Birmingham itself. Again, north of the Tri-Cities region, there are no warnings, no statements in effect, just a lot of rain, heavy thunderstorms ongoing. Perhaps a little bit of a shear line moving up towards Sheboygan and Point-au-Pins. That would be near the Mackinac Island area. But again, nothing concerning up there. Our only concerns right now happen to be the Thumb area.
Hey, Joel,
Yes.
you want to take me back here on my chase cam? I have the leading edge shelf here. It's getting windy. Also, I believe I may have a wall cloud just to my north here. It's hard to tell behind the trees, but there's actually like a little bit of a lowering. If you have my full here, if you look center of my screen, you could see a little bit of lowering there as this moves.
I don't.
What on earth was that?
I do not.
Yeah, it's over here, just to my north. Look to the north and west of Dundee and see if there's anything rotation-wise there on radar.
Hold on.
Really hard to tell without the airport radar being operational. Really, all I see, Ryan, is the shear line just on the leading edge. Not saying there's no rotation there. It's just very hard to see and too cluttered to pick out any points of rotation there.
Yeah, I got the whales underneath the shoal dock. I can see it here. But it's picking up here. I don't know if you guys can read the wind or not. Here it comes. Yeah, here it comes. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You get back inside.
I'm back inside. I gotta hold the door closed here.
And while you,
Easily 40 or 40. Oh. Okay, this is probably close to 50. 40 to 50 gusts here. Am I full?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
While you're full, 0.75-inch hail report from central Macomb County near Shelby. Just came in here. The tornado warned storm is now moving into Macomb County. There's no tornado warning for Macomb yet. But we'll have to watch here in the future moments. Shelby, Utica, Sterling Heights is where we'd be passing over at the current time. We also still have that Boeing segment moving through Ann Arbor right now, but with no wind really associated with it. Even though it has that little shape to it, it is a little bit deceiving.
As Joel kind of mentioned, our atmosphere is continuing to get drained out. So these storms will continue to weaken as they quickly move out of the state.
We are down to one remaining tornado warning for the state of Michigan at this point in time for another 10 minutes. And that is for East Central Oakland County in southeastern Michigan. That is our only tornado warning in the state of Michigan at this point in time. The possible tornado debris signature that we once had near Bloomfield Township is since lifted and is no longer present. So that is some good news. Hopefully we don't see any more tornado debris signatures the rest of the night as this line loses steam and moves off to our east into Canada here over the next hour or so.
Here's that new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped in for Huron and Sanilac counties in effect till 2:15, 6-mile-per-hour winds. The entire counties. There's a lot of cities involved in this. So if you know you live in Huron and Sanilac counties, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. They also have the tornado possible tag with that storm as well. Saginaw, Tri-Cities region, you guys are in the clear. Flint in the clear now as well. If it wasn't mentioned before, it should be mentioned again. And it looks like, fingers crossed, Southern Hillsdale, Southern Lenawee, and Southern Monroe might miss out on the storms altogether unless this we see some further development down to the south here. So quite the night. Most of the area, especially in Indiana tonight, you guys didn't even go live down there in Indiana, correct?
We did.
You guys did?
For Lake and Porter County, Steuben County.
Gotcha. It sounds like the capping inversion stayed in place, if that is correct.
Yeah, and it's still there at this point in time as well. Pretty out.
So, cap eroded just enough to give us the severe storms and to give Ohio and Indiana quite the dry night out there. So, shout out to you guys for having the cap stay in place. Obviously, we weren't as lucky, but we are here covering those severe storms nonetheless. Thankfully, right now, nothing too concerning out there. Again, we expected this line to kind of die off as it heads towards the east side of the state. Only risk being wind. However, we still do have a couple kinks in the line that we are watching. They aren't really that significant, though, at this current time.
And hopefully that weakening trend continues as we finish out the night here.
Our team will also be live likely tomorrow across mainly Indiana, but perhaps Michigan as well, as there is a risk for severe weather tomorrow afternoon and evening as well. Not on a high, not as high as the scale as tonight was, but still a risk nonetheless. So we'll be back live tomorrow likely. I'm also back here on the screen. I don't know if I'm actually
You were there.
Cool. Perfect.
Severe thunderstorm warnings
we do.
continue for Wayne, Macomb. We still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County for 70-mile-per-hour winds. However, it looks like the strongest of the winds is out of Oakland County. So Oakland County, you guys will be in the clear here, probably by 110. Lapeer and Sand and Lac is in the warning.
Yep.
Tuscola County will be the one that's canceled here. So Sand and Lac, Huron still in the warning. Tuscola, Lapeer are probably going to be canceled here in the next 3 minutes.
Sheboygan County severe until 1:45 a.m.
Okay, so that was that shear line up there, way up north that I quickly mentioned about 5 minutes ago. We'll see it pop in here in just a second. So there it is. Way up here, this includes Mackinac Island. It's in effect for northern Sheboygan County till 1:45 a.m. At 1:06, severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Mackinac City to near Sheboygan to Sheboygan State Park to Alaverno, moving north at 40. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. So northern Michigan getting in on the action here, including Mackinac Island. I know there's a lot of people starting to visit Mackinac Island this time of the year, so if you know anyone there spending the night, feel free to warn them. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading their way. There is a tornado possible with this storm as well. There is a little bit of a rotation here right over Tilhorn Road at the intersection of Tilhorn and Old Mackinac Road. So also a shear line, as mentioned, includes this area kind of south of Riggsville Road along and west of Eastern State Trail. So Sheboygan County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible all the way up there in northern Michigan, where severe risk was in place today. More on the lower end of things, but severe risk nonetheless. So Sheboygan County, keep on alert up there. We'll keep an eye on it here behind the scenes for sure. Right now, the majority of the action here on the east side of the state. Another unfortunate thing with these storms up here in northern Michigan, obviously with a lot of trees half snapped from the ice storm back in the end of March, more susceptible to tree damage out there tonight. So even if there is no severe thunderstorm warnings across northeast Michigan, Montmorency, Oscoda, Alpena County, Otsego County, Alcona County, you guys are probably seeing double the tree fall, even with maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds at most.
Taking a peek down there in southern Wayne County toward the Oakville-Whitaker area, Joel, looks like we could have a little bit of a shear line trying to form down there. That could be a little interesting. We'll see what happens.
Say it again.
That'd be the down there in southern Wayne, North Monroe County by Oakville, just by the airport radar. That's what I was looking at just to my north as it passed by me. And it looks like it was pretty low-hanging. It appeared to be like a wall cloud, but I couldn't tell. It was so dark and it didn't have a good view on it with trees and houses in the way. So.
Still have a lot of lightning with these storms as they're moving slowly out of the state. And even after the warnings will be expired, there'll still be some lightning going on the east side of the state still. So just be mindful of that as these lines move out.
I will mention southern Oakland County. We still have that shower that's moving in through Washtenaw right now. Part of the northern extent of it could wrap itself into Oakland County. However, we said there's a shear line down here. However, it's not looking too impressive in my opinion right now for strong winds. It's still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds nonetheless, so it will probably get gusty. Make sure your outside objects are tied down if you haven't already. Should have done it earlier today, but if you still have time out there, especially if you're in eastern Wayne County, feel free to go ahead and do that. Please do not get struck by lightning, though, out there. There's a lot of lightning out there tonight, even behind the initial line of storms. So, again, you are severe. You are safe from severe. I'm losing my English here as we get later in the night. But even if you are back here in the rain shield, is what we call it, behind the severe, there's a lot of lightning and thunder ongoing, a lot of cloud to ground bolts still ongoing as well. So please be mindful of lightning as the night continues on the backside of these storms. The considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County has been canceled. We are now down to just 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warnings with perhaps some 1-inch hail, primarily here in St. Clair County, although they do not have it in the text. There are some pinks in here. A little bit of vertically integrated liquid out there, especially near Memphis and Burrville, south of Emmett. So we'll keep an eye on that for some hail risk. But right now it's going to be mainly a damaging wind risk. There's a nice little couplet, a little swath, maybe just probably a straight line wind burst there, right over downtown Memphis, or just about to be. So if you're in Memphis right now, please take shelter. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Interior room. Be away from those walls in the west and south side of the house. There's trees over there. They'll fall your way. Do we have Christina about to come in? Is that true? So you're working behind the scenes.
She might be. Oh.
Brandon's out there too.
It's Michael. No, Brandon won't be able to make it.
Oh, okay.
Is Michael still on there? His house cam might be on there.
Nope.
Hey, we have a severe warning all the way up in Mackinac. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
So it's a continuation of the one in Sheboygan.
Till 145 for Mackinac County.
This line's actually starting to pick up a little bit more steam here. More in the back side of the low, kind of along that occluded front. Hopefully see it pop in here in just a second. So if you know anyone up there in Mackinac County heading up towards Sault Ste. Marie, some strong thunderstorms heading that way. Especially at this time of the night. It is 1:14 in the morning. Feel free to call your friends and family that might be living up there. Again, if they live on Mackinac Island as well, if they're up there for the summer, that is the place to be. So this is literally just the islands here. So Bois Blanc Island and Mackinac Island in Mackinac County is where the warning is in effect for. I probably mispronounced that, didn't I?
I don't think you did, actually. I think you actually got that really well handled.
All right. So
There you go.
severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 3 islands in the middle of Lake Huron here, including Mackinac Island, till 1:45 a.m. Storms are moving north at 40 miles per hour, 6-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Same thing applies to these storms that were down here heading through Sheboygan. Severe thunderstorms will be near Point All Pins on Mackinac Island around 1:15 a.m. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. So those are... It's a severe thunderstorm warning inside of a severe thunderstorm warning. So double severe thunderstorm warning.
Believe, yeah, this is the first time we do not have a tornado warning ongoing in the state of Michigan
It's been a while.
for a while.
Looks like my camera software is not operational right now. I'm trying to fix that.
Watching the Columbus area, just outside Memphis. Maybe a little couplet there forming. Starting to see a little bit of vorticity there on the leading edge.
Yeah, right there. Bois Blanc, or Bois Blanc. Okay. That was close. Thank you for the pronunciation correction. And here's this large shower also moving into Wayne County. No real winds on it right now. Could get a little gusty, obviously. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Wayne County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But at this current time, again, not looking too impressive. We probably still don't have the airport radar, do we?
No, we don't have
We do
that.
not.
It's been down for a few days.
Dang. Looks like there could also be some hail in here. So, Paint Creek, Whitaker, Rawsonville, Belleville, heading towards New Boston eventually. Could be more of a hail risk over a wind risk. You can see this nice big old cell here heading into southern Wayne.
Also, camera's back if you want to take it back. I have some good lightning on the Harbor Beach. Now, Harbor Beach put up a light that shines directly onto the camera here. We're gonna have to adjust the camera in the future here. But if you look in the distance here on the horizon, yeah, there you go.
Wow.
It's just incredible. So, well, we're gonna kind of flip back and forth here between Harbor Beach and between Dearborn, which is this way. We have some good lightning incoming here. We're gonna keep an eye on Dearborn as these storms move over the camera here.
A lot of comments rolling in about all clear. Real quick, all clear for everyone except for Huron, Sanilac. I believe that is. Huron, Sanilac, St. Clair, Macomb, Wayne, Washtenaw, Monroe, and Lenawee are still in the threat for severe weather tonight. Tornado watches are still in effect here as these storms roll through. If I did not mention your county, you guys are in the clear. I will also include northern Sheboygan County, Mackinac, and Chippewa County to the not all clear list as these storms race off to the north at 40 miles per hour. So we might be still live for these storms up here going in towards Sault Ste. Marie for a little while later tonight as well. And no watches up there currently in effect, but there are warnings for Mackinac Island and Bois Blanc Island. Not Blanc, Blanc. It's more for the, it's not like Grand Blanc, according to you guys in chat, so.
Sorry, I tried to mute myself, but that didn't work.
I didn't hear you, so.
Good.
We're gonna have to watch this as it comes into Mackinac County and then Chippewa County as well. Could get in on some gusty winds there. Cedarville, Pickford, could get in on some gusty winds as these storms head towards Sault Ste. Marie.
Currently, 285,000 people without power in the state of Michigan.
And our strongest gust was actually getting ready to cross into Canada from Sterling Heights to Macomb Township to Columbus, getting very close to our Canadian friends.
UTX has continued that tornado possible tag and severe warning for Huron and Sanilac counties.
We're almost through it, everyone. We're almost there. And we still got 20,000 of you guys watching and out here right now, which is insane. This is one of our biggest streams ever. Thank you guys for tuning in so far tonight. Again, we do this all the time in Michigan. And we still got a little bit of time left to go here for you guys here in southeast Michigan. So downtown Detroit, Taylor, Dearborn, Hamtramck also heading in there. Probably some 1-inch hail and perhaps some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also heading into Port Huron, Lakeport, Lexington, Lexington Heights, Port Sanilac, and up towards Forestville and Minden City in the coming minutes to seconds, I guess you could say. But if you are in the all clear, thank you guys for tuning in so far tonight. Feel free to come back again sometime soon. We might be live again tomorrow. We have another severe threat marginal risk for the entire lower peninsula tomorrow. All hazards possible, but again, a low-end threat. You'll know where we'll be. We'll be here live, covering it if need be. Lapeer canceled from the severe thunderstorm warning. So Lapeer County in the clear officially. Portions of Gagetown, Cass City here in Tuscola County still in a severe thunderstorm warning.
Eastern half of the state here is the only place at risk.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if you're bigger cities here listing off, just to stay all clear for you guys. Grand Rapids, been all clear. Kalamazoo, Lansing, Jackson, Hillsdale, Coldwater, Three Rivers, South Haven, Benton Harbor, Holland, Grand Haven, Big Rapids, Ludington, anywhere close to Lake Michigan. Traverse City, Cadillac, Mount Pleasant, Bay City, Saginaw, Flint, Owasso. You guys are all clear. UP, if you're not in Mackinac, Sault Ste. Marie areas, you guys are all clear as well. Just got the eastern half of the state to go through. Looks like downtown Detroit is about to be impacted here by this line, although it doesn't look severe, in my opinion. I got a Dearborn camera pulled up here on the on the left side of your screen there. You can see the base of the storm. So
That's very cool.
best view here. What?
Very cool.
Yeah, good view to the northwest here. This camera's facing to the west and north. So.
Watching a little bit of funkiness here. Heading into St. Clair itself, St. Clair proper. Could have some congealing cells here in just a second. So watch out, St. Clair. Otherwise, you have some hail moving in right now. Again, these cells are moving and combining. We saw that a lot throughout the night where we had them come together and produce quick spin-ups. Same story applies even though we are all the way over here on the east side of the state.
So as many of you are probably aware, we had a lot of tornadic activity tonight. The local National Weather Service stations from Grand Rapids, Detroit, mainly will be sending out crews eventually to visit all these areas that have been affected by potential tornadoes. And we'll know eventually as the coming days go by how many tornadoes our state got from this event. But definitely a very large event, played out perfectly on what we had at our forecast at MSC as well as SBC.
Yeah, this was well forecasted all around from both the SPC and from us. We don't like to pat ourselves on the back for getting a forecast right too often, but we nailed this, as did the SPC and other forecasters around the state. This was a pretty clear-cut event, and everything came together. It looked like it really just the concern was there, and unfortunately it came together. But at least it was well forecasted. That's hopefully gave people some heads up beforehand.
Oh, Michael is live. For some reason I was thinking of Mike and not Michael. He does have a lot of rain at his house right now. No one else is out there. That's all right. I'll go back up here and check on our friends in the Mackinac Island area, northern Sheboygan County. That is quite the potent cell. I would not be surprised if they issue another severe thunderstorm warning here soon for perhaps some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some penny-sized hail. As this line continues to go north right down 75 towards Hessel, Pickford, Rudyard, Kinross, eventually up towards Dafter and Sault Ste. Marie, both Canada and the United States. Side. Keep that in mind if you are up there in the eastern UP. Limited risk over there today, but still a risk nonetheless. It goes to show you, no matter what risk zone you are in, you should take it seriously. That was one of our lower zoned areas out there. Again, if you see you're in an orange box, again, we tell you guys to make sure you know where you're located on a county-based map. We show these maps all the time during our severe weather coverage. Again, we cannot answer your questions about specific cities. We never do, especially when there is severe weather ongoing out there. And thousands of chats coming in behind the scenes. Again, if you guys could see our screen right now, the comments are flying through at about 20 a second. Like they're going like this. So we literally, it's impossible to answer questions about your cities. You do have to figure it out where you're located on a map. And again, when severe weather strikes for these locations, we will track them road by road, as you guys have seen throughout the night. So, for example, here, county by county basis, Huron, Sanilac, St. Clair, Macomb, Wayne, all still in severe thunderstorm warnings. Those 5 counties not in the clear yet. If you did not get your county mentioned outside of Sheboygan, you are in the clear for tonight. I will say Monroe kind of on that 50-50 line right now. We could see a quick warning here down by the state line. But again, Wayne, Macomb, St. Clair, Huron, and Sanilac County not in the all clear yet, given severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect. So right now, these warnings are in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds if you know you're inside of one. There are special weather statements in effect down here as well in Monroe and Lenawee County. These are in effect for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail, so not quite severe, but still strong nonetheless. They'll blow away your loose objects. So that's why I said 50-50 shot there in Monroe County for a severe warning in the next hour. Other than that, all clear places west. So Lansing, Grand Rapids area, all those metro areas, all in the all clear. Again, we will be watching again tomorrow for more of a marginal risk of severe weather. It's a very low risk, but a risk nonetheless, and we will be tracking it if any severe warnings do pop up for your Friday evening plans. Again, timing for tomorrow night would be around the same exact time, maybe a little bit earlier, starting as early as 7, maybe 6, and then moving through probably around midnight to 1 from west to east across the state. So unfortunately, another semi-nocturnal event. But again, we don't have control over the weather. Otherwise, we'd make it during the day so people can see the storms coming and they're not asleep. So keep that in mind tomorrow night. We'll have forecasts up tomorrow as well for your severe weather tomorrow night. See a couple of comments in chat about hail down here in southeast Michigan. Feel free to send us pictures with the measurement next to like a coin or a ruler. Feel free to send that in our Michigan Weather Reports community page on Facebook or on our Discord server. Again, that link is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. But we have been live for 6.5 hours. We are very committed to our beginning to end policy at Michigan Storm Chasers. We start when the first warning is issued and we end when the last warning expires. So we will be live here as this system continues to the state for the next hour, maybe hour and a half. You can see down there in the bottom left corner of your screen, that is our Dearborn Skycam looking northish out of Dearborn towards Metro Detroit, I believe. And that is a lot of lightning out there tonight. Please do not be outside camping in these storms if possible. Although, obviously, with the instability going down, our lightning rates aren't as high as they were earlier. Again, we mentioned to start the night, thousands of strikes per 15-minute interval, and that definitely came true out there tonight.
I have a video of at least a funnel cloud in Battle Creek about to go on the page.
Okay. For those who might just be tuning in tonight to see the severe weather as it's tracking through these easternmost counties right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds, perhaps 1-inch hail, we had approximately a dozen different spin-ups tonight, maybe more. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. There were so many different brief spin-ups. Of note, there were a couple around the Grand Rapids area again. There was one major one that hit Martin, smack in the middle. Dorr got hit. These are cities over in West Michigan. We had a couple in Eaton County, I believe, north of Lansing, and then a wide variety of them across eastern Michigan here, more on the weaker scale, but they were on the ground for maybe 1 or 2 scans. Unconfirmed. Again, National Weather Service offices in Grand Rapids and Detroit will be out and about sending survey crews out, but again, they're only limited to how many staff members they have there, so surveys will probably take a couple days, maybe weeks, to confirm all the tornadoes, kind of similar to what we saw on March 30th. So we'll be posting all of the surveys as they come in on our page on Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook. If you haven't followed us on Facebook, feel free to join the 375,000 followers there who already do follow us, and obviously vice versa. If you haven't followed us on YouTube yet, our streams and daily forecast videos can be found here.
I want to clarify what I said about that funnel cloud. Check out the Dearborn cam. I just looked up, and that's getting hammered.
It's super windy.
But that funnel cloud in Battle Creek is not current. That happened earlier. Just want to clarify that. That just got windy in a hurry there.
Mm-hmm. Sideways rain.
Wow.
Again, this is a camera in Dearborn installed by Guardian Technologies. They have put 8 cameras up across the state so far, with more planned. These cameras have come in handy tonight. So thank you to Guardian, and also thank you to the host locations from Manistee at Hampton Inn, We had the Old Stone Port in Ionia. We had the Charlotte Fire Department. What else we use? We have the Guardian here, the Guardian Camp from Burton, Guardian Camp from Dearborn,
Port Huron.
and also Harbor Beach.
Or, yeah, Harbor Beach.
The marina there, the city of Harbor Beach allowed us to put a camera up there. So we have numerous cameras that we use, and appreciate Guardian for installing these, and also the host locations that allow us to install these. If you would like to host a weather camera, or if you want to sponsor weather camera, please get in touch with us via message, email. Contact me directly. Yeah, contact me directly, Ryan, RYAN, at MichiganStormChasers.com. That is my email. Feel free to get in touch with me.
Possible TDS just on the other side of the Canadian border, just north of Marine City.
That's-
Latest scan shows a little bit of a CC drop there.
That's the spot I was looking there when those storms were congealing. Again, that would be on the Ontario side, but I'd see that there. Looks like the latest scan kind of wraps up into itself again, but that is still maybe a little bit of an RFD surge there, producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, just on the other side of the U.S.-Canada border. It's just to the east of St. Clair. So if you're hearing like a freight train noise in St. Clair right now, look out to your east. You might see perhaps a lowering, maybe a tornado on the ground there in Ontario. Gusty winds also moving through Marysville and through Port Huron right now at the current time. A lot of heavy rainfall out there and perhaps some small hail. Again, you can send in those hail reports to us. You also have some hail moving in perhaps through downtown Detroit and Dearborn right now, as indicated by our VIL here on radar. It's quite the core. Over this area, max hail size around an inch possible. So that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for central Wayne County. So main threat right now, hail. I would say less of a wind threat, more of a hail threat. Wayne County, you guys won't probably be in the clear here for another maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So around a 145 to 150. And then down here in Monroe County, you guys probably are going to have to wait until maybe 2:15 at the latest for an all clear there. No severe thunderstorm warning for Lenawee and Monroe, but there is a special weather statement effect in this tan box for 50-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some small hail, pea-sized, which would be 0.25 inches. So that is their radar update there down in the bottom left corner. We still have the Skycam full screen because there is some nice heavy winds moving through Dearborn. Goes to show you what's going on inside that severe thunderstorm warning right now. Dearborn is literally right in the center of that core.
I do also want to flip really quickly over to Harbor Beach, wrong direction. I know they're being impacted as well, but with that light, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. Just some lightning there. Dearborn definitely had a better view for sure. Leave that here. There we go. For those of you interested, I just posted the video of the funnel cloud, likely a tornado, because they did confirm that. I believe it was an observed warning in Calhoun County earlier with a debris ball. So this is likely the tornado, or at least the either end or start of it. When it was in the funnel formation form or state, or should I say? I'm getting tired rambling, but it's on the page, the Facebook page, if you guys want to go look at it.
Small Hill, St. Clair. Thank you guys for that report. Go ahead.
Had a hail report here out of the DTW airport. I'm trying to read this. Less than looks like pea size is what they're reporting. This, I don't know if you guys can see my camera here, but this is what it sends out for these reports. It's just a bunch of letters and numbers all congealed together. So.
Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Mackinac Island and Bois Blanc Island till 1:45 a.m. I would imagine they might cancel this 5 minutes early. We do, speaking of which, I just went up here at the perfect time. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the National Weather Service and Gaylord for south central Chippewa and northeastern Mackinac County until 2:15 a.m. 134. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Hessel to Cedarville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, so relatively slow. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, so it's warned for both hail and wind. And, yeah, hail damage to fields is expected. Wind damage to roof siding trees also possible. The severe thunderstorm will be near Pickford and Stalwart around 1:45 a.m. and Goatsville around 1:50, spelled Goetzville. Other locations impacted by these severe thunderstorms include Rayber and Marquette Island. The tornado possible tag has been dropped from these storms up here in the extreme eastern UP region. You can see that on the bottom left corner of your screen. That is the severe thunderstorm warning for that area. It's a little small, but it is there. And this is, again, heading straight up towards Dafter and Sault Ste. Marie in Chippewa County. So if you don't want anyone up there tonight sleeping, feel free to give them a holler. Let them know 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail on the way. Good news from Macomb County. You'll see there quickly, actually, I'll turn off the radar. All those counties in yellow still underneath a tornado watch all the way up there in Iosco and Aranac County. I would imagine these tornado watches are going to be expired here in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, especially for the eastern extent. But I can tell you for sure the all clears are given for any counties not in a severe thunderstorm warning. So that would be Tuscola now, obviously all clear. Western Huron in the all clear. Macomb County in general in the all clear. Oakland as well, if I didn't mention it yet. Lapeer also in the all clear. And Western Wayne now canceled from that severe thunderstorm warning. So you guys are also in the all clear. So there you go. We only have Eastern Huron, Eastern Tuscola, Eastern Sanilac, Eastern St. Clair, and Eastern Wayne all in severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as our new warning up here in Mackinac, Chippewa. Kind of a unique situation here where we're going to be probably waiting for the UP to finish up tonight. Usually we have to wait for Eastern Michigan. It's usually the last to be issued under severe thunderstorm warning, but this line is still going to be moving very slowly across the Eastern UP for probably another hour before moving into Western Ontario. A couple special rain warnings up there as well. So again, our policy is beginning to end. We will be tracking even up here into the UP as these storms move on.
Yep, so Harbor Beach looks like they're getting impacted right now. Let's go ahead and look over here. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Well, a little bit of rock in there. Let's go ahead and leave it there and see if we get some lightning on camera here. We're going to adjust that camera a little bit to the left eventually to kind of negate that light there. I believe that's a new light they installed. Put the camera up, it wasn't there to begin with, but there's a lake there. Got some good bolts there. But there is a lake just across those rocks. It's Lake Huron.
We're almost there, everyone. We made it. We're almost to the end. Home stretch. Everyone do a nice big stretch. We're almost there. There you go, Drew. Ryan, your turn.
7.
I'm alive. I'm alive and well.
Okay.
I think.
If you say so. I should probably get
I
some
tried
water.
to say so. I stuttered, but I tried.
No, you're good.
Been quite the stream that all played out. We had several of our staff, including me, Joel, and Nick, that all had to take shelter because of tornado warnings.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm struggling to remember an event with that many tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. Really great job by the National Weather Service offices on coordinating toward the tornado warnings with the velocity signatures. Really great job from really everyone. News stations, broadcasting stations, us here, and National Weather Service, and yeah.
And a quick little bit of off-topic news. I believe one of our colleagues who works at the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids, got to issue his first tornado warning tonight. So shout out to our colleague there. I believe that happened, given there was, I don't know, probably 10 or 12 that are issued by the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids tonight. So for those who don't know, that is kind of like a you made it moment in the National Weather Service community. So that was going to be one of my dream jobs growing up, is to issue warnings for you guys. But obviously I'm here at Michigan Storm Chasers, and I'm happy to do what I'm doing. So happy to bridge the communication gap between you guys, the public, and the National Weather Service. And that's what ultimately our goal is here, obviously, besides keeping you guys safe from beginning to end. Unless I'm forgetting something else, Ryan.
No, I mean, we've really expanded and grown over the past couple of months to years, so we're going to continue this. We have not missed a severe or tornado warning in the state since we started Michigan Storm Chasers. We are always live 24/7, so if you're new here, hit subscribe on YouTube, or if you're on Facebook or on X or Twitch, hit the follow button, like button, follow along with us. We do forecasting, streams, informational, fun little text posts. So feel free to follow along.
Yeah, we're very committed to keeping you guys safe. As Ryan mentioned, we have not missed a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning ever in the state since the beginning of 2024, which is when we really started to ramp up our full-time live streaming operations, I guess you could say. So is that true? Wow, we're almost at 50,000 on YouTube.
Yeah, this has been a very high-end stream for us, our best stream so far. So rightfully so. It was a bigger end event, and we figured it was going to be a good, well-attended stream, and it happened to be the most watched stream in our existence. So appreciate you guys tuning in, trusting us, and we'll continue this in the future.
And for those who don't know who we are, I know we used to have nameplates on our screen. Maybe I'll put them in a future update. But I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma. I just graduated from Central Michigan with a meteorology degree there at Central, also with a GIS degree in mapping. We also have Drew Brummel, who's right below me here. He also was going to Central Michigan for a meteorology degree. And down there at the bottom is our lovely president, Ryan Harriott. We also have, I don't know if Caleb's still in here, but we also have Caleb Ivans behind the scenes. He was tracking radar earlier tonight with us. And at the beginning of the stream, we had Nick in with us as well, also commentating. And we have a staff, about 7 or 8 of us now here, and obviously our whole entire Chaser Partner Network team out there, about 25 volunteers around the state. So it's a whole operation. We're committed to keeping you guys safe here from beginning to end through every single event as we roll on throughout the summer. Again, it's only May 15th, May 16th now. And again, summer is just beginning. More thunderstorm opportunities upcoming as soon as tomorrow.
Also, can't forget our moderators, Joel. They do an
Absolutely.
awesome job here on YouTube and Facebook, keeping chats clear.
Yeah.
And also have to shout out you guys as viewers for trusting us, continuing to interact with us, follow us, and tune into these streams here. That was a beautiful bolt on the camera there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a whole operation here, and we're just getting started, really. We have a lot more planned. So appreciate you guys who watch. Appreciate our CPNs, our moderators, our staff, all involved here with Michigan Storm Chasers. We could not do it without everyone involved.
Yes. Thank you very much, mods. You guys know who you are. Appreciate you guys, each and every one of you. It was probably very hectic in here tonight, so thank you for putting up with everyone. And for those who are in chat, please shout out the mods, because again, they do a very good job moderating and keeping everyone in line. Good news, though. St. Clair County just canceled from the severe thunderstorm warning. Probably to follow suit here will be Huron and Sanilac here in the next couple minutes. For some reason, my brain just can't comprehend Sanilac and Tuscola. I keep wanting to change them around, but Sanilac is closest to the lake. And obviously, Wayne County, eastern Wayne County, torrential downpour ongoing. You can see it near Dearborn camera. It was just up. Now in the there's the Dearborn cam. That is your torrential downpour. About to leave, though, right?
Yeah, it's quieted down. That's why I changed it.
Yeah, you're good. You can change it back. But that storm is just about to roll out of Detroit in the next 5 minutes. And Monroe County with a 43 mile per hour damage report there from the KTTF station Monroe. AWAS station, not ASOS station, AWAS station there in downtown Monroe. So special weather statement is verifying there with winds up to 50 in P size. We could see some gusty winds rolling down the the US 223 corridor towards Lambertville and Temperance. But there's no special weather statement there yet. There's a couple cells starting to fire off an outflow boundary from the storm. We are almost in the all clear. However, we will still be live here for a little bit as we got to make sure these storms not only leave the state down here to the east, but also up here to the north, where you can see these very bright reds and pinks ongoing, heading towards Stalwart, just to the west of Detour Village. And all wrapping back into where the low pressure system is located back here off to the west. And unfortunately for our poor UP friends up here, chance of a mixed precipitation possible as soon as Saturday here across the UP, especially the Keweenaw area. Again, this is a very, very cold low pressure system, a lot of cold air mixing in the backside. That's why these storms are very severe today, is because you had a lot of cold air mixing in at the upper levels. Again, when you have a very severe change of temperature as you go up with height, it's called a lapse rate. When those lapse rates are larger, severe, a lot of cape builds, and that allows for more hail to form and overall general severe weather risk to expand, I guess you could say. So that's why we had all hazards possible today. Thankfully, we didn't get anything in the way of large hail. A lot of those prefrontal cells stayed relatively close to the main line. They were not able to get isolated and discrete in nature. So we're thankful for that. Obviously, unfortunately, we didn't luck out completely, as we still saw a lot of brief spin-ups across the area. Perhaps a couple long-track tornadoes, specifically in Allegan County near Martin. So overall, generally speaking, most of us lucked out. A lot of damaging wind reports obviously still coming in today, and a couple of brief spin-ups across the area. But it definitely could have been a lot worse, I would have to say. And the forecast overall did verify quite well.
Yeah, and going off that as well, we have currently peaked, it looks like, at 287,000 people without power across Michigan. Most of those centered in the south and west part of the state, exactly where we pinpointed that highest risk area to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say that one cell that was further back in the live stream, right when the severe weather was happening, in Allegan County, the supercell, it did have a hook at one point, but it quickly got engulfed by that line. And I believe it probably was the cause of one of those tornadoes by probably either Dorr, Michigan, or a different circulation that probably caused that, where that cell merged in with that line and caused that tornado to most likely happen. So, but yeah, like Joel mentioned, thankfully we didn't have multiple discrete cells. That was the main concern, was multiple supercells forming ahead of the line and producing strong tornadoes.
So up here right now, again, severe thunderstorm warnings all being dropped off the map for southeast Michigan. Wayne is about to follow, and once Wayne is canceled, that makes the entire lower peninsula in the all clear, minus Monroe County for the next couple minutes. We'll keep an eye on that just in case a severe warning pops up. We don't expect it to, but again, storms are still firing off the southern flank of this MCS, the mesoscale convective system. And obviously, we are going to be watching up here into Chippewa County, heading towards Sault Ste. Marie. That will be the last storm that we'll be watching for the night. Once these storms move into Canada, we will be in the all clear.
I believe they just canceled that warning, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Up there at Chippewa and Mackinac.
Still is in effect for me.
I mean, as far as some notification for it.
Let me check.
Yeah, it's still in effect. Still in effect for me too.
Yeah, they expired Mackinac.
Yeah, Mackinac Island no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. It says event no longer active for me, but
so today was a classic example of what so much shear can do. Thankfully, no discrete cells, as mentioned, but still embedded within a line. Anytime you get those cells getting ingested into the line, different directions, caused funkiness to happen, and we saw funkiness to happen, or funkiness did happen out there a lot tonight. Heading back down here to southeast Michigan, a little bit of a radar update. St. Clair Marine City still in the heaviest of rain right now, as well as Marysville, but you guys will be out of it here in the next 5 minutes. Warren, Mount Clemens, probably another 5 to 10 minutes for the heaviest of rain. No warning for you guys there to the north, but down here, warning still in effect for downtown Detroit, Dearborn, Trenton. I would imagine this warning is going to be canceled in probably about 2 minutes from now. It's the heaviest you can see all the way over there in southwest corner of Ontario. Outflow boundary kind of popping off of that as well. And our special weather statement still continues for Monroe County for 50-mile-per-hour winds, peace-high sail. So the only places that are not in the all clear yet include Wayne County, eastern Mackinac, and northern Chippewa County. Those are the only three places not in the all clear. Otherwise, you guys are in the all clear. So if you are heading out, again, as mentioned, feel free to hit the like button. Pops you guys up on your algorithm and other people's algorithms across the state of Michigan for future severe weather events. And obviously, feel free to share us with your friends and family. We are going to be doing this forever. It's safe to say we're going to be doing this forever, probably, for all severe weather, at least to the end of the year and on into the years to come. Unless Ryan has something he's not telling me.
Wait, what?
I was like, we'll be doing this, well, literally forever, unless, Ryan has something to say that counters that.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Okay.
If you're implying that we're not going to do this for as long as we possibly can, you are incorrect. We are
Perfect. There you go. There's your answer,
dedicated for the
everyone.
state of Michigan, and we're also expanding. If you don't know, we're also in Indiana doing full-time ops there. We'll probably see a lot more of us in Indiana tomorrow, as there is a higher end risk. I think it's a moderate for South Indiana for tomorrow in afternoon and evening. So you're going to see Caleb lead the way on the stream tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on how Michigan goes, probably see myself, maybe Joel or Drew back on stream in Indiana. So we'll have to kind of play that out and see how Michigan perhaps. Well, let's see how it plays out. But yeah, we ain't going anywhere. If anything, we're going to grow and expand and hopefully reach more states and continue doing what we do. Also, I put the camera up to Manistee. Okay. I was just kind of curious if the aurora is out. Now, it's kind of dark on the horizon. You can't see anything, but you can see stars. If you look up on the top of the screen there, it is clear-ish in Manistee. So, just wanted to pop that in.
Nice shear line going through Ontario right now. That straight line there on the velocity radar. So if you want to go over in Ontario for any reason going towards Chatham, severe winds heading their way potentially. And there is your cancellation of the warning for Wayne County. So southeast Michigan. Unless you see something that I don't, Ryan, I believe southeast Michigan's in the all clear now. I know Monroe County is still in a special weather statement here, but I do not see this going severe.
Yeah, I put the odds of that less than 1%.
Yeah. So it looks like we are in all clear mode for the entire lower peninsula. A couple gusty winds still obviously on the backside of these showers and storms, not severe. And obviously if you are underneath this rain shield, which is all these greens and yellows here, lighter to moderate rain, watch out for cloud to ground lightning. It is still occurring behind the severe storms. A lot of energy out there tonight, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. Again, as mentioned earlier in the stream, 4 times the amount needed for severe weather today. So very powerful storms. We saw cloud tops up over, I don't know if you guys saw this, but cloud tops got to about 56,000 feet in some cells earlier today, perhaps even upwards of 60,000, which is very, very high up. So much needed rain as well across the area. Some drought relief came with this. Thankfully, no flood advisories where it piled up in any location. And again, it was one big line that kind of swept across the state. So not much training. So hopefully you guys got a nice dumping out there of rain, nevertheless, for your gardens, for your outdoor plants, you name it. If your grass is obviously getting a little bit yellow, The energy from the lightning obviously is going to help spike that as well. So let me see if have they canceled the tornado watches yet. They haven't not canceled the tornado watches for Eastern Michigan. We can tell you right now for sure though that we're basically all clear mode at this point. Again, the severe anytime you have a watch issued, they go past the time the storms are expected to expire, because what they do is as the storms move through, they expire counties. So as you notice, the tornado watch for West Michigan wasn't in effect until 3 a.m., which is still an hour from now. But as you can see, these storms are already well through the state. So what they do is they just issue them with a little bit of extra time, so you can stay alert through at least that time period that they give.
Another thing I'll add is with all this action that happened during the night, there's going to be a lot more pictures of the damage for tomorrow morning once it gets light out. So we're going to know a whole lot more tomorrow morning as well from what all happened in terms of all the damage that happened with these storms.
Yep. And marine thunderstorm wind gusts 41 miles per hour offshore Grosse Pointe Park. Speaking of severe reports, again, please, if you have them, send them to our Michigan Weather Reports page. That's our community group on Facebook. Just type in Michigan Weather Reports. You'll find it. When you do request to join the group, obviously make sure to answer those entry questions. Same thing for Discord. You can submit your damage reports there. We have a survey, or we have a channel in our Discord server called Damage and Survey. Same rules apply. Details such as time, location, and if needed, a measurement if you have hail reports. So all of those resources there. Obviously, if you don't have ways to use either of those sources, you can send them to our DMs or in our comments section, tagging us as well. So again, all the details do help us, so that way we can also forward them to the National Weather Service office if it's in the event of a tornado. So I'll actually mention this right now because we saw this with the last event. On March 30th, obviously we had 14 tornadoes that were surveyed. A lot of those tornadoes were surveyed well after the event happened. So days after the event happened, obviously partially due to short staff, but also because we get reports in days to maybe even weeks later after an event comes through. So if you do have damage reports, it is critical to send those in as soon as possible. So if there are survey crews going out, they can maybe swing by your location and cover it on the way to perhaps a tornadic thing that we know actually happened. So again, send in those damage reports as soon as you can get them. Again, if it's not tonight, do it tomorrow when it's daylight. And we do appreciate those reports. And the National Weather Service offices do appreciate the reports. They can submit them into their database. I'm rambling again, so please someone else talk.
I am working on quite a few things here, so I'm
Okay.
tied up at the moment.
So there is just a couple heavy rain showers moving through northern Wayne County right now. Those are not severe. If you are in Wayne County, you see heavy rains falling, it's not severe. Same thing down here near Riverview and Trenton and Gibraltar, as well as Monroe. All just heavy rain showers right now, nothing severe. We still have the severe warning up here. This is the last one in the state. Not expected to have this, but it is still in effect for Stalwart heading up towards Sault Ste. Marie. Since we now have just one warning left, I'm going to try and go back and see as many of the super chats as possible. So if you sent one well earlier in the stream, we do apologize. We probably are not going to be able to find it. I have YouTube pulled up so I can see all of the super chats from earlier. So Enzo, welcome to our membership here on YouTube. Melissa, $10 super chat saying thanks for your coverage tonight. No problem. Yoder, $5 super chat saying don't forget to keep yourselves fed and hydrated. Guys, if you haven't taken a drink of water, I suggest that now. I realize I took like 1 or 2 sips throughout the stream, so that was
I needed an energy drink.
a rough go for sure. So thank you, Yoda, for the super chat. Also, $4.99 super chat from Kelly. Been watching from Holland, the southern border of Ottawa. Feels safe enough to be on the ground floor. It's good there. Thank you for the super chat. William O'Neill, welcome to our EF0 membership there. Chris, $1.99 super chat. $10 super chat from Real Nerd Ethan. He has a here's a stat with a super chat here. Says, thanks for everything you do. My personal weather station in Granville recorded 4,200 lightning strikes so far. Again, that was earlier in the stream, so it probably ended up going up since he sent that. So thank you for that. Real cool stat there. Real nerd Ethan. It's a little bit of a tongue twister. KK, welcome to our membership here on YouTube. Jules 499 super chat. Gas Reacts $2 super chat saying thanks MSC. You guys helped me keep my family safe. Welcome Tyler and Bashed to EF0 membership. Caden, $1.99 super chat saying thank you for doing this. Thank you mods, absolutely. Do appreciate our mods. Jennifer, $2.99 super chat. Love Trains, $1 super chat. Evan, congratulating us on 45,000 subs. We're almost to 50,000. If you guys haven't subbed on YouTube yet, feel free to do that. $9.99 super chat there. Thank you, Jonathan, for the $4.99 super chat asking about Jackson from earlier. Again, we couldn't answer those questions in real time with all the warnings going on, so hopefully you guys understand that. Sarah, $9.99 super chat. Thank you for all you do is what she said there. No problem. Same thing from NW with a $4 super chat. A report also from earlier from ASQD Gaming, a marble-sized hail report in Three Rivers with a $5 super chat there. Very windy. Crystal, $2 super chat after this line. In all clear, Eaton County, absolutely. Jacqueline Baxter, $20 super chat saying thank you so much, guys. No problem. Battle Creek, you guys are in the clear since this chat was sent from Iceweb. Thank you. Morgan, becoming an EF1 member. Tyler asking about Port Huron. You guys are good. Evie Diz, $49.99 super chat there with the salute emoji. Salute right back to you. Love Trains, back from month number 10. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you very much. Matt, 5 gifted memberships here for our YouTube subscribers. So again, if you are subscribed on YouTube, sometimes our members do gift memberships away. Dale mentioning busy night, stay safe. There's a lot of super chats in here, so we are just going to be rolling through them. And then we'll get to our sponsors here in just a second. All things we do before the end of the stream. I'm also going to loop this radar while I go through these. And we prioritize and push our super chats off to the end if serial weather's ongoing. That's what we're doing right now as we wrap up the stream. So again, all clear tonight for Southeast Michigan, West Michigan, Southern Central Michigan, all of the lower peninsula. We have a couple renegade showers and storms popping up near Traverse City right now. Not expected to be severe, but a good rumble of thunder could be expected there. And obviously, severe thunderstorm warning continues up here for Mackinac County near Detour Village. Pern and Full Metal welcoming to our memberships here at MSC on YouTube. Mighty Aaron, $2 super chat. Cunningham, $2 super chat. Thank you guys. And Alexandria Olson, $20 super chat in all caps saying thank you guys for everything. No problem, Alexandria. Eagle Scout becoming an EF3 member. Mega checking in from Hillsdale, trying not to doze off there, saying thank you guys for being committed to the cause. Sounds like it's going to stay pretty tame down here, and it ended up doing that. You guys kind of got that capping inversion tonight there, so thank you from Mega. Any updates from Ryan and Drew before I continue on? You're just going to let me continue to ramble. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're getting through them. Again, we do want to read off as many as possible as a way of saying thanks to you guys. So, Casey, $2 super chat saying you guys do great work. No problem, Casey. Karen and Josh, EF0 members here now, part of our welcome to the team here on MSC YouTube. Eric, thank you for the coverage, y'all. In Lansing, just hunkered down in the basement with a 2-month-old newborn. Congratulations to you guys. Everyone is safe and sound. Good to hear. Thank you for checking in tonight, for your support. TRG, checking in from Hillsdale as well. Safe to sleep? Absolutely. I hear a weather update coming across.
They trimmed that warning back. I don't know if you covered that already.
I think that's what the alert just came through as. It looks like they did. Yeah, they did trim it. Continues for Chippewa County. And there it is. There's your update on your screen. You can see it trimmed. So Hessel no longer in that warning, as well as Pickford, but Stalwart still in that warning on your screen. There's actually probably some large hail moving onto, I believe, what's island is this? Is this Drummond? I believe that's Drummond Island.
St. Joseph Island as well as Drummond Island.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that could be some large hail moving on to Drummond Island right now. That's going to be Cream City Point Road and Long Island Point Road, as well as Yorty Road. So all those roads on the island, eventually going up towards Channel Road, which is on the north side of the island. So some large hail perhaps on Drummond Island there. So not in a warning, but please be on alert. You can see the pinks and blacks inside the precipitation there. There's also a little triangle on there. It says 1. That could be because there's 1 inch hail or larger ongoing. So keep that in mind. Back to our list of super chats here as I continue on. Webb, fellas, thank you for being there for us tonight. No problem, Webb. Thank you for checking in and your support of our channel. Brittany saying thank you guys so much with a pink heart emoji with a 199 super chat. Jillian also with a 199 super chat asking about cold water. Cold water, you guys are good obviously now. Ham, $5 super chat asking about Saginaw. Saginaw obviously in the good as well. In the clear. Dan, thank you for everything you guys do. No problem, Dan.
That warning in the UP will likely expire here at any moment. We'll be all clear.
Yep.
Very, very shortly.
Marisol, 499 super chat. Thank you, Marisol. Parker, $2 super chat as well. Thoughts on Brighton? Hopefully you guys hunkered down in Brighton. You just had, I believe, a tornado warning there earlier. You're hopefully able to track that with us here on our stream. The purple curves on the map of the 199 super chat from Larissa. Good question. That is on our velocity map here. So these purple curves are what's called range folded. That's where radar is intercepting itself in both directions. It's being returned and sent out at the same time. So it's just bad data. It would make the values look very incomplete. And so what they do is they just put a purple little circle over them for the wind. So that is what that is called. It's range folded. It's just bad data. So good question on our map there. And again, as a reminder, what you're seeing on your map right now is your velocity map, which is inbound winds and outbound winds from the radar site in this case, which is in Gaylord, Otsego Lake area. Green's moving away, red's moving towards, green's kind of moving I can't speak. Red's moving away, green's moving towards here on the velocity radar. Goodness, I need to sleep.
It's that time of the night.
We're getting there. 50, 199 super chat. Kratos, $2 super chat. $20 super chat from Renee. Thank you, Renee, and all you guys as well. Derp, $2 super chat. Bcraft, $4.99 super chat there, saying thanks so much for your coverage. How's Detroit looking? Detroit just got the all clear. Hopefully you guys have a good night there in Detroit, Wayne County. Pressure with a $19.99 super chat saying thank you for the coverage. Again, if you've sent stars on Facebook as well, again, we can't see them on our side. We're reading off all of our YouTube super chats right now. We do appreciate if you did send stars on Facebook, but again, we cannot see those. Sirens in Troy from Hugh a little bit while ago. Again, sirens can get sounded for severe thunderstorm warning, something to remember. Alexis D. Wallace and Derp back with $2 super chats here. What radar we're using? That is called GR2 on your screen there. Our other guys here in chat also use what's called Radar Omega. So this is GR2. This is a PC application only. It's around $250. Not sure if the cost has jumped since I bought it a while back. And then Radar Omega. I'm not sure the pricing on that, but it is also subscription based.
Yeah, I think it depends on how much you want, how many features you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like the low end subscription, I think is like $8 a month, and if you want a high end subscription, it's like $30 or $40 a month, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
or not that high actually. I think it's like $120 for the year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Tomid, Oval, KK, and Freaky, all with $5 super chats and $1.99 super chats. Freaky has a chat here saying, "Be careful driving on the roads, not because of the tornadoes or thunderstorms, just because Michigan roads in general." Good comment there. Obviously, I dig at the roads. Pepper TV, $20 super chat. Thank you all for the coverage. First thing I do whenever I get severe weather warnings is come here. Thank you for doing that. Again, we do cover Michigan, all 83 counties, so we do appreciate you for tuning in. And, of course, your support. We hope to see you back here soon at Michigan Storm Chasers. It's Lava checking in from New Baltimore with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Lava. Narrow, $5 super chat there. Checking in from Fenton. Tomid giving a dangerous roads report from the Warren area a little bit ago. Those have since dissipated. There's a $10 super chat there. Same from Yax from 99 super chat there. Thank you very much. Toast Otto, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Michelle Green becoming a member, as well as the real Elena. And we're getting down here now. Again, a lot of you guys have supported us so far throughout the stream. You guys, thank you very much. We're getting there. Tom with another $10 super chat, as well as Scott. Tom with another $10 super chat, saying MSC rocks, admins and mods rock. Thank you very much for those very kind words. It's very nice to hear the kind words after a day like today, where we were live for how many hours, guys? 7?
How many? Where are we at here? 7
hours,
7.
10 minutes.
7 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it's one of our longer streams in quite some time, I'll say. I know we've had longer streams before. We've been upwards of 10 hours, but yeah. Not quite the longest stream, but still a long stream nonetheless. $2 super chat from Vapor Ific. Thank you very much. Back for month number 2 is Jen. Does Oakland County have a second line of storms coming? They do not. It was all that first line. Katrina, Jaded, Peace, all becoming EF0 members, as well as Christina. Artica back for month number 1, I guess you could say. So re-upping your membership there. Natalie, $1.99 super chat. Jen, $2 super chat. Thank you for keeping us safe. Do you get ASMR Joel? Unfortunately, ASMR Joel was canceled. No more of that in our streams. But for those who missed it a while back, obviously, that was a time and place in MSC history. So we'll leave it at that.
If you want to go back and watch it, is on the YouTube page somewhere. We're not going to tell you where, but it's on. It's still there.
Yep, you'll have to go back and look through our previous live streams. Which one was it? It was probably March 30th, right?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, it was this year.
Yeah.
It was the last time I did it. So I'm not gonna do it tonight, but it is out there for your viewing pleasure on our YouTube channel, which is another reason why you should subscribe. You can go back and see all of our archived live streams from the past, all the way back to 2023 when we first started doing them. So again, notable events we've covered in the past: the Grand Blanc tornado last year, we covered May 7th. The Weberville tornado back in 2023, as well as the Perry tornado back in 2023, were kind of our first main events. And then the Colon tornado back in early 2023, which Ryan was chasing, was really our first live stream for severe weather coverage that we ever did. So, been doing it for quite some time.
I will say, we are closing in on a ginormous milestone on YouTube.
Are we really?
And the good news is the severe warning for, I think it's Chippewa, Mackinac counties, has now been canceled. So we are now all clear ops.
Yay.
So no severe in the state currently. We're likely going to pop out here soon. We do have a statement in effect here for Monroe County. It looks like the southern part of Monroe County is getting a good storm down there, actually, Joel. I'm getting tired. Does not look severe, but still got some heavy boomers across the southern part of Monroe County, so like Temperance, Lambertville, and Pier areas. I was going to say, I lost a train of thought now.
Something about big milestone.
Yes, we are at 49,323 on YouTube. And there are currently approximately 4,000 of you guys watching. So if you are watching there on YouTube and you are not subscribed to our channel, let's try to make a run at 50,000 here. If we hit 50,000 tonight, which is probably a tall task to do at this point, we have like 650 left to go. We'll do a few giveaways here for our viewers here tonight. MSC t-shirts, hoodies, stickers, stuff like that. Let's see if we can make a run toward 50K. So again, number right now we have is 49,326. So if any one of you are watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's 4,000 of you right now. There's got to be a few of you who are subscribed to the channel. Let's try to make a run at 50K. We gained about 6,000 subscribers today altogether. So additional 600 won't take much. So let's see if we can make a run.
If you're watching on Facebook or X or Twitch, you can obviously jump over as well and subscribe if you have a YouTube account.
Yep. The good news, though, is severe weather is out of the state of Michigan. I think we are good to give the all clear, although we are watching that line, the other part, central part of the UP there. It don't look interesting to me, honestly. It looks pretty meh. So
I don't expect this line to go severe. It's
Yeah.
too far into the cold core, in my opinion. I will check. I will just check Mezzo just in case. No, it doesn't look like anything. 53 cape and a little bit of surface vorticity. 30 knots of effective shear. It's also working with 500 surface cape, so not really much going on. It's with the same amount of cape as there is in the northern lower rate behind that line of storms as it heads towards Sheboygan, or past Sheboygan, I should say. So a little bit of rebounding cape, but I don't expect this to be severe. Again, 1,000 is the magic number, and we're at 500.
It's not really something we're going to stay on for the next 3 hours and track it across the UP. We're going to pop out of here. It will watch it behind the scenes, but we're not going to stay live for 2 or 3 more hours just to track sub-severe storms. So since the push there, we gained about 50 more subscribers. We're at 49,404.
Nice.
So now we need about 596.
I still have a lot of super chats to get through when you get the moment.
We also have sponsors. We want to do our sponsors too.
Yep. I'm getting there. We got all
right.
the things to do.
So again, just a reminder, Joel will read off some more super chats here. If we can make 50K here by end of stream, we'll do some giveaways, MSC swag. So feel free to hop over to YouTube and hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. Make a run here toward 50K.
Jay with a $2 super chat there. Cats dislike the lightning and thunder in Minden City. I believe it. Call that a scaredy cat. We got Cindy with a $9.99 super chat saying thank you, MSC. Cindy, one of our longtime donators here. Thank you very much. Fox Lover, $20 super chat, super sticker. Appreciate you as well. Maria joining the team as an EF0 member here on YouTube. Trisha, a $5 super chat saying appreciate you guys. Starting to get loud and colorful in Garden City. Hopefully you were able to bunker down there. Jay Mommy giving 5 gifted memberships here on our MSC YouTube channel. Again, more encouragement for you guys to subscribe on YouTube. Obviously, you can get gifted memberships here every once in a while. They are gifted at random if you are subscribed. Nolan with a $9.99 super chat saying, I just want to go to bed. You can go to bed now, Nolan. We're in the all clear. Wish on a Fish, $10 super chat saying, thank you for staying online for us. Again, no problem. That is our beginning to end policy. First warning to the last warning. Wall-to-wall coverage. No one else does it in the state of Michigan. So again, this is your number one stop shop for all things severe weather as we get into the summer months here in Michigan. Fun things obviously planned with lake breezes and stuff. We'll start to see those instability storms popping up throughout the summer that'll have us sitting in our rooms all day, right, Ryan?
Oh, I'm so looking forward to those days.
Yeah. For those who don't know, again, this is Ryan and I, we have obviously full-time jobs here at Michigan Storm Chasers, and now Drew does as well. So anytime there is severe weather planned, we're not away. We're usually sitting behind the scenes just staring at radar for you guys, just to be committed to our beginning to end policy. So, again, committed to the bit, committed to our slogan, and we want to make sure we don't miss a beat. Dawn to Dusk, becoming an EF0 member. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Quapinator Music, all clear for the tornado watches. Absolutely. $2 super chat there. Thank you. Jay Knappenberger, back for month number 8 as an EF3 member. No cows yet, as it was getting intense in Minden City. That's good to know. No cows flying from the Twister movie. Jay Mommy, $10 super chat. You guys are my rocks during these anxiety-ridden storms. Thank you for all you do. No problem. We made it through it. Glad to see you made it through it as well. $4.99 super chat from Pass. Thank you, boys, for the coverage. That was way too close for comfort. Much love. Glad to see you are okay as well. $3.16 super chat from Yoder. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for taking care of us. And I see we snuck in 5 gifted memberships here from ourselves here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Aha, I see. So we ourselves gave away 5 gifted memberships here from you on us or from us to you guys here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So check your accounts if you're subscribed on YouTube. You might have been just gifted. Chris Penny back for month number 11. Scary night. Thanks for keeping us all safe, y'all. No problem, Chris Penny. Glad to see you back for month number 11. Brooklyn B, 999 super chat there. 499 super chat there from Kat, as well as Piece of Heaven, 499 super chat. Thank you from East China, Marine City. No problem. Again, another Marine City comment there. Hopefully no flying cows did occur. David Newhouse, EF0 member. And lastly, we got caught up here, Z. Anything for Houghton, Michigan, upper left in the UP. Checking into our UP friends up there, there is just some showers passing through. You could see some thunderstorms develop along this line here in the backside of the low. But we don't expect severe through the remainder of the night. And for tomorrow, we don't expect severe really anywhere in the upper peninsula. It'll be mainly lower peninsula events. So that is your check-in for Houghton, Michigan. So there you go. Those are all the super chats all caught up. Do we turn to our sponsors now? We can go ahead and do that real quick. So we'll go ahead and shout them out. Again, what we do is not free, as you guys know. Did somebody just say something?
Nope.
Okay. I thought I heard someone talking. Anyways, sponsors. Again, they get a special shout out for supporting our operation costs immensely here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So please go ahead and support these local businesses, especially if you do have roofing damage. A lot of roofing exterior home businesses here to keep note of. I'll go through them. You can see the numbers on your screen. You feel free to pause the stream, take a screenshot of them. Again, they're all trusted businesses that are sponsored here through Michigan Storm Chasers. They went through background checks and whatnot, so we make sure that they are trusted sources. So, starting with our first one, Top Gun Roofing Exteriors, our newest sponsor, trusted source for roofing, siding, gutters, windows across West Michigan. Shield Public Adjusters help with your insurance claims there out of Lansing, as well as another business out of Lansing. Schneider Commercial Building Solutions for all of your commercial roofing needs. Floor Coverings International of Michiana if you need some flooring done in the Southwest Michigan region. There you go. On Top Roofing out of Livingston County, all of your new and replacement roofing needs. Henkel's Tree Service for St. Joseph County. FBI Buildings for any barn dominium needs across the Lower Peninsula. Gull Lake Tree Pro, that is out of Kalamazoo and Gull Lake. You guys had some storms there tonight. Feel free to call them. Kuiper Tree Care, West Michigan got hit pretty hard tonight. Kuiper Tree Care is your number one stop shop for all things tree removal there in West Michigan. McKay Tree Specialists, that is going to be your Southeast Michigan sponsor. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, roofing in Sanilac and St. Clair. Pro Powder, powder coating needs from South Haven. Katz Roofing and Siding, based out of Lansing and Potterville. Again, more damage in that portion of the state as well. Feel free to check them out, as well as Lifestyle Exteriors from Lansing to Traverse City. Storm Guard Roofing and Construction. That is your number one place for anything on the north side of Metro Detroit for roofing needs there. And lastly but not least, one of our number one sponsors here, Guardian Technologies, for all of our sky cams that we see, including the one on Ryan's screen right now of the beautiful stars out there in Manistee. That is your sponsor there for all of our sky cams. So thank you, Guardian, and thank you to all of our sponsors who have sponsored us so far throughout our time at Michigan Storm Chasers. So thank you guys very much. And if you do want to become a sponsor, obviously you can by sending us an email, actually, through, I believe, is it going to be Chandler's email, Ryan?
Yep, Chandler at MichiganStormChasers.com is the email you're going to want to get a hold of.
There you go. So Chandler is our vice president, handles all the advertising behind the scenes. So feel free to contact Chandler. Again, that's Chandler at MichiganStormChasers.com is the email. For general contact purposes, obviously, if you have anything that is generally related to the business in general, you can do contact at MichiganStormChasers.com. So those are all your links there. Beautiful clear skies as these storms pass through after a night of hectic winds, spin up tornadoes, and a couple hail reports out there.
We are all clear.
We are all clear, absolutely.
Yep, so let's go ahead and check on our subscriber count here real quick. We are at... Yeah, we're probably not going to make it tonight. 49,454 is what we're at. So we need 550 more subscribers. We'll do a giveaway here soon, though, on one of our briefings, or perhaps tomorrow's live coverage. If we do some more coverage tomorrow, we may gain some more subscribers. Once we hit 50K, we'll do some giveaways for you guys on YouTube here. So as of right now, though, I think we're pretty much good to wrap this up. I don't know about YouTube, but we've been live for 7.5 hours here. We all want to sleep. We're not expecting severe weather in the state. All clear has been given. We're watching the UP there for some showers, maybe isolated storm there. And overall, the LP, Lower Peninsula, is A-OK for the night. Go to bed. But do keep in mind that tomorrow afternoon and evening, there is a threat continuing for severe weather. Not as high of a concern, but still a low-end concern there across the state. All right. Joel, Drew, anything you want to add to this?
I'll let Drew speak
Not really.
first.
I mean, we'll have updates with tomorrow's low severe threat, as well as any new information on how today all played out.
Yeah, expect a lot of updates. They push from us. If I can talk, if I can English. Expect a lot of updates to be pushed on our page tomorrow with survey areas, confirmed tornadoes, damage pictures. And if you guys have damage reports as well, be sure to send those in to us. And we can relay that to the Weather Service. So we'll have updates on the page as well tomorrow for our potential severe risk tomorrow. So
I get to wrap it up. Again,
Joel,
nothing severe out there, just a little bit of heavy rain, couple thunderstorms moving through Delta and Leelanau County right now. Again, nothing to be concerned of. You guys are all in the all clear tonight. So if you still have thunderstorms happening in your area, again, these are going to be non-severe. So rest peacefully knowing you can sleep soundly with no severe happening at your location. So that is all that in a nutshell. I don't believe I'm missing anything. I feel like I wanted to say something, but now I don't remember what it was going to be.
There's like a million things you could say.
There's a million things I could say other than...
At this point, it's just like, let's just get it over with and let's go to bed.
Yeah. Oh, man. It was on the tip of my tongue, too. Oh, I know what it was. It has to do with the subscriber goal. Actually, we did pass 45K subscribers today. Usually when we do a 5K milestone, I dance. I think I'm going to reserve it for our next time just because we're ready to jump off. And I don't feel like dancing right now because I'm tired. So
we'll schedule that for the either weekly stream on Sunday. If you're available, Joel, for that, 10 will be put it on the table for end of stream on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind. We hit 45K, so I will dance. We might hit 50K, so I might owe you guys 2 dances in a row. Who knows? So again, feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. So if we hit the 50K, I will dance again. But again, not tonight. Next time. Maybe the Sunday night briefing. We'll see. So with that being said, Ryan's favorite saying, of course. We're going to check out for the night. No severe weather expected for the remainder of the night. Again, a couple showers and thunderstorms, as mentioned, moving up towards Beaver Island, Schoolcraft County, and even through Traverse City. Nothing severe. Feel free to follow us for any future severe weather severe weather coverage on 4 of our platforms. We have Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV. So those are the 4 platforms we live stream on. All of our posts, forecast posts, so our physical posts can be found primarily on our Facebook page as well as our X page and Instagram page. So Facebook is just Michigan Storm Chasers. All of our other social media accounts are at MI Storm Chasers. So that includes TikTok, Instagram, Threads, you name it. We probably have it. We have like 8 different social media accounts. You can follow us on Linktree as well. Send us gifts. And as always, you can send us direct donations as well. Optional to do. We do have Venmo at MI Storm Chasers. And you can donate directly on our website, MichiganStormChasers.com. Like I said, totally optional to do. We do appreciate your support nonetheless, whether that is free by liking the stream, sharing the stream, or through monetary donations. So all that in a nutshell there. I think that is covering all of my bases. We went through all of our advertisers. We covered all of our super chats. So we are going to check off for the night. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma signing off alongside Drew and Ryan. And we'll catch you guys next time here at Michigan Storm Chasers for another severe weather briefing, forecast period of Sunday Night Weekly, or perhaps another severe weather live stream as soon as tomorrow. So we'll catch you guys later. Have a great night, everyone. Sleep well, and we'll talk to you soon.